Good evening, race fans, and welcome to the Oxford Plains Speedway for tonight's Bruce Coulter Carpentry 250 for the Mainly Ductless Heating and Air Maine Sim Racing Series, and we are ready to bring you some great action here tonight. It's going to be action-packed, so hopefully you got your popcorn, you're strapped into your seat, and you're ready to do battle. Up here in the booth with me here tonight is the man from the great North Canada, Kelly Dahl. Kelly, welcome to Oxford Plains for the Mainly Ductless Heating and Air Maine Sim Racing Series.
Yeah, thanks, Al. Really excited to be here. Oxford Plains is a track that produces exciting races for those that are watching and kind of dreadful races that are those for driving. It's a very difficult track for the drivers as it's so extremely short with pretty much no straightaways to speak of that passing can be very difficult, and passing almost ends up being very physical. So while the drivers may not be feeling the best by the end of the night, I'm sure everyone here that's watching is going to have a ton of fun because it's going to be electrifying.
Yeah, Oxford Plains, one of those tracks where you kind of, well, you put the bungee cord into the car, you hook it to the steering wheel at about a 20-25 degree angle to the left, and you kind of work that throttle. But we'll take a look at the race information coming on up as we are going to get ready to go with our heat race qualifications. And it is going to be right here, 3/10 of a mile at the Oxford Plains Speedway in Oxford, Maine. And Kelly, last week, Max Cookson went back to victory lane as Garrett Lamb and Tyler Gelbert rounding out the top three from the Sobo race. Tonight, though, it's a whole new ball game with 5 heat races coming at you, 20 laps in distance. We will lock in the top 4 drivers out of those qualifying races into tonight's main event, followed by 2 consolation races, which are going to be 20 laps in distance as well, advancing the top 3 in those. So at the end of those races, we will have a good amount of field, about 26 drivers in. Then, to round out this server, we're going to be in, it's going to be a 50-lap LCQ, locking in only the winner to put 27 cars into tonight's main event. And then they have provisionals. We're looking at about a 31 car field for tonight's 250 lapper presented by Bruce Coulter Carpentry. And well, you're going to have 31 cars out there. It's going to be a long road to hoe. And not only that, I believe all the setup here tonight is they're on a fixed setup, which means they're all on the same. And they have to come through the gate and pull the pill to see where they will line up for their qualifying here tonight.
Yeah, so it really creates a bit of chaos for these heat races as they aren't going to be set up purely based off of speed. You're going to have your fast guys kind of mixed all throughout the heats in the fields, and we'll have to just see who's going to be able to work their way through the traffic and be able to rise to the top, because as we mentioned, it's going to be a tough track to pass at. So these guys, these fast guys are going to have their work cut out for them, and we may see some of the faster guys have to come up through the consolation races or maybe even through the LCQ.
Yeah, and the one driver that is coming in here tonight, we are going to crown a champion, and that is the number 3 of Matthew Burgoyne. And Burgoyne coming in as your point leader as we pull up the current point standings for the Maine Sim Racing Series. It is Matthew Burgoyne picked with a 476 points. He's got a 36-point lead coming in over the 38 of Garrett Lamb. Corey Bubar in car number 112 rounds third. Devin Landry and Tyler Gelbert, your top 5 in points. A lot of points battles throughout the field here tonight. We'll keep you posted on those. But Matthew Burgoyne is in the field. He has signed up. He is on racetrack. He is actually 3rd quickest so far in practice with just about a minute and a half, less than a minute left to go here before we go into qualifier number 1.
Yeah, and because this championship has already been locked up, pretty much everyone's just kind of racing for the glory of the race win. So it's kind of just let all these guys kind of go all out throughout the night. Nobody really has to play the big picture game going for points. So hopefully these guys can leave it all out on the track.
We should have some great racing. I'm glad to have you here with us on the Turn 3 Racing Network. We want to thank you all for tuning on in that are out there now as heat race number 1 is getting ready to get pulled up here on the straightaway. We'll get you the starting lineup in just a moment here. 20 laps is going to be the distance, locking in 4 of these drivers. Looks like 8 cars will be in heat race number 1, and this is your starting lineup here tonight for heat race number 1, brought to us by Bruce Coulter Carpentry. Starting on the pole will be car number 5, that is Dominic Carrot in car number 5. Starting to the outside of him, the driver of the number 43, that is Ashton Burgess. Burgess in car number 43. Kyle Treadwell and Mike Harnish will make up row number 2. Row number 4 is going to go to the 051 of John Peters. And rounding out the field, Jordan Harnish, Jason Ricker, and Mario Urcolani in car number 41. That is your 8-car field, the pace car. Get ready to go here. Heat race number 1, ready to come at us. 20 laps is the distance.
And only half of these guys will be going on to the main event straight from this race. So keep an eye on those transfer positions, and we'll have to see who's going to be able to battle their way into this main event. 250 laps are going to be for the main, so this is just going to be a small sample of all the racing that we've got going on tonight.
And we believe we have 5 heat races coming at us here tonight. 42 drivers signed up for this one. As the field comes off a turn number 4. Green flag is up, and heat race number 1 is underway. It'll be Current jumping out to the race lead. Burgess able to get down to the inside from starting on the outside of the front row.
And going from the front to the back is the 22 of Mike Harnish. He started in 4th place, blew turn 1, went way wide, and dropped all the way to the back. So that's going to shuffle him out of position. John Peters able to hold on to 4th place. He's looking to the inside of that 44, but 44 of Kyle Treadwell just shutting the door into turn 3.
Yeah, Treadwell took the door, slammed it into 41. There's a 51 there. Peters worked down to the inside now. Treadwell up the racetrack. This is the last time that we will be broadcasting these guys for a while as they all get ready to go back racing in the real world this summer. We hope to see you at one of the racetracks they all represent. But right now, here up at the front of this one, he has opened up a lead here in this heat race number 1. Ashton Burgess in car number 34 runs in your number 2 spot with Peters, Treadwell, and Ricker rounding out your top 5. Jason Ricker looking to get into that spot right now, runs in that 5th position.
Yeah, because that little battle between the 051 of John Peters and 44 of Kyle Treadwell, Burgess and Current have just opened up a huge gap over them. Nearly 0.8 of a second separate Burgess in 2nd place and Peters in 3rd. So a huge gap between these lead cars, and now Peters starting to open up a little bit of a gap in that last transfer spot for the 44 of Kyle Treadwell. Treadwell's got 2 cars filling his rear view mirror that he's going to have to keep an eye on, watch for them to make a move to the inside.
And Treadwell in that number 44 trying to hold off Jason Ricker in that number 9 automobile as he has it. Ricker down to the inside, contact in the turn number 3. Treadwell going around after Ricker makes contact. We have our first yellow flag of the evening here for Kyle Treadwell going through the spin cycle in turn number 3.
And I'm sure that's going to be the first of many of these kind of spins here as a driver just tries to make that move to the inside, and that's really all you really have available to you in terms of passing on this track is to just try to lunge to the inside and hopefully that you can get there before the guy slams the door shut. And there maybe wasn't quite space for Ricker to get in there, but he gets into the left rear quarter panel of Treadwell and sends Treadwell to the back of the field.
Yeah, let's take a look at this right now in the turn 3 racing green flag. You see Treadwell coming off of turn number 2, kind of gets up the racetrack. Car had a little bit of a push. Ricker down the inside. Treadwell comes down, and Ricker's right front was at the left rear quarter panel of that car. And Treadwell is going to go from the 4th position all the way to the back here after the contact there as we come back live. It looks like Jason Ricker getting sent to the tail from race control. Second to our left here tonight. That is brought to our race control guy that behind the scenes is Sean Kimball, and Sean Kimball doing a great job here tonight.
So all of that is going to move the 27 of Jordan Harnish from 6th place up into the transfer spot, the last transfer spot of 4th place. But he's going to be starting on the outside here, so it's going to be difficult for him. He's going to have to get a good launch, hope for a gap maybe between the 051 and the 41 underneath him that he can slot into before the 41 of Urcolani can get his nose in there.
Definitely the field doubling back up. We're going to go back green flag racing. Now this is not what Burgess or the 27 of Harnish wanted to see, is they're going to start on the outside. We all know what that is like here. Green flag back out here in heat race number 1 with 13 laps to go.
Oh, big problems for the 22 again. Mike Harnish blowing turn 1 off the restart. He's out into the dirt on the outside of the racetrack. No caution as he will slowly get himself back onto the racing surface, but big problems for that 22 car tonight.
In a side-by-side battle for that third spot with the other Harnish automobile. Jordan Harnish working to the inside with that Ford EcoBoost number 27. Burgess all the way back to the fourth spot. He'll find a home right in front of Mario Earl Laney down here in the turn number 1. So your top 7 drivers run nose to tail. Harnish able to get back out on the racetrack. He is 10 seconds behind our race leader that works off turn number 4. 10 laps to go.
And a big point to look for is that the battle between the 43 and the 41 of Burgess and Ercolani, as they are fighting for that last transfer spot. You can see that 43 car staying very low off of the exit of turn 2, just trying to make sure that 41 has nowhere to really dive for, as he's starting to maybe close up to that 27 in front of him of Harnish.
Yeah, we go on board with the Bruce Coulter Carpentry on board camera, and it is number 34 of Burgess holding on to the final transfer spot. So we look back now at the 41 automobile who just got the curb. He'll go up the racetrack. Treadwell and Rickers mired back behind them as well, as we have only a few more laps to go.
And just in front of them for the battle for the lead between the 51 of John Peters and the 5 of Currett. Seen a little bit of contact between them a few laps ago, but seems like Peters has kind of backed off a little bit. He is in a transfer spot, doesn't need to go for anything, but he sees a gap. He's trying to get his nose to the inside as Currett kind of leaves the lane open there, but just not quite wide enough to fit the 51 car inside.
A little bit of action back here for your 6th spot. Jason Ricker able to get by the 44 of Treadwell here with a 5 to go sign to your race leader at the line. Oh, Eric Maloney going to get loose off of turn number 4. He'll lose multiple spots and fall back to your 7th position. So tough break for the driver of the 41 who is running in your 5th position. 5 laps to go. It'll be 4 to go at the line now. Does Jason Ricker have enough time to catch this 4-car breakaway at the front of the field?
It is quite the gap that separates Burgess and Ricker. So hopefully Burgess is going to be able to keep things straight and tidy, and hopefully the 5 of Currett can keep this front pack going with a good momentum. At the moment, he hasn't really made any mistakes. He's been keeping the car nice and tidy and been allowing this pack to kind of separate themselves from the rest of the field.
Knowing what's on stake here a little bit later on, if you're in this top 4, are you trying to pressure the guy in front of you, or are you just trying to get to the end of this with 2 laps to go, knowing that you'll lock yourself into tonight's 250-lap main event?
I mean, if you're in a transfer spot, I'd say you don't need to make any foolish moves, especially with how hard it is to pass here. Going to catch some lap traffic as they get the white flag just one more time around for these 4 drivers.
Carrot working down the backstretch for the final time. Peters will take a peek to the inside, but he'll hold it in line through turns 3 and 4. First checkered flag of the evening is going to go to the 5 of Carrot. Peters, Harnish, and Burgess will all lock themselves into tonight's main event. Ricker, Treadwell, Earl Coloni, and Harnish will have to go to the one of our 2 consolation races coming up here in just a moment. And just like that, heat race number 2 will take and grid up here, and this is what your starting lineup will look like. It'll be a 7-car heat race, Kelly, with Benjamin Eaton in car number 2 starting on the inside of the front row. Starting to his outside will be the 13 of Evan Roy. The big dog, Shane Lake, in car number 09. He'll start in your 3rd spot. Slated to start 4th. Well, that's the man in mission control up here next to us in our broadcast booth. That's Sean Kimball, the director and organizer of the Mainly Ductless Heating and Air Sim series here. So he will not be partaking, I believe, in heat race number 3. Nathan Barth in car number 37 will start there in your 5th spot. 6th starting spot, Tyler Jordan, Thomas Bennett, and Chris Fortier in car number 23 will be your 7-car field. So we'll lock another 4 drivers in after this heat race here for heat race number 2.
Yeah, so the majority of these drivers will be going on 4 out of the 7. So really it's just kind of battling between those last 3 drivers, and as we saw in the last race, the positions can shuffle around quite a bit. It is difficult to pass, but not impossible. So these fast drivers are finding ways around, and they may have to kind of find their ways through depending on where they've kind of drawn where their starting position for these heats.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see here. We've seen Chris Fortier come through the field early in this season as well. He's trying to stay inside the top 10 in points, as tonight is the final points night for these drivers. And we have a lot of new drivers out on the track here with us, or drivers that have ran a part-time schedule. They all circled this one here on the schedule, as this is the big race of the season for them, as they are all ready to go here in heat race number 2. After heat race number 1, I think it's a matter of getting down to that inside here with these, especially at the beginning here. If you're getting stuck to the outside, well, that can send you to the back in quite a hurry.
Yeah, as we saw in that first race, especially on those restarts, you have to have a good restart and hope that the guy beside you also has a good enough start that it creates enough of a gap for you to immediately slot down. We saw that on the restart when we saw Ashton Burgess. He was starting in second place and dropped all the way back to fourth almost immediately on that restart because there was just nowhere for him to go on that bottom side, and there's really no second lane to speak of here.
Yeah, he got lucky there, get in the back into the inside line there, slotting into fourth to lock himself in. Not going to be the starting position that he wants, but he's in the show, and that's what it's going to take in order to win that 250-lap main event tonight, brought to us by Bruce Coulter Carpentry. And it's going to be one of those shows where you're going to have to bide your time, save those tires, and try to keep your car as clean as possible here. 250 laps is grueling on the equipment.
Yeah, but that is still a ways away. These guys have to first focus on the 20 laps in front of them and making sure that they're in the top 4 to transfer immediately on into the main event and not have to deal with any of the consolation races. Pace car is down and away, and we are now green for heat race number 2.
Heat race number 2 underway. 3 wide at the front of this one. The 09 of Shane Lake gets to the side of the 2, and around will go the number 2 automobile of Benjamin Eaton. Eaton, no yellow flag as of yet. He comes back on the racetrack. Side by side, lap number 1 is going to go to the 37 of Nathan Barth. But yellow flag coming out, and I believe it will be a complete restart here.
It depends on when the caution flag flew, because it came pretty close to the leaders crossing the line to start that second lap, but seems like everyone is slowing down and it's telling people to let each other by, so we may get a full restart, as you said.
Let's take a look back here at this replay, see what happened on the start here at the number 2. We see him already out into the gravel on the green flag here. Let's take a look here. One at another angle off of turn number 4 they came, and Shane Lake was ready to go. With that 09 down to the inside, some contact with the Fury race car number 2, and around went the 2 of Eaton. So a tough break there. Here is heat race number 2 is off to a rough start for the number 2 of Eaton. He'll get it pointed back in the right direction.
And these guys, a little bit of confusion as everyone tries to sort themselves into the proper position, but we may have things sorted out. I believe the 2 car is going to get his position back, and they are placing the blame on that crash to the 09 of Sean Lake, so he will be waved to the back of the field.
Yeah, Lake down here on the front stretch getting put to the tail of the field there, so tough break for the big dog himself, the 09, but not out of it. 0 laps completed, I believe, here in heat race number 2 here. So we'll have the Beach Ridge Barbershop number 37. He went to the lead after all that, and now he'll have to restart back here, I believe, in spot number 5, 6 there. Is it, Kelly? Spot 6, 5. I can count, I can promise.
Yeah, he's definitely a little bit further back than he would have hoped, but they're going to restack the field hopefully soon. There is still a lot of confusion on where these drivers are supposed to be lined up here, as the caution kind of flew at an awkward time and it really reshuffled the field. I mean, these drivers were all in their positions, and then basically because the caution came out, everything gets reset. So all these guys are trying to figure out where they're supposed to be right now.
They will take and get it worked out here, though, is now they'll get doubled up. Shane Lake going to look to go to the behind this field as they'll pass them on the back stretch. Looks like we're going to go back green flag racing here in heat race number 2. Lights are out on the pace car as it makes the hard left-hand turn into the flag man. Barney's right hand is the green flag. We're back underway with heat race number 2.
Field gets away cleanly this time, and everyone is going to try to slot themselves into that bottom lane. The 37 going to drop down and try to hold off the 33 of Thomas Bennett. Bennett will find his way to that bottom lane, though, but we've got the 13 of Evan Roy. He's stuck to that high side in no man's land, and he's going to be moving backwards fast unless he can find his way to the bottom.
Yeah, Evan Roy stuck to the outside. Here comes Thomas Bennett. Bennett down to the inside in the turn number 3. He'll move by, and he'll bring the 37 of Barth as well. So Evan Roy is going to go from the outside looking in. Now he's going to fall back to your 6th spot here as they work down the backstretch.
And that was what we were talking about before this second heat race, that the inside line on that restart is so vital, and he just wasn't able to slot down into the bottom lane like we saw a few other drivers. Now that 37 of Nathan Barth, he's looking to get himself into that last transfer spot, trying to find an opening to the inside of Thomas Bennett, but nothing doing so far. He is keeping that door tightly held shut.
Yeah, he's got hold of that spot there. Bennett has that last and final automatic ticket to tonight's 250 lap main event. As the racing in front of him is getting hot and heavy. Fortier from the back row all the way up to second in just a matter of short laps, 14 laps to go. Chris Fortier trying to find his way into tonight's race as Nathan Barth still knocking on the back door of that 33 of Bennett.
Gave a good solid shot to that 33 coming off of turn 2 that time, but the 33 did not wash up the racetrack. Bennett holding tight to that bottom lane and not giving Barth the opening that he's looking for. You see Barth coming off of turn 2 way lower on the racetrack as he's trying to find his way to the inside, getting into the quarter panel that time with the 33, just trying to shove him out of the way, but Bennett really holding tight.
Bennett doing a nice job holding that bottom. That time slips up a little bit high, but Barth not able to do anything with him as the top 3 cars have squirted away. Jordan, Fortier, and Eaton, your top 3. Eaton leading this one. No contact between Barth and the 33 of Bennett. Bennett's going to go around. We stay green. Now the yellow flag will come out as Thomas Bennett will get pointed back in the right direction in turn number 2 after contact with the Beach Ridge Barbershop number 37 of Nathan Barth.
And that's really going to hurt Barth more than it helps him. He was trying to get into the last transfer spot, and now he's likely going to get waved to the back of the field after he gets into that left quarter panel of the 33 of Thomas Bennett. Sends him spinning around in turn 1. I'm fairly certain that that's going to be the penalty will be handed out to that 37 machine. So it's hard to pass here, but you have to kind of wait for your opening and wait for your opportunity. And yeah, Barth, it's now official. He is going to be waved to the back of the field, but it does look like Bennett going to be coming down pit road. Yeah,
Bennett down here on pit road here as the field paces around. Looks like maybe getting some damage fixed on that number 33. Caution laps are not counting, so you can come down pit road, fix your damage, not worry about going down any laps. Well, let's take a look back here and see if we can take a look and see what happened a little bit further there. You see Barth giving a little bit of tap off of turn number 4 to get down into turn number 1. Bennett kind of up the racetrack, missed entry a little bit and had to check up, and Barth was not, I would say, not anticipating that, and Walt just got to the left rear quarter panel, I believe. That won't be the first time we see something like that here tonight, Kelly.
Yeah, all it really takes is one miscue from one of these drivers and someone will get into someone else's. It's very close quarters racing here on this track. There really isn't much space to go as we're really just barely over a third of a mile here.
Just shy of the halfway point here in heat race number 2. I hope you're enjoying tonight's broadcast being brought to us by Bruce Coulter Carpentry. For all your house repair, home need, and fix-it-up repair needs, Bruce Coulter Carpentry has you covered here tonight for the Mainly Ductless Heating and Air Maine Sim Racing Series, their season finale. If you haven't been with us all season long, you can find all the races here on the YouTube channel. Look up in the playlist here for the Maine Sim Racing Series. As the lights go out on the pace car, Kelly, we're going to go back green flag racing here in heat race number 2.
And that last caution allowed Evan Roy to get himself back up into a transfer spot. However, he's still going to be on that outside lane. We saw him struggle with that last restart. Hopefully he's going to be able to get himself a better restart this time around.
Shane Lake going to start in that 5th spot on the inside. He might capitalize here as the field comes off turn number 4. Green flag is back up. We're back underway, and Eaton was ready to go.
Someone that wasn't ready to go, and that was the 23 of Fortier, and that really checked up that top lane. And there goes the 2. He's going to get out of shape, and that's going to allow the 16 of Tyler Jordan to get himself to the race lead.
Jordan down to the inside. He'll lead this lap here with 9 laps to go. Shane Lake now into the 3rd spot. He's trying to make it into tonight's big race. Nathan Barth on the inside of 40. 40 is going to fall back to your 6th position. Is now Nathan Barth, who was just involved in that last yellow, finds himself in 3rd. He brought the 33 of Bennett with him.
Yeah, it looked like the 09 of Shane Lake just kind of blew the corner, got a little bit too hot in the throttle, and got off of turn 2, sent him wide and opened up a huge gap for a lot of drivers to sneak underneath him. And now he's going to go all the way to the back of the field as he just kind of gets shuffled out of position. So top 4 now in your transfer positions: Jordan, Eaton, Barth, and Bennett.
Yeah, the big loser there, Chris Fortier, had worked himself up to your 2nd position before that last yellow flag. With just 6 laps to go, Nall finds him 6, trying to find how he's going to get up 2 positions to lock himself in. They do have 2 consolation races coming up after qualifying heat races, but right now, Tyler Jordan out on the front of this one, and that number 16, the CBS Lobster sponsored automobile, out on the front of this one, and he's starting to stretch it out over the 2 of Eaton.
5 laps to go, though, and we have a battle heating up for our last transfer spot. Thomas Bennett, he's pretty familiar with this situation as he was here earlier in the race, holding on the last transfer spot with a fast driver right behind him. That's the 13 of Evan Roy, trying to get to the inside off of turn 2. Can't quite get it there. He's going to get loose in turn 3, gather it back up, and that's going to put him now into the clutches of the 23 of Chris Fortier.
Yeah, Evan Roy going to throw it down in the turn number 2, and now trying to make up some ground. This time by the Rabbit Ears will be up 2 laps to go. Where heat race number 2 is Jordan will cross underneath the line. All eyes are on his 4th and final transfer spot. Evan Roy right to the back bumper, 3 turns to more contact off turn number 2.
The 33 of Bennett hopped the curb, and that sent him right up the racetrack. And then another shot from Evan Roy as he checked up in front of him, sent him even higher. Now getting loose off of turn 4, he's going to lose the position to Evan Roy. Evan Roy now last his transfer spot on the last lap, so he will move on as long as he holds on. And speaking of holding on, Tyler Jordan will win heat race number 2.
Eaton, Barth, and Roy are going to be the 4 cars advancing to tonight's main event. Automatically, Chris Fortier, Bennett, and Lake will all be relegated to a last chance, a consolation race. I won't call it the last chance qualifier. That'll be a little bit later on here, Kelly. But I believe you have the lineup here for heat race number 3.
Yeah, going to get right into heat race number 3 here. Drawing pole will be the 70 of Ben Burgess. To his outside, the 04 of Tyler Jalbert. Row number 2 on the inside, we'll see the 12 of Corey Bubar. And Gleason Smith will be starting to his outside in 4th. 5th place will be the 46 of Chris Downing. And in 6th, to his outside, the 77 of PJ Merrill. And rounding out this field in our final row, starting 7th and 8th, that's going to be the 3, our champion, Matthew Burgoyne, and the 45 of Daniel Keith Jr.
8 cars ready to do the dance here tonight at the Oxford Plains Speedway for heat race number 3. Another 20-lap affair coming at you. So far, the first 2 heat races have not disappointed. We are seeing a lot of that bumper tap that we talked about in the pre-race show, Kelly. And unfortunately, that is going to end up being some ways around here tonight, especially when that transfer spot is on the line. We see how desperate these drivers are just to make it into tonight's main event. Well, there's some money on the line here, so you got to be in the big dance in order to be eligible to even make that money here tonight in this feature event being brought to us by Bruce Coulter Carpentry. So 3 heat races already in the books. We got our 3rd one out on the grid right now as we get ready to go with heat race number 3.
And as we've said, we do have consolation races and a LCQ to go through, but it's not really the end-all be-all if you don't transfer in your heat. But I'm sure as a lot of these guys want to transfer the heat, it's a lot safer. It's a lot more of a guaranteed thing. As you see, we'll take half of this heat field, while in our LCQ, we're only going to take a single driver. So your chances are really a lot higher to make it into the field through your heat. So if you see a guy in 4th and 5th nose to tail, I'd expect to see a bumper being laid down very soon.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the Bruce Coulter Carpentry blimp cam looking high down at the starting grid here is now they'll start to pull away here. Jam-packed. Good to see everybody out in the stands. We hope you're enjoying the coverage here tonight on the Turn 3 Racing Network, whether you're on the YouTube side or the Facebook side. Smash those thumbs, hit the heart buttons. Let these drivers know that you really appreciate their efforts here tonight. They're putting it all on the line here for you, and hopefully you're having a great Saturday evening as we are here. I'm glad to be in the booth with my good friend Kelly Dahl. And Kelly, we are getting ready to go with heat race number 3. The first 2 heat races were definitely good races, and we are ready to see some more here as we get ready to go with this one. Burgess on the front row, car number 70. That will be Ben Burgess, and he's I believe that's the first time he's been out on the racetrack with us this season.
Yeah, so some of these guys won't be really familiar with how he drives, and he won't be familiar with how they drive, but he'll be starting pole here, checking up the field a little bit as the pace car now gets ready to dive down pit road. And we get ready to go green for heat race number 3. The green flag waves, bit of a checkup on that high side from that 8 car, and that's going to cause him to go way off the racetrack, and he's now out into the grass. That's Gleason Smith out all the way into the grass on the outside of turns 1 and 2. That's big problems for that machine.
More trouble down in turn number 3. Gelbert going to go for the spin. He brought the 112 of Corey Bubar out there as well. Yellow flag going to come out here for the first time, so trouble here on lap number 1, as that will relegate us. Now I believe it should be a complete restart minus the cars that were involved, so that's really going to save the number 8 of Gleason Smith here as he went for that ride in the first turn. A lot of action here in that first heat race, or this first lap of heat race number 3.
Yeah, that's also going to be good news for the 77 of PJ Merrill, as he really caught the worst of it in that instant in turn 3 and 4, as he was sent all the way out, almost to the fence in the grass outside of turn 4. So he's been able to thankfully regain control of that car, get himself back onto the racing surface. But he's going to be oh no, he's actually not going to. Oh, he's going to miss pit road. So I think a little bit of a miscommunication from that 77. It looked like he wanted to go down pit road, but he just kind of missed where the entry was. I did see another driver go down pit road. That is Corey Bubar in that 12 car. He's going to try to fix up a little bit of damage.
Yeah, we just saw the action there on the first start there. It looked like Gleason maybe got on the brake pedal a little bit too hard there, and maybe a little bit too much rear brake stepped out from and up the racetrack he went. And then down in turn number 3, a lot more contact. Bubar down and away off of pit road. Got some of that damage knocked out, but he'll have to start at the back of this one. But a tough break here for some of these drivers. The field still paces beyond the yellow flag. A lot of energy. You got to be amped up on these restarts. 20 laps may seem like a long time, but these heat races go by in a blink of an eye here, especially how small the Oxford Plains Speedway is. These drivers do not have a lot of time to get where they need to go.
No, but you kind of it's always funny how the fast drivers wind up towards the front. That's to prove that point. Matthew Burgoyne from 7th, he's already in 2nd. So the fast drivers find a way, and that 3 car found a way to the front of this field.
He is already on the outside. This is why that he is leading the points coming into tonight's main event. The pace car down and away. They'll come off turn number 4. Green flag is back up. And we are back on our way, and we're going ready to go. Hot to trot into turn number 1. He'll take that race lead away, and he'll look to try to run away. Side-by-side battle for that 4th and final transfer spot. Jalbert in that 0-4. We saw him in contact there. Oh, more contact in turn 3.
Oh, and the 45 is going to get into the 77 of PJ Merrill. He's going to hold on to that car, but that's going to cost both of them a ton of spots. They go all the way to the rear of the field, and that 45 machine of Daniel Keith Jr. still struggling and stuck on that high side. So he's going to get dropped all the way to the final position in 8th. So that shuffles up our field a little bit. And now another position being changed hands here. 46 of Chris Downing. He's going to get his nose to the inside of the 70 of Ben Burgess.
Yeah, he's worked to the inside of the 46 of Downing with that rocket chassis set up number 46 into your number 2 spot. Looking to chase down Matthew Burgoyne, has opened up almost the 2nd lead. Burgess hard on the brakes and airborne. The 70 of Burgess will go. He sticks to Landon, but down on the apron. Tough break for the 70. Hit the inside berm that they put around the light poles here at the Oxford Plains Speedway. He's back out on the racetrack, but lost a lot of ground. So tough break for the number 70 of Ben Burgess as Matthew Burgoyne leads it here with just 13 laps to go.
And one of the things I was saying before we went live here is that it's not a race at Oxford Plains until a car hits one of those berms around the light pole. So we are officially racing here at Oxford Plains as we've had a car get airborne, but very good landing for the 70 Ben Burgess, who will keep himself in this race, but he has to hope for a caution flag to fly as he is almost in danger of being lapped by the field.
Right now, taking a look at your third and fourth place battle, Jalbert holding on to that spot with Corey Bubar, who is involved in that first yellow flag. You look at the damage on the right front of that automobile. He rides there in your fourth spot, about 2 seconds in front of PJ Merrill. Merrill has made it up to fifth, trying to close in on this battle. So these drivers, they might be in the transfer spot with 10 laps to go. They know they have to try to get some insurance positions. Right now, Jalbert has it. The guy on the hot seat is the one that we're following. That's the 112 or the 12 of Corey Bubar as he works off turn number 4.
And Bubar doesn't really need to make the pass on the 4 of Jalbert, but if he feels like maybe the 77 is closing on him, he may try to force that move. But I'd say that I'd expect him to really kind of hold on for right now, because there seems to be a fairly decent gap between those two cars, pretty much a second, but it seems like that gap is shrinking by about a 10th every lap. So there might be just enough time for Merrill to catch up and maybe try to make an attempt on that last transfer spot.
Yeah, right now, Merrill about a quarter of a second behind our fourth place runner of Bubar as he tries to close him in that number 77. Running there in spot number 5 will be the first driver on the outside looking in to the night's main event as they work around the speedway. Your race leader will come to 5 to go. He'll get the high 5 sign from our flagman Barney here at the iRacing Service as he comes across the line. He's working to the inside of the 70 of Burgess. Now Burgoyne has to be careful right now as they work off turn number 2. Doesn't really need to pass Burgess, but if he feels like he's going to get past here, is Downing 1.4 seconds behind them as they come off turn 4.
And he also has to be careful here, because if he makes a bad move and ends up dumping that 70, he could lose all positions that he's gained so far, but he is going to get by cleanly. That 70 of Ben Burgess is going to move to the high side and get out of the way, and unfortunately not going to get the caution flag he needs and gets dropped to 1 lap down. Now Burgoyne kind of has himself a little bit of a buffer between himself and Chris Downing.
He does there, 1.7 seconds and stretching out. Downing goes holding on, maybe doing some research here as they'll come with 2 laps to go, this time off turn number 4. So 2 laps to go. Downing knows he's in a good spot to make it into tonight's main event. As the battle for your 3rd and 4th spot still rages on. Jalbert holding on to this. The white flag will fly, this time off of turn number 4 for the number 3 of Burgoyne.
And Bubar hasn't really made any sort of pressure or applied really any sort of pressure to that 04. He's felt comfortable being where he is in that transfer spot. Burgoyne, though, going to move from 7th place all the way up into the lead, and he is going to win heat race number 3.
Burgoyne is going to punch his ticket. Same with Downing, Jalbert, and Bubar. Going to round out the 4-car. Merrill, Smith, Keith, and Burgess will all have to go to the one of our 2 consolation races getting ready to come up. But as we do that, heat race number 4 coming at you. And this will be your starting lineup here tonight, brought to us by Bruce Coulter Carpentry. Starting on the inside of row number 1, that'll be car number 97. That is Brian Conover. Conover in car number 97. Scott Tapley with the number 31 will start second. Brad Mahar in car number 113 will start third. Starting to his outside, car number 47. This is Chris Burgess. Burgess in car 47. Brandon Varney and Trevor Graffam will make up row number 3. And our 4th and final row will be Trevor Sanborn in car number 29. And last week's winner, the 39 of Max Cookson.
So I'm sure Cookson saw what Burgess did, or sorry, not Burgess, Burgoyne did, on the last heat race, going from the back of the field and to the front. So I'm sure he's going to want to try to replicate that. So I'd keep an eye on that 39 machine, see if he's going to be able to work some magic and weave his way through the traffic towards the front.
We go on board with Max Cookson right now, the driver of the 39. Epic Media sponsored entry. He will come from 8th on the grid, so not getting a good pull from the pill back here tonight. So tough break starting in the 4th heat race on the outside there, so not very good. As we go on board, we have another onboard camera being all brought to us here tonight by Bruce Coulter Carpentry. As we look at the field, off the number 97 of Brian Conover with the General Motors sponsored Chevrolet. Been really good racing so far here as we get ready to go with heat race number 4. I think the things that stand out to me is how some of these drivers are able to move around the racetrack and make some gains to get inside these top 4. Might not get the draw that they were looking for, but they are able to get it done here in the heat races. 20 laps is the distance, so a lot of time. Well, not really a lot of time, but it seems like a lot of time to get your business done out on the racetrack as the field will start to pull away.
Yeah, and like I said, it's difficult to pass here, but not impossible. And some of these drivers are showing really why that they're considered some of the best drivers in this league, because they have been able to just cut their way through the field. But it'll be a bit of a different story once we get to the main event. It's a lot easier to work your way around 8 cars compared to the 30 cars that we're going to have in the main event. So the track will be much busier once we get there. But for the time being, it's a good warm up for these guys, and really a good showcase for their skills with this random draw.
And tough break though if you're in the back there. But 20 laps, you got to get that amp level up and pretty high there. 20 laps to get up on the wheel. And that main event doesn't. Even if you start out back, you got 250 laps there. That's a long time. You know there's going to be a few yellows throughout the night. You're going to have to come down. Maybe some fuel and tire strategy will come into play. So a lot of things can really shuffle up that field in the feature event, unlike they will here in these heat races. As Heat 4 get ready to take the green flag is out, and the 97 of Conover going to jump on the gas first. He'll lead them into turn number 1.
And big problems for the 47 of Burgess, as he's going to basically do what the other Burgess did and go a little high into turn 1. He is able to keep it on the racing surface though, but it drops him all the way to the back of the field. That 97 though, a good start from him. He's going to hold on to the race lead, but he's got a lot of pressure behind him from Brad Mahar.
Yeah, Mahar in that 113 really applying their pressure to the General Motors 97 of Conover as those two start to stretch it out over to 31 of Scott Tapley. And I think Tapley is in the running for probably the Tough Luck Award this season. Always seems to be in the wrong spot and the wrong time. Hopefully we'll change that around here tonight. So he runs in the 3rd spot as we got a change for 5th. Max Cookson down to the inside. He'll take the 5th spot away from the 29 of Trevor Sanborn. So Sanborn will go back to your 6th spot. Max Cookson 8th to 5th, 1 spot out of a transfer spot early on in this one.
Hey, he still has one more car to catch and pass so far, and that's going to be the one of Brandon Varney. Varney going to try to look at the car in front of him and try to get around him and create a bit of a buffer between himself and that 39 machine. So we'll have to see if he's going to be able to try to attempt a pass at any point here.
Cookson runs in your 5th spot up front though. Conover's led it since the green flag has dropped 5 laps into this 20-lap heat race for heat race number 4. Scott Tapley runs in your 3rd spot, and Varney now starting to feel the pressure from the 39 of Cookson.
Yeah, Cookson is showing some great exit speed as he's able to get those rear tires just hook up and launch off of the corners here. Good exit off of turn 2 though for that one of Varney. He's going to be able to match that 39's pace for this time, but he's going to have to keep himself low as we see him very low in the entry into turn 1 just to kind of block any opportunity. And oh, there's a bit of trouble towards the front of the field. The 113 and the 97 get into each other, and that's going to shuffle everyone up. Big trouble in turn 3, and somehow everyone's going to keep it pointed the right way, but Trevor Sanborn going to park it in turn number 4.
Yeah, he looks like he's come to a stop here. Now the one of Varney back underneath the number 84 of Trevor Graffam, the 29 of Sanborn trying to draw the yellow flag. Now the 84 of Graffam is going to go around off turn number 4. Yellow flag going to come out. So that'll save the 29 of Sanborn. But a lot of action there. We saw the contact between the 97 and the 113. Conover going to hold on to that race lead, but look who's in that fourth and final transfer spot as he was able to get underneath the one of Varney. It is Max Cookson up 4 spots here since the green flag is dropped.
Yeah, and that caution came out because of contact between the 1 and the 84 in turn 3. It looked like Brandon Varney had that inside line, but caught the curbing that's on the inside of this racetrack, and that just, anytime you catch that, it is going to shoot you up the racetrack in the corners. And unfortunately, that spot was already really held by that 84 of Trevor Graffam, and contact between those two is going to send Graffam around and is also going to send the one of Brandon Varney to the back of the field as he gets dinged for causing that caution.
Now let's take a look back here at the replay and see what Kelly is talking about here. The number 84 works the outside. He actually got into the back side of that 29 of the 29 car there. I believe that was Sanborn. And then he was side by side with the one of Varney as they went down in the turn number 3. Varney to the inside. He caught the curb, Kelly, and up the racetrack and just barely touched the left rear quarter panel of that 84 of Graffam, but Graffam will go around and bring out the first yellow flag there. So Varney, as Kelly said, being sent tail side here as we come back to a live picture. So a lot happened in a matter of a lap there, and it allowed Max Cookson to get into that 4th and final transfer spot from the 8th position. So a lot of comers and goers so far in our heat races as they pace behind. The lights have gone out on that Ford Mustang pace car, so hopefully it'll make the hard left-hand turn this time off of turn number 4.
And Max Cookson may be in that transfer spot, but he will be starting on the outside lane. And we've said many times that's not the place where you want to be starting. We'll have to see what he's going to be able to do and maybe see if Burgess can take away that position as the pace car goes down and away. And we get back to racing here in heat race number 4. Good start from the majority of the field. Really good start from that 39 machine, but that might actually hurt him more than help him because he can't get down to the bottom side. He's stuck side by side with the 31 of Tapley.
Tapley to the inside. Sanborn going to try to force it almost 3 wide. They thought about it. It's him and Burgess battle it. That's going to leave the inside open for Max Cookson to get down to the inside. He will do so as they work down the backstretch just past the halfway point. Cookson going for 3rd. They've got the 113 of Mahar stuck to the outside, and the 47 of Burgess, who started up on the front row. He is 1 spot out. Now more contact. Sanborn has gone back around in turn number 1. Yellow flag coming back out.
Yeah, more problems for that 29 machine as that time he gets into that 84 of Trevor Graffam and sent spinning into turn number 1 there. As that contact really came from essentially the start-finish line. They were still in the quote-unquote straightaway, as there's not really much of a straightaway here on this track.
Okay, take a look back at it right now. He tried to fill the hole, but Graffam was already down there. It looked like. Let's take another look back here and see if we can get a better look as we go high above the speedway with the Bruce Coulter Carpentry blimp cam. See Sanborn on the outside. He thought he had a hole. Graffam was kind of down there. I would say that he was kind of there, Kelly.
Yeah, it's really a hard one to call. I mean, it looked like the 29 was going down and the 84 was going up. Just 2 drivers that were kind of heading in opposite directions and trying to occupy the same bit of track there. So that's going to be a tough one to call. We'll see what race control is going to say about that. But for the time being, that's going to send the 29 of Sanborn all the way to the back. And he has just not been able to catch a break for this race.
A tough break for the Smokers Haven sponsored number 29 Ford Mustang out there. But so far, we'll see if he'll be able to. He's got it pointed back in the right direction. Has a little bit of front end damage. But we'll have 8 laps to get it done, 7 laps to go when we go back green flag racing when we go back here. So be interesting to see if he can make it back towards the front. One car that hasn't made it towards the back is the one of Varney. We saw him inside of that transfer spot, and then after that contact there and went around, he is relegated back to that 7th position, unable to make any ground up. But now it'll be a new front row dancing. Partnered Brian Conover and Scott Tapley up on the front row. Max Cookson will start 3rd. Brad Mahar, that 4th and final transfer spot, and he's going to have to start on the outside here as the pace car gets ready to pull into the pits.
Yeah, pace car down and away. And we are going to get back to green flag racing. Can these guys get themselves to the bottom lane? A good start from Cookson, but nowhere to go as he gets right to the rear bumper of that 97 machine. Everyone kind of jostling for positions. Tapley and Mahar look for the bottom lane. There's a gap, but neither of them really go for it. Can the 31 slot down in there before Burgess takes it away? And he will just barely take the spot.
Now a little bit of contact down in the turn number 1. They go Mahar trying to pedal as fast as he can up on the outside groove as he's got the 47 of Burgess now work to the inside. So now the 47 of Chris Burgess trying to hold on to that 4th and final spot with 5 laps to go. Mahar was out in your number 2 spot. Now it's relegated back to 3rd, and now he's under attack by the 1 of Varney.
Yeah, Brandon Varney trying to move himself up into 5th place, and it looks like he will get it as Chris Burgess takes away the final transfer spot and now is on the rear bumper of Scott Tapley. Speaking of on the bumper, looking at the front of our field, Max Cookson is all over the rear end of 97 of Brian Conover.
Hey, hear him working the gas pedals. We go on board with Max Cookson as he works off turn number 2 down the back. Scott, good forward drive. The 97 of Conover really holds the bottom line, blocking any advances. So I think he's under the mindset, well, if you're going to get by me, A, you're going to have to knock me, or you're going to have to go around the outside.
Yeah, he's just trying to hold off on that position. These guys have to be careful, though. They're in transfer positions. Winning this heat does not really matter all that much, so they just have to make sure they don't cause any problems. White flag in the air, and there is a shuffle for our last transfer spot. They're going to go 3 wide, and the 29 of Sanborn going to barge his way through, shove the 47 of Burgess out of the way, and the 47 is going to get turned and up and into one of the berms. And that's going to be a huge shuffle, but the 39 of Max Cookson going to be able to get around the 97 of Brian Conover and win the heat race. So a very exciting finish to heat number 4.
Yeah, very exciting. Max Cookson going to pick up the win. Conover, Tapley, and Sanborn, your 4 cars that are going to make it into tonight's main event from that heat race. So now we'll have to take and see what is up next. It looks like our 5th and final heat race. We promised you a 5. Well, we're going to give you a 5. Our 5th heat race getting ready to get gridded up here, and Kelly has the starting lineup.
Drawing full for heat race number 5 is going to be the 53 of Chase Rogers. To his outside, in starting second, the 25 of Eric Emery. Nick Dyer going to be rolling off in 3rd place in his 188 machine, and to his outside, the 08 of Alan Grass. Starting on the inside of row number 3 is going to be the 94 of Cody Childs and the 4 of Cameron Campbell to his outside. Rounding out our final heat race field here is going to be the 42 of Aaron Wrench and the 54 of Devin Landry.
Another 8 drivers trying to make their way into tonight's main event, virtue of the heat races. Well, we are going to have to take and see who will make it in here. So far, we have 20 drivers already locking themselves in. Or 16 drivers. I can do math, Kelly, I promise.
So we got 16. We're going to take another 4 for 20 here off of this. And then how many do we have from the 2 consolation races? Because I know our LCQ, we're only taking the final driver.
Yeah, so after this heat race here, heat race number 5, we'll go into 2 consolation races, 20 laps in distance, where the top 3 will advance right to tonight's main event. From there, everybody else will go to that 50-lap last chance qualifier, where only 1 position will lock yourself in. So we'll have 1 driver coming from that 50-lap last chance qualifier. But we still technically have 3 more qualifying races coming at you before that one, and then it is off to the big dance here tonight for the Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250. And it is going to be an exciting race tonight, and I am looking forward to it. The heat races have not disappointed so far.
Yeah, I said before we started racing that sparks were going to fly, and these guys have not disappointed. They've shown that they have come here to fight. They've come here to battle. Everyone's just trying to fight for the main event win, because nobody needs to play the big game. Nobody needs to play the big picture game. Nobody needs to go for points. Everyone just wants to go for the win, and they are just leaving it all out on the track and just showing us what they can do and really putting on a great show so far.
Yeah, and right now just to to update people there, we talked about what is on the line here tonight. So far, each heat race winner in the heat races have taken home $15. So $15 to the heat race winners. Tonight's main event is going to pay $125 and a trophy from Stephen Perry. So we got to thank them for their plus bonuses for the first two, courtesy of Kevin Hartley and Chris Fortier, LCQ winner and second place prizes, courtesy of Northeast Racing News and Dan Collins. So we'll go through all of that stuff coming up here, but the heat races, well, yeah, your transfer spot on the line, well, so isn't the $15 prize. There is heat race number 5 underway as we go green. The 53 of Rogers jumping out to your early race lead as they come off turn number 2.
Yeah, that 25 car spun the tires off the start, checked up that high line, and now he is moving backwards. Really, the whole top lane is moving backwards. People trying to shuffle into their positions, and there is a big gap that's already opened up between Rogers and Dyer, sitting in first and second place. That 25 of Emery still struggling. Oh, there's contact in the back, and that's going to send the 08 of Alan Grass around, and we are going to stay green as they get themselves sorted back out and back underway.
It looks like the 4 of Campbell and the 08 of Grass make contact if we stay green. So Grass, unfortunately, going to lose a bunch of positions here as Chase Rogers still leads it. One car out of shape. He'll get a little bit of side action. That was the 42 of Wrench in car number 42. He'll get knocked back to your 6th position. As your top 4 are Rogers, Dyer, Childs, and Landry. That's your top 4 as they've kind of broken away from the 25 of Emery as they work down here on the front stretch.
Yeah, and that was just a bit of an unforced error from that 42 of Aaron Wrench. Just kind of got a little loose on entry, hit the curbing on the inside of the racetrack, sent him up the racetrack, and it was kind of good that Landry made the pass to the inside because Wrench was losing the car off of turn 4, tapped the door of the 54, got himself straightened back out, and was able to keep his momentum for the most part, but it dropped him all the way back into 6th place, and now he has to not only get around Eric Emery, but close up that 2.5 gap between himself and the 4th place transfer spot.
Yeah, right now watching the man on the move, that's the 54 of Devin Landry as he has moved into your 3rd spot. He's closing in on the backside of the Distance Racing Products, number 88 of Dyer. Dyer trying to hold on to that position as they chase down the 53 of Rogers, about a half second behind them. So your top 4 cars underneath a blanket per se as they try to top or 2nd and 4th, I should say. Landry takes a peek down low, couldn't quite fill the gap as they come off turn number 2.
Yeah, Landry wants to go after that $15. He wants to get around Dyer and chase down Rogers, but can't quite find the opening as Dyer is keeping a very steady and consistent line, and now he's actually starting to close up to chase Rogers, and Rogers had himself a decent gap after the initial start, but has not been able to maintain that pace and has now pretty much lost his entire lead.
Yeah, top 4 cars definitely have spread it out. If you're wondering about the 94 of Cody Childs, that's the Jordan sponsor, number 23, that runs in your 4th spot. So on scoring 94, on racetrack 23 for those paying attention at home and keeping a scorecard. As we ride on board with our race leader Rogers, you see Dyer up the racetrack now. Here comes the 54 of Landry. Landry's going to take a peek down to the inside. He'll take away that 2nd spot, and that's all it takes is one mistake, and it's going to cost Dyer 2nd. He'll get shuffled back to your 4th position as Cody Childs will work underneath him here in turn number 1.
Yeah, and that's what you call forcing an error there, is Landry putting some intense pressure on that 188 of Dyer. Dyer thought he was going to go for the inside and kind of dive up and maybe kind of straightened up his wheel for a second and just caused him to slide up the racetrack, gave a nice opening for Landry to get through, and now Landry all over the rear bumper of the 53 of Chase Rogers. Rogers now just has to try to keep his focus. We have 6 laps to go, but he's going to take a look to the outside, and we'll see if Landry can make a move there.
Landry takes a peek to the outside. That opens the inside for the 23 of Childs. Childs will get to the back bumper, gives them, hey, I'm going to back here, so don't do that too much, as they all try to find a way around the 53 of Rogers as they work here in the turn number 1. 5 laps to go in our final heat race of the evening. Landry's back to the outside, takes a peek there, trying to find some kind of grip up on the outside. And you see the marble starting to build up on the outside of the racetrack. It's only going to get worse as the night goes on. And you get up in those, you better hang on. It's like driving on black ice. As now Landry takes another bid in the turn number 3.
Yeah, Landry has better exits off the corners, but there's just nowhere for him to go as Chase Rogers is just kind of filling the lane right now. He's trying to take a look to the inside on the entries of the corners. Now he's going to try the outside once again, maybe seeing if he can try to cross him up into the corners, but Rogers still keeping it nice and planted on that bottom lane. Popsicle sticks in the air, 2 to go.
2 laps to go, and while these guys battle it out, the 42 of Wrench is really chased down, is going to put pressure. Does he have enough time to put pressure on the 188 of Dyer? Your race leader blinks out. Rogers was gone for a moment. Electrical issues. White flag is out. Chase Rogers leads it down to the turn number 1. Landry to the back bumper as they come off turn number 2. Down the back stretch for the final time in the turn 3.
Chase Rogers trying to be the first pole sitter to win his heat race, and it looks like he will do so as he crosses the line just barely ahead of Devin Landry to win our final heat race of the night.
Landry will finish second. Childs and Dyer, your 4 cars that'll transfer into that last into the feature event. Now we will go right into our first consolation race with 19 cars scheduled to start this one. And this is what the first 5 rows will look like here for our consolation race number 1. As we get ready to go here, this is the starting lineup. Starting on the inside of row number 1 will be the number 5 of Dominic Curette. Matthew Burgoyne's going to start to. These guys already transferred in, didn't they? Kelly, Curette, Matt Burgoyne?
Yes, they did transfer, so they aren't going to be taking part in this race, but because of iRacing's scoring and how the this event is laid out, these guys are still going to be scored, but looks like our starting pole might be the 9 of Jason Ricker.
So Jason Ricker going to start on the pole here. We'll move everything up. PJ Merrill, car number 77. Will start to the inside or outside of him in the second spot. Third starting spot will be the 42 of Aaron Wrench. Thomas Bennett in car number 33 will start in the 4th spot. 5th starting spot will be the 84 of Trevor Graffam. Mario Ercolani in car number 41 will start 6th. 7th starting spot will be the number 45 of Daniel Keith. Eric Emery in car 25, and shotgun on the field will be car number 47 of Chris Burgess. And we saw Burgess in heat race number 4 go for that spin cycle and got up onto the light pole berm. They had to pull the backup car out, and they had to do it in a hurry, Kelly, as they only had 1 heat race in between to get that car ready.
Yeah, but he is going to get himself out on the field, and really that's the most important bit. You can't have a chance if you aren't in the race, so he has been able to get himself on the racetrack, albeit in the final position, but we'll be taking 3 from this race, 3 from the next race, which means only 3 of these drivers won't make the main event, it seems.
Top 3 drivers going to come out of this one. Everybody else will go into our last chance qualifier, which will come up after consolation number 1 is done. I want to say hello to everybody watching out there on YouTube and Facebook. I want to thank you guys for tuning on in here tonight. These drivers appreciate you. If you appreciate what they are doing, please hit that thumbs up. If you're new to the Turn 3 Racing Network, hit that subscribe channel. We have racing 7 nights a week, all the way from the short tracks, whether it's asphalt or dirt, all the way to the high banks of Daytona and the road courses all around the world. We have it here for you on the Turn 3 Racing Network. Let these drivers know that you appreciate what they are doing for you. So field is starting to roll out now here, and it will be P.J. Merrill, Jason Ricker on the front row of this one. Top 3 spots, well, they are going to lock themselves into tonight's main event.
And so all these drivers just fighting for a podium position to lock themselves in. However, there is still another consolation race after this and the LCQ, so there's still plenty more chances to qualify, but the sooner the better for these guys.
3 spots up for grabs. After that, you must win to get in that 50 lap last chance qualifier coming up in a little while. But right now, field down and away. The 9 of Ricker jumps out to your race lead as they enter down in the turn. What contact up at the front of this one. Around will go the 113 of Mahar. Yellow flag coming out here is our first yellow flag of the Constellation number 1. You think those 3 spots don't mean anything to these drivers? Well, you're in for a treat here for these 20 laps that are coming up our way.
Yeah, I believe we are going to get essentially a full field reset here as that wreck happened on the very first lap. So these guys are just going to shuffle themselves back to position. Actually, it looks like Merrill might be scored. Yeah, he will be shuffled to the back of the field for being involved in that accident, which really unfortunate for that 77 machine, as I believe he kind of got into a similar situation during his heat race as well.
Yeah, I apologize out there to the Mahar fans. He is already locked in, I believe, or going to be in Constellation number 2. That is the 77 of Merrill. They both have similar paint schemes out there. So the field pacing around the speedway. 9 cars in this one, going to take 3 out of this one, sending 6 to that last chance qualifier. And Kelly, that is the last chance qualifier is not the place you want to be here tonight, as they're only going to take the winner out of that one.
Yeah, that is going to be a tough race to try to transfer through, and with only 1 driver, your chances are very slim unless you are able to get yourself to the front of the field and be really a fast and consistent driver. So these guys are really going to be fighting hard for these 3 transfer positions here to avoid going to that LCQ.
Jason Ricker started up on the inside of the front row. He'll restart there when we go back green flag racing. Outside of him is car number 33 with the Saco River Wildlife Center Chevrolet. That is Thomas Bennett. Bennett just missed that transfer spot in his heat race, and while his heat race had up and down moments, he finds himself here now. Got the restart on the outside of that front row, and while the outside might not be where you want to be, kind of a blessing right now. Not a lot of laps on these tires, so they are still fresh. Maybe a little bit of grip out there. If he gets a good start, maybe be able to drive around the 9 of Ricker.
And it's not impossible. We saw it earlier on with the 3 car. He got himself a fantastic jump and was able to dive to the inside from the outside in turn number 1 and take away the race lead. So you can make a move on that outside. We'll see if 33 can do it as the pace car goes down on the way. Green flag comes out. Big slide from the 84 of Trevor Graffam. That's going to cost him big, but he's going to be able to slot himself back into 4th position. But now Mario Ercolani has taken away the final transfer spot.
Yeah, Ercolani in that 41 has contact with your race leader. Ricker goes around and it's all over the place. Yellow flag coming out as they're still wrecking here. 1 car up on his lid. That's the 42 of Wrench, and he'll come back down on all 4 tires, be able to pull back away. Let's take a moment to dissect that one. I believe that all started with Eric Emery here in that 25 automobile. Let's take a look. That was a big mess off of turn number 4.
It actually started at the front of our field between Bennett and Ricker as they got into each other and then checked up at the same time. The 25 got tapped and sent around. It actually looks like net code between the 47 and the 25 of Eric Emery, and then there's a bit of contact between the 41 and the 45. They get locked into each other, and then as a couple drivers are trying to get around them, that 42 of Aaron Wrench gets the worst of it, gets tapped in the side, sent onto his lid. Very fortunate to land back on his wheels and not have to take a tow, but really just a bit of a mess for these guys, all trying to battle for these final transfer spots.
Yeah, tough go here at the start of Constellation race number 2 as we come back live. We're going to take a quick moment or take a quick break. We'll be right back here. You're watching the Mainly Ductless Heating and Air Maine Sim Racing Series on the Turn 3 Racing Network.
With the Butt Kicker Gamer 2, what you see and what you hear is what you feel. Butt Kicker, The future is feeling.
Welcome back here to the Turn 3 Racing Network. The field getting doubled back up as we get ready to go in consolation number 1. 20 laps is the distance. Your top 3 coming in will lock themselves in to tonight's main event. Pace car will be down and away here with Jason Ricker and Trevor Graffam up on the front row. Green flag is out. We're back underway.
And already seeing some problems in the back of the field between the 33 and the 41. It looks like there was a bit of a checkup with the 25, which caught them out by surprise. And the 33 of Bennett still slow in turn number 1, but green flag is going to stay out. We're going to keep racing as the 45 of Daniel Keith Jr. going to get to the inside of Trevor Graffam and try to take away second place. And the 77 of PJ Merrill, he's going to try to follow him through.
And Graffam up the racetrack now. The 45 of Keith gives him the right rear a little bit. Up the racetrack he went. Now the 47 of Burgess going to move into that 4th spot. This will set the inside line for the last chance qualifier coming up. After, if you're not in that top 3, you'll end up in that last chance qualifier. So it's the inside row of this consolation number 1. But it is Ricker showing the way up at the front of this one. Here comes PJ Merrill. Merrill down to the inside in that 77. He'll work underneath Keith. Keith up the racetrack, and that's going to open the door for the 47 of Burgess.
Yeah, Keith just got on the throttle a little too early last time around through 1 and 2, got tight off the exit, and that just opened the door for Merrill, who had been just applying the pressure for the last few laps. Ricker still looking in his mirror, seeing all his battling while he's opening up a bit of a gap. Probably very happy with his position right now, but there could be another caution at any moment as these guys are battling hard for every single position here, as each one of these guys wants to make this main event so badly. Another mistake from the 45 is going to open the door for the 47 of Burgess.
Burgess down to the inside. He'll scrape the paint off the curb into turn number 1. Off of turn number 2, he'll come out. That's your new transfer spot. Here comes the 42 of Wrench. Remember, we saw him up on his lid during that first yellow flag. He is rebounded nicely. He'll run in your 4th spot, looking to chase down the 47 of Burgess. Graffam rebounding nicely after his get up the racetrack here early on. And this time by lacrosse flags will be out. 10 to go here in consolation number 1.
Now Aaron Wrench starting to get up to the rear end of 47 of Chris Burgess. Now he sees an opportunity to the inside. What a recovery from this 42 machine. Just a few laps ago, he had flipped over, and now he's got himself into the final transfer spot. So great driving from Aaron Wrench and some great mental strength to really shake off a bad break for him and recover to move himself up into 3rd place. Now just has to hold off for the last half of this heat race.
Yeah, Wrench has really shown some speed the last few weeks here with the mainly ductless heating and air sim series here, as he has now locked himself into that 3rd and final transfer position here tonight as they work down off of turn number 4. It'll be 7 laps to go. Merrill starting to close in on Jason Ricker. That race lead down to half a second as they close in on the backside of the 33 of Bennett.
And Ricker has led every lap of this consolation race so far, but PJ Merrill trying to close up that gap and change that back and try to take away the lead for himself, as every little position may help him once he gets to the main event, but just has to make sure he doesn't cause any problems. A bit of battling going on back further in the field between Burgess and Graffam. Graffam trying to get around Burgess so he can chase after that final transfer spot. The 47 of Burgess trying to hold him off, but can't quite keep the door closed.
Yeah, Graffam going to move into that 4th spot. Now looks to chase down the 42 of Wrench. As they come off the corner, it'll be 4 laps to go in consolation race number 1.
And not a lot of time for that 84 of Graffam to close up the gap on Wrench. Wrench just has to focus on hitting his marks and keeping a clean ride. Meanwhile, in front of them, Merrill has caught up to Ricker, but I don't think it's going to be enough here as we've got just 3 laps to go.
3 laps to go, and you're in the transfer spot. You know, yeah, you'll move up 1 spot in tonight's main event if you get past them, but is it worth trying to get past them in contact, or would you rather make it into the night's main show? Rapid Ears are up 2 laps to go. The 9 of Ricker down the back stretch as he heads into turn number 3.
Yeah, some very strong driving from Ricker as he's kept his car very steady, hasn't made any mistakes. Meanwhile, behind him, Merrill pushing as hard as he can, getting his car loose, and that might hurt him as he's going to have to deal with a very slidey car on this very final lap. Last chance for these guys to transfer as Ricker is going to hold on and win the consolation race with PJ Merrill in second place and Aaron Wrench taking the final transfer spot.
Wrench will be that third and final car. Grafham, Burgess, Earl, Coloni, Keith, and Emery gonna have to go to the last chance qualifier, which will be coming up in a little bit. Well, we have one more consolation 20 lapper coming on up, and this will be the starting lineup here as everybody will get out onto the racetrack. We'll let them take a moment to grid. Just like before here, the top 10 drivers already locked into tonight's main event, so it's going to be 11th on back on the starting grid, and this is the starting lineup for this second and final last consolation race, and it is going to be the number 23 of Chris Fortier. Starting on the front row outside of him will be the number 1 of Brandon Varney. Starting on the inside in spot number 3 will be car number 44. That's Kyle Treadwell. Outside of him will be the 8 of Gleason Smith. Cameron Campbell in car number 4 will start 15th. So outside of him will be the big dog, Shane Lake, the 09 in car number 09 will start 16th. Brad Mahar in 113 will start 7th. 8th starting spot will be Mike Harnish in car number 22. Ben Burgess and Alan Grass will round out your 10-car field here for consolation race number 2. A lot of fast drivers in this one, Kelly, as we get ready to go for another 20 laps of action.
And it looks like we may be missing 2 cars from this field here. So that's going to be good news for that 09 and that 08 as they'll be allowed to move up there. And that's actually going to put the 09 up into 4th as long as they these guys do not reconnect here. So these guys are probably hoping that those gaps stay open.
Yeah, it should be a good consolation race here. So we'll take 3 more drivers out of this one. Everybody else will go to that last chance qualifier, which will come up. So we're weeding the field down here tonight as we get closer and closer to the Bruce Coulter Carpentry 250 here at the Oxford Plains Speedway. This is being ran by the Mainly Ductless Heating and Air Sim Series here on the Turn 3 Racing Network. And it's being brought to you tonight. All the action being brought to you by Bruce Coulter Carpentry. Give them a call if you are in some repair needs or want to do some new construction. 207-949-6503. Also being brought to you by TJP Enterprises. Ryan's Concrete Coating. Phil's Towing, the official tow truck of the Mainly Ductless Heating and Maine Sim Racing Series. Dave's World Sand and Gravel, and Thayer's Automotive Racing Engines. So that is all of the presenting sponsors of the 2020-21 racing season here, Kelly, as we get ready to go with consolation number 2. This one, you have to be in the top 3, or you're going to have to get that car ready to go for 50 more laps of action. So these drivers are going to have plenty of laps under their belt before they even make it to that 250 here tonight.
Yeah, and we saw in that last consolation race just how desperate and how much these guys want to make it into this main event and how much of a battle it is for those 3 transfer spots. And I'm sure that this race is going to be just the same.
Ready to go as we ride on board with our pole sitter, Chris Fortier, as we get ready for the green flag. Green is up and we're underway as they all head down to the turn number 1. As it will be the Fortier automobile out to the front. Leading the way. 1 car down the way. That's the 70 of Ben Burgess. He did the same thing in heat race action. Did not quite get as much air. 1 car up the racetrack. That's the 09, the Shane Lake. He'll get shuffled back in the Beach Ridge Barbershop number 09. Up at the front of this window, Chris Fortier showing away as Lake gets sideways up and over across the track and head on into the fence as we stay green for the time being. Ben Burgess going to go down to the infield as well. So those 2 drivers might be out of this one as they race up front for the race lead. Starting to heat up as the 23 of Fortier holds on to it.
Oh, and he nearly lost it to the one of Brandon Varney. Varney saw his opening, tried to get there, but the 23 of Fortier just shut the door right in his face. And Treadwell trying to hold on to that last transfer spot as Brad Mahar putting a ton of pressure on him, trying to see if he'll crack. Sees an opening to the inside, can't quite get his nose there. Tries to look at a turn 3, but it's not going to be there either, so he has to slot back in behind that 44. But I don't expect Mahar to give up just yet. Still has a lot of time to make that move into the final transfer spot.
Yeah, right now, plenty of time. We're right on board with Mahar as he rides in that 4th spot, trying to get around Treadwell. Treadwell is in this position. A little bit of contact that time off of turn number 3. No harm, no foul as they work here. Varney all over the back bumper, the 23 of Fortier, as those two have broken away from Treadwell just by a quarter of a second, as they will close in on the backside of the 70 of Burgess. Shane Lake down on the apron, or in the pits right now, so his yellow flag will come out for the 70 of Burgess, who's just in front of your race leaders. Now we'll see what happened to the number 70, as I believe that he might have gone for the spin cycle. Let's see if we have it on the turn 3 racing replay.
Looks like he was just trying to get out of the way and came to a stop outside of turn number 1, and I guess still being on the pavement out there, it did trigger the yellow flag, unfortunately.
Yeah, some front end damage on the front end of that number 70 as he is able to pull it back on the racetrack. So maybe some suspension damage causing that car to go straight there. But we are slowed for the first time here in our consolation number 2. So the field now will pace behind there, as it's been a chippy one up at the front of this one. Varney trying to apply the pressure now. We'll have to start on the outside here. That could play well into the hands of the 44 of Treadwell. His hill will start on the inside of that row number 2 there. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, but these top 3 were basically going to be in the same position as they started it, and the only real change was Mahar. Mahar was a little further back in the field, has now got himself up into 4th. But we saw him in his heat race struggle starting on that outside lane. I mean, that's pretty much the reason why he's in this consolation race in the first place, is he just had a really bad restart on the high side, got shuffled all the way to the back, and now he's just barely on the bubble of that last transfer spot. And it's going to maybe come down to another restart on the outside.
Yeah, so Mahar going to have to start on the outside. The good news is we'll have 13 laps of racing left when we go back green flag racing. Bad news is, like you just said, he's going to start on that outside, and that's kind of no man's land. We're getting reports from driver Shane Lake out on the racetrack as well, and saying that there's hardly any grip on the outside right now. So
yeah, you were saying earlier, once you get into that marbles, it's like ice, and you really saw that with that 09. He got up high and then just could not find grip. So these guys on the outside have to be worried about the marbles that they'll pick up on this pace lap.
Yeah, definitely a lot of marbles being built up around the racetrack. Lights go out on the pace car. That means we're going to go back green flag racing next time off turn number 4. So far, your top 3, Fortier, Varney, and Treadwell. That could get shaken up here as this. We get our first restart here as it comes to you off turn number 4.
Pace car down and away, 48 in the lead once again. Green flag in the air, and we are back racing. A good start on the outside for that 113. Is he going to be able to get in front of the 44 of Treadwell? No, he's going to get a tap to the rear end, and he's off into the gravel and into the wall outside of turn 2. So a tough break for the 113 of Brad Mahar as we stay green.
Yeah, Mahar hard into the outside wall back there, and that sand does not really slow you down. As Treadwell now will move to your number 2 spot. Varney up to 3rd, and the 4 of Campbell right there in that 4th spot. And car number 4, he's trying to close in on there. So Varney only losing 1 spot, and kind of got lucky there, as now he regathers himself, gets those tires clean, as he'll try to trace back down the number 44 Treadwell.
Yeah, he's got to be careful, though. He's going to have to try to make a move if he sees that gap, but Cameron Campbell is right behind him, ready to pounce if Varney makes a bad move and makes one mistake and leaves an opening. So Varney has to pick his opportunity carefully, but he's actually starting to lose ground to that 44 of Kyle Treadwell, and now pretty much has to focus entirely on defending from that 4.
Yeah, the 4 of Campbell starting to close in on him with the Golding Garage number 4 back there in spot 4. trying to close in on there. Everybody chasing the 23 of Chris Fortier, and I can tell you, all season long, Fortier has been one of those drivers that is in the running probably for the Tough Luck Award. Always works his way towards the front and then finds trouble, either finds him or he finds trouble in some fashion, trying to stay out of that now with just 6 laps to go in this 20-lap consolation number 2, trying to lock his way in so he will not need that provisional that will come into play here after all of our qualifications are done. Sean Campbell, our chief scorer and race admin for the Mainly Ductless Heating and Sim series here tonight, as he was all season long, does a great job putting this together. You can catch these drivers at your local racetrack all summer along. These guys are getting ready to geared up for what hopefully will be a great summer of racing. But I'll tell you, great racing right now is for this race. Lee Treadwell all over the back bumper of Fortier, and Varney starting to reel them back in as well.
And the 4 of Campbell trying the outside lane, just in a desperate attempt to do anything here, but it's not really working out for him at the moment. He's still trying to work that outside lane though, still staying up there, and he's starting to lose a little bit of ground, so I think he needs to get himself back to that bottom lane, and it appears he will do so.
The parallel flags are up, 2 laps to go here in this 20-lap consolation as they work through turns 1 and 2 and down the backstretch. Fortier starting to pull away now as Treadwell starting to feel the pressure. Those top 3 drivers are locked in as of right now. A little bit of gap back to Campbell. White flag is out. Final trip down the backstretch for Chris Fortier.
Yeah, I think Campbell's moves to that outside are going to cost him as Varney has pulled away along with Treadwell and Fortier last time around turns 3 and 4. Chris Fortier is going to win the last consolation race and lock himself into the main event along with the 44 of Kyle Treadwell and the 1 of Brandon Varney. Cameron Campbell, Alan Grass, Brad Mahar, Ben Burgess, Shane Lake will all be going into the LCQ.
So right now we'll jump into that feature event. We'll give you the starting lineup. We won't pull the graphic up here as it'll be all mixed up here, but we can tell you if it is not one of the top 4 drivers in our heat races that did not make it in, and not any of the drivers that just finished inside the top 3, well, they're going to be in this last chance qualifier. Kelly, 50 laps is the distance. A long distance here for these drivers, but only the winner will move on into tonight's feature event, and it looks like the number 84 of Trevor Graffam is going to start on the front row of this one here as we pull up the starting grid for this last chance qualifier. Let's see here. It'll start with the number 84 of Trevor Graffam starting on the inside of row number 1. To his outside will be the number 4, Cameron Campbell. Chris Burgess in car number 47 will start on the inside of row number 2. To his outside will be the number 08 of Alan Grass. Mario Ercolani in car number 41 will start in that 5th spot. 6th starting spot will go to the 113 of Brad Mahar. Daniel Keith, Ben Burgess in car number 70 will make up row number 4. Row number 5 is going to go to the 25 of Eric Emery and Shane Lake. And shotgun on the field will be the number 33. That is Thomas Bennett. Those are your drivers here in this last chance qualifier.
Yeah, only one driver will be transferring on. The winner of this LCQ. Everyone else will have to hope and pray that they get a provisional into the main event. So really all the battling is going to come down to the head of this field. And I think we're going to see some desperate drivers and we're going to see some desperate moves because these guys are just going to have to fight like cornered animals to get themselves into this main event.
And 50 laps is going to be the longest distance that we have seen up to date tonight. As we move in here, as the field starts to pace behind the pace car here tonight for the last chance qualifier. So your top 11 drivers will be in this field here tonight, and only the winner. Only one spot matters here tonight. Out of this group of cars, though, they will have 3 to 4 provisionals based on points and participation in the 2021 mainly ductless heating and air Maine Sim Racing Series. Tonight, the season finale as we get ready to go with tonight's racing event. Last chance qualifier. After this, we'll have a quick intermission and we'll do some interviews. I got a couple drivers lined up for some interviews. And then we will get into tonight's main event with 250 laps being brought to you by Bruce Coulter Carpentry. But the pace car ready to peel off the racetrack. We are going to go green flag racing here in last chance qualifier. 50 laps is the distance.
Trevor Graffam gets out to a good start. Cameron Campbell trying to find his way to the bottom side. Not quite there for a gap just yet. Has an opening. Has to close the door before that 47 of Burgess gets there. And he will slam the door shut just in time, but he gets his car out of shape. He's going to wiggle up the racetrack and get all the way out towards the wall and lose two, now three positions, 47, 41, and 113. So problems for that 4 of Campbell off the first lap.
Yeah, Campbell will slide back to that 5th position right now as they work here as Emery, as Bennett is not going to be shown. Well, scoring is a little bit messed up right now, but Trevor Graffam is your race leader, and at number 84 is now it'll all cycle back through as Graffam leads it. Burgess is in your number 2 spot. Earl Delaney, Mahar, and Campbell. That's your top 5 right now. Alan Grass runs in 6th. 7th is the number 70 of Ben Burgess. I believe he's got his aviator wings after the first 2 after the heat race in the Constellation. Let's see if he keeps it on the racetrack here tonight. Tough break for that number 70 as he works through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, trying to recover after some difficulties earlier on tonight. He has an opening now to the inside of Alan Grass, and he is going to get his car there into turns 1 and 2 and take away 6th position. So things may be looking up for that 70 machine, but he still has a long ways to go as he's got a number of drivers in front of him as he actually gets into the 08 that time and loses that position. Now may lose another position to the 45.
Yeah, Keith's going to take a look down to the inside in car number 45. That is the battle for your 7th spot. Up at the front of this one, it is still Graffam leading it. Burgess, Earl Delaney, and Mahar, your top 4. Campbell rounding out your top 5 as we watch this battle for 7th as they work around the racetrack. Shane Lake in the 09 rides there behind them, but things starting to tighten up for that 3rd spot as they come to off turn number 4.
Yeah, Ercolani has just been trying to hold the bottom lane from that 113 of Mahar. Mahar trying to find a way around. It seems like the 113 is faster, but that 41 of Mario Ercolani staying as low as possible on these straightaways, just completely taking away that bottom line from Mahar, and it's really costing the both of them time as Burgess and Graffam start to pull away from them.
Yeah, right now the top 2 cars have separated themselves. They work off turn number 2, putting lap 10 in the books, working lap number 11. So just 40 laps to go in this last chance qualifier. And your race winner will go on to this. Mahar really back to the back bumper, trying to move the 41 of Mario Earl Delaney up the racetrack. Can't quite do it quite yet, but those drivers are really starting to lean on each other as Mahar sees your top 2 starting to distance themselves away.
Yeah, Mahar is just feeling like he can be faster and feels like he can maybe catch those lead 2 that are pulling away, but Ercolani just not wanting to give up any sort of ground here, still holding that bottom lane. You see him staying pretty much a lane shallower on these straightaways. Now he's going to make a bit of a mistake into turn 3. That's going to leave an opening, but not quite enough for Mahar as he jumps the curb on 4, and he's not going to quite be able to get to the inside of that 41. That's really our tightest battle here is between these 2 cars, and now it's starting to include a 3rd car as Cameron Campbell starts to catch up to them.
And Campbell able to start to reel into the back side of that number 113 of Mahar. Meanwhile, Graffam still showing up as your race leader. They're going to be catching the 33 of Eric Delaney gets loose off the corner. He's going to fall all the way back to 5th as now Mahar will clear him. Campbell, not sure if there was contact off turn number 4 or not, but now Mahar got some clean air in the front of him as Mario Earl Delaney back to your 5th spot as now Mahar trucks to chase down to 47 of Burgess. Some gap daylight starting to grow between himself and Graffam as they work here through turns 3 and 4. Graffam starting to stretch out that race lead.
And yeah, that was definitely contact between the 113 and the 41 in turn 4. Mahar just kind of got to his rear bumper, gave him a tap. The 41 got a little loose, tapped the curb in turn 4, and that shot him pretty much up the racetrack. He tried to force it low and got his car really loose and allowed Brad Mahar to get around the outside. Now Mahar going to try to chase down the 47 of Burgess, who, as you mentioned, Al, has lost ground to the 84 of Graffam, but now we are starting to catch up to some lap traffic as Graffam is now starting to see the 33 of Thomas Bennett in front of him.
Yeah, Bennett is going to be right dead ahead in front of our race leader as they come out the corner, putting lap 20 into the books. This one, 30 laps left to go. Graffam going to have lap traffic in front of him. And you know, Bennett, he was quick in his heat race, kind of got the short end of the stick. Now Mahar to the back bumper of Burgess. This is the bid for second.
And Burgess going to slide up the racetrack in turns 3 and 4, and that's going to give the position to Mahar. Mahar just trying to fight his way through the field. I think he's pretty much been our biggest mover so far in this LCQ, and now he is one spot away from transferring as Trevor Graffam is pretty much the only driver standing between him and the main event, but Graffam opened up a 1 second gap over the 113, is now going to try to run away and secure his position.
That 1 second in front of them last time by, just a few 1/1000th of a second quicker was Mahar last time by, a full 10th faster than your race leader as they keep it now 1 second in between the gap. As this time off turn before the cross, flags will be up. 25 laps are in, 25 to go. Well, and we are under yellow flags. Looks like the 4 of Cameron Campbell might have gone around here.
Looks like he got into the 41 of Ercolani in turns 1 and 2.
So let's take a look here. The truck says they have it, Kelly. Let's take a look and see what happens to number 4 of Campbell. See I'm racing here with Earl Kalani. Gets underneath them, contact with the 41. Oh, and the 41 was sideways, and they kind of just met off of turn number 2. And Campbell around, he will go. And that will bring out our yellow flag. First yellow flag of this last chance qualifier. Not what Mahar wanted, because now, guess what? He's got to start back on that outside here, just at the halfway point of this last chance qualifier.
Yeah, it's probably pretty bittersweet for Mahar because it closes up that gap between him and Graffam, but now he has to start on the outside, and that's just been kind of the bane of his existence this whole night, has just been starting on that outside lane. It's just been costing him every single time he's had to restart out there, but if he can get things working right, and he did last time, he had a very good start, but that was the problem. He had a good start and had nowhere to go to the inside, try to force his way down there, but it didn't work. This time, though, if he does get a good start and he's able to maybe jump that 84 on the outside, he might have the opportunity to slot down in front of him. So we'll have to see who's really going to be able to win this short little drag race off of turn 4 once the pace car gets out of the way.
And if he can stay alongside of Graffam, you can kind of pinch him on exit, try to break his momentum here at the Oxford Plains Speedway. But it's a tall order, especially we know we've heard reports from the racers out there that that we're going to be seeing a lot of no grip out there right at the current moment. Well, the tires are up to temperature. They might have a little bit of grip, but you see as we follow these race cars around with the Bruce Coulter Carpentry blimp cam that there's a lot of marbles built up on that outside line. It is a very, very thin line as the lights have gone out on the pace car.
Yeah, and the marbles have even started to move into the top groove there as they continue, as everyone continues to battle around the bottom side of the track. It just makes that top side worse. But pace car now gonna dive to the safety of pit road, and we're gonna see what these drivers can do in the last half of our LCQ. Brad Mahar getting a fantastic jump. He's gonna clear the 84 going into turn 1, and he's gonna take the position away. And we got a car off into the grass. That looked like the 45 of Daniel Keith Jr. And Thomas Bennett goes around to bring out our caution.
Interesting to see if Graffam will get that lead back, or was Mahar the race leader at the line on that restart. As the yellow flag has come out here once again. It looks like Thomas Bennett involved as well with the number 45 here. So we're quickly back under yellow flag for our second yellow flag. of this last chance qualifier. I believe the 113 had the lead at the line on that restart there, Kelly.
He definitely did. He had a fantastic launch. As soon as that green flag came out, just hooked up the rear end, and he was ahead of that 84 at the start-finish line, and it looks like he will maintain that position. So Mahar finally turning his fortunes on that outside lane.
Let's take a look back here and see what happened on the start to bring up our second yellow flag here as the truck has it as we go back to the restart. You see the 45 of Daniel Keith starting at the outside here on this restart. They go down in turn number one. Oh, just got on the brakes up into the gas. The 33 of Bennett also went around up on the top of the speedway, and then yellow flag quickly coming back out here. So multiple incidents there. Bennett and the 43 of Keith. So no harm, no foul. Just a little bit of off-track excursion for that number 45. The Gutter Brothers LLC sponsored Chevrolet out here tonight.
So now Mahar will have to really switch positions with Graffam here, and we'll see if he can get as good of a start on the inside. As maybe it was just the fact that he was able to kind of get his car a bit more straightened out before the exit of the turn on that high side, and was able to really just hook it up on the rear end, and just had a great launch. And now he has to make sure that Graffam doesn't do the same thing to him.
Yeah, I was really surprised at the launch that Mahar was able to get up off the front on the outside there. The outside line now has not been the preferred line here tonight at the Oxford Plains Speedway. The pace car is down in the way. We're back underway, and it is a drag race down to turn number one. 113 of Mahar going to win that race. And here comes Earl Kalani. He's going to take away that number 2 spot. Burgess up the racetrack as he'll run side by side with the number 70 of Ben Burgess. So the Burgess drivers battling it back there for your 5th spot. Mahar holds on to that race lead with 24 laps to go.
Yeah, good recovery from the 41 of Ercolani. He was involved in a little bit of trouble earlier on, got shuffled down in the field, has now fought his way back up into second, got around Graffam, now has to try to chase down Brad Mahar, but Mahar has seemed like the fastest driver in this LCQ so far, and it may be a tall order for that 41 to reel in the 113. They've got a little bit of traffic. The 4 car on the apron in turns 3 and 4. We are going to stay green as he's off the racing surface.
Yeah, they're going to be working to the backside of the 45 of Daniel Keith as well. As Keith comes back, he gets back up to speed in front of your race leader. So right now, your top 3 is Mahar, Ercolani, Graffam, and Ben Burgess, and that number 70. That's your top 4 drivers. And Chris Burgess rounding out the top 5. But right now, your race leader stretching it out almost 0.8 of a second as he'll work underneath the 45 of Keith off turn number 4.
Yeah, 45 got a little bit of a heads up from race control to let the leaders by, as there is a lucky dog in effect, so he doesn't need to fight for his position. He's going to stay out of the way as the rest of the field tries to get through there, and Ercolani is really trying to hold off the 84 of Graffam, and we saw the same thing happen when he was ahead of Mahar. He kind of focuses too much on defending his position and kind of compromises his line and lets the other drivers ahead of him kind of get away, and now Mahar is really making the most of it as he has really extended his lead. He's now up to just about, he actually now is over a second ahead of Ercolani.
Yeah, right now Mahar jumping out here. It'll be coming to 17 laps to go. Graffam going to take a peek to the outside. That opens the inside line for Ben Burgess in that number 70 automobile. As this is the battle for second spot. The only spot that matters is the 113. He is your race leader. That is the only position that guarantees you a spot in the Bruce Coulter Carpentry 250, which is the next event on the racetrack here tonight. Is now the 113 Mahar opens it up 1.6 as more contact between Earl Kalani and the 84 Graffam as they battle back here in the spot number 2. Ben Burgess and Chris Burgess starting to trade some paint as well as they all race here inside the top 5.
Yeah, Graffam is seeing Mahar pull away, and he is not liking what he sees. He's trying his best to get around that 41, but the 41, Ercolani, he's been defending that bottom so well throughout the night, has really forced the drivers to just have to shove him out of the way, but it's really costing him at this point as Brad Mahar has just been gapping them lap after lap after lap and is pretty much driving off into the sunset now, and the rest of these drivers are starting to have to hope for a caution to really reel the 113 back into him.
Yeah, Mahar 1.6 seconds out on the front of this one. We'll get 12 laps to go in this 50-lap contest. Is now Earl Kalani is kind of broken away from the 84 of Graffel. They'll work underneath the 08 of Glass, this time off of turn number 2 and down the backstretch. So everybody kind of finding their P's and Q's right now, just running out the laps as Mahar has really stretched it out 1.9 seconds, about a tenth quicker than these guys battling it out for your second position.
And Graffam just cannot find any sort of daylight around that 41 machine, as just behind them, the two Burgess drivers just battling it out, trying to take away each other's positions there. But as you've mentioned, none of these spots matter. The only spot that matters is the one that Mahar is occupying right now, and he does not seem to be giving it up at any time soon, because he's still lapping faster than these guys, and a bit of trouble for that 47 of Chris Burgess. That's going to slide him up the racetrack.
Yeah, Chris Burgess got a little bit of contact there. He'll move up the racetrack. The 45 of Keith will separate himself now. Keith will move up the racetrack. That allows the 47 of Burgess to get back by. As now they work down here in the turn number 1 and 2. With 8 laps to go, the race lead 2 seconds by the 113 of Mahar. And Mahar in that Ford Mustang showing the pace here tonight. He just gets by the 09 of Shane Lake in that Tim's Corner.ca sponsored 113.
Yeah, Mahar has shown some excellent pace here tonight. I mean, he's had multiple chances to transfer, both in his heat and his consolation race, but just wound up with a little bit of bad luck. But now here in the LCQ, he's finally been able to get it all sorted out. He's been able to get himself into the lead and has got a huge lead over Ercolani, and now just needs to survive 5 more laps at the front of this field, as there seems to be no chance of anyone catching him now.
All he's hoping for is no yellow flags here in these final 5 laps. Make it 4 to go. This time at the stripe as Earl Kalani still holds off the 84 at Graffam. These two battling it out, just allowing Mahar to stretch out that gap up to 2.4 seconds now as they hit turn number 3. Mahar looking really good so far in this last chance qualifier since taking the race lead away from the 84 at Graffam. With just 3 laps to go, he's looking to lock himself into tonight's main event.
And so at this point, the rest of the field is silently hoping and praying that they will be in one of the provisional spots, because no one is going to catch Mahar. 2 laps to go. He just has to keep everything straight and tidy. He is 2.5 seconds up on Ercolani.
We're right on board looking at the driver doing the job in the cockpit of that number 113. He'll get the white flag this time as they work down here into turn number 1. Final trip down the backstretch. And Mahar looks like he'll be going in to tonight's main event, virtue of winning the last chance qualifier.
Brad Mahar now crossing the line, makes it official. He'll make it in. He'll be the last driver to race his way in through the LCQ. He is going to burn those tires down around the outside, sliding that car around to celebrate. I'm sure he is very excited to make his way into this race after just getting some bad luck earlier on in the night.
Yeah, so now it'll go down to the rest of the field will be put in by Sean Kimball, the man in control here. But that was round out our qualifying procedures here tonight, and a good clip of racing here. We saw a lot of good racing out there tonight. Is now everybody will start to get their cars prepared for that 250 lap main event, which will be coming up next here on the Turn 3 Racing Network. But Kelly, what are some takeaways that we can take from this qualifying races into tonight's main event?
One thing that we can take is that it's going to be very exciting. I mean, it's been just nonstop excitement since the drop of the green flag in heat race number 1. I mean, as I've said many times, it's very difficult to pass here, but these drivers have shown it's not impossible if you can get up to the other driver and just kind of shove him out of the way or force a mistake from them, because there is plenty of opportunities to make a mistake here, especially with that curb on the inside. You wanted to guard the inside, but if you bounce off that curb, It's going to slide you up the racetrack, open the door, and allow that other driver through. So I'm sure we're going to see a lot more excitement over those 250 laps in the main event, and really, I'm excited. I can't wait.
We're trying to get in some contact here as qualifying has come to a wrap here. We got some drivers in the lobby here as they stand around with their crews trying to make those final preparations. We'll see if we can get them their attention here as we will bring in the driver, the unsponsored number 3, the Chevrolet. Hard to believe that this driver is unsponsored, leading the points coming into tonight's racing action. And Matthew, looking pretty good in that heat race from last to first there. How's the 250 outlook looking for you?
I appreciate it. It's looking, it's going to be a very long race. A lot of strategy and how the race plays out is going to be a big factor. I mean, I think we've got a good shot. I think there's, 31 drivers. If the race plays out right, has a shot to win it. Just got to keep the nose clean and be there for the last lap.
We saw a lot of this racing here. You obviously ran your 20-lap qualifier. Then you had to sit through these last, 90 laps of racing. Any takeaways that you take, that you can put into the driver's seat once we go back green flag racing for this last chance, or not for the last chance, but for the Bruce Coulter Carpentry 250?
Yeah, try to get out front and, control the race, but it's going to be, there's so many good drivers out there. Whoever can get out to the lead first and control the race is going to be to a pretty big advantage. But then there's going to be a bunch of, pit strategy come into it. Do you take tires later? Do you take them earlier so you get better track position? Tires are also a big deal. So it's going to be interesting what plays a hand into this. Is tires going to be more important, or is it going to be track position?
Are you guys able to make it the full 250 on fuel here tonight with the setup there that you guys are on?
No, we're going to need a pit at least once for our fuel. I believe we get 2 sets of tires. So I think a lot of guys might pit twice, one for fuel, and it might come in towards the end of the race to get fresh tires. All depends on how many people are left on the lead lap, and it's going to be interesting to see what it ends up playing out to be.
Well, 31 drivers out here on this racetrack. It's going to be like rush hour for you guys on the interstates here once things get fully back open here. But good luck to you here tonight, and I just want to roll out the red carpet and who makes it all possible for you to not only win your heat race here tonight, but I believe you might have secured that championship here in the 2020-21 season for the Mainly Ductless Heating and Air Maine Sim Racing Series.
Yeah, just got to thank Sean for everything he does for the league. Thankless job he's got. Got to thank Bruce Coulter he sponsored a bunch of the races, and he sponsored this race. Really appreciate him. And got to thank Maine Ductless Heating there. They've sponsored the series. And got to thank my wife for putting time in the simulator. This is hopefully we don't end up being too late tonight. And yeah.
Well, congratulations on picking up the heat race win. Good luck here in the 250 coming on up. We'll see you in action very shortly here once everything gets loaded in there. Sean is working on that lineup. So we'll see you on the racetrack very soon there, Matt. Good luck.
Thank you.
That's tonight's heat race winner, Matthew Burgoyne. We'll move up to our next one, Kelly, and Max Cookson from 8th place to a heat race win here tonight. It was an exciting heat race win with that last lap pass there, Max, and going to set you up pretty good for this feature event coming at us in moments.
Yeah, that's definitely going to help out. We'll be 4th, so hopefully can stay out of trouble early and just, try to find our way to the lead somewhat quick. And 250 laps, it's a long, long race, so we got some Gatorades and we're ready to go.
250 laps. We know you guys get a couple sets of tires, so you got some strategy to play with there. And 250 laps around Oxford is going to wear you guys out. Not only did you have that, but you ran your qualifier. Now, you only had to do 20 laps, but out of those 20 laps, are you able to take any takeaways from where you're going to be starting here in this main event?
Passes definitely take a few laps to kind of set it up, and it's just going to be really hard to pass. I think track position is going to be pretty important. I think you'll see a lot of guys not even use a second set of tires and just pit once and just play track position the whole race, but you never really know how they're going to play out. I I think there'll probably be a lot of yellows early, and then we'll get some runs towards the end of it. But just gonna have to see how it unfolds.
Well, we want to wish you the best of luck. And before we let you go, you're in final preparations to that number 39. Who makes it all possible for you?
Yeah, I just got to thank Epic Media, Splash and Go Graphics, Greg from Night Owl Creations is on the car, Sean putting the steel on, mainly Duckless Heating, and you guys are doing the broadcast.
Well, the best of luck to you and finish preparation into that good-looking race car. And hopefully we'll be talking to you at the end of that 250-lap main event.
Thank you.
There you hear it, Kelly. That's two drivers that picked up the heat race wins here tonight. And looking pretty sporty in those heat races as well.
Yeah, both of those drivers showed a lot of pace in their heat races, and they'll be ones to keep an eye on once we get into our main event here, starting toward both of them going to be starting towards the front, as you heard that Matt saying that he will be starting in 4th place in that once this main event rolls off. But things will change here in this main because some of these drivers, they've been fast in their heats, but how will they stack up to the rest of this very strong field?
And 31 cars are on here at the Oxford Plains Speedway. You're going to be in lap traffic by lap 10 by most likely. So not only do you have to be patient, but you got to be patient with guys breathing down your neck, especially trying to work through that lap traffic here as we go, work through 250 laps here. You do not want to go down a lap early, but they do have lucky dogs on, so that you will get that lap back if you do go down, if you happen to be in that spot. So you'll kind of have two races within the race here tonight as as we move through the field and get ready to go. But let's see if we can get our ears on with the driver of the number 34 of the fort, and that is Ashton Burgess, and we'll see if he can hear us here tonight. Ashton, do you have a copy out there? Looks like it. There he is. There's Ashton. Ashton, how are you doing there tonight? Congratulations on making it into tonight's Bruce Coulter Carpentry 250.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Thank you guys. I'm excited to get racing here, and we'll see what we have for tonight. It's definitely going to be pretty hard to pass, and we're starting 20th on the outside. So I think if we just take our time, I think we'll get out front to the end. There's a lot of laps, and maybe have a shot at this thing.
Definitely 250 laps is definitely a long ways to go. A lot of strategy going to come into play. Hearing that you guys will be short on fuel possibly, so at least one pit stop it might be needed here tonight in this 250 lap main event. But watching all these watching the last chance qualifier, did you take anything away as that will be towards the end of the 250 time of day time wise? You take anything away from that might be able to help you park that number 34 in victory lane here tonight?
Yeah, strategy is definitely going to be a big part of it. I think you're going to see some guys, like Max said, that maybe only do one stop, and we'll try to play some strategy. We're definitely going to have to come down once, like you said, for fuel. And another great thing is these caution laps don't count, so you can take 4 and not go a lap down. Yeah, those LCQs and consies were interesting to watch. Obviously, a lot of bumping, very hard to pass here. So I think if you come down with, say, a late race restart with 5 to go, you're gonna have to lay the bumper because the guy is definitely not gonna give you the room to just go by. Biggest race of the year, everything's on the line, so you're definitely gonna see some good racing.
Well, you had a great season so far. We hope to cap it off here tonight. Before we let you go, though, who makes it all possible for you and your race team?
Yeah, I gotta thank my dad for letting me put all this time on the sim. I gotta thank Burgess Racing, Burgess Pit Stop, Probo Logan, Integrity Pest Solutions, One Wrap Designs, and Dylan Wilson for this beautiful looking ride. I gotta thank Support Your Local Farmers. They've been a big organization that helps me through this time. Gotta thank you guys for broadcasting this thing, Sean for putting this together, everybody who helped with the donation money. And we're definitely ready to go, and we're gonna have a good night, I think.
Definitely will be a great show. But thank you for your time here. We'll let you go back to finish preparations on that race car for tonight's feature event. Thank you for your time, and good luck in the feature.
Absolutely, thank you. Hope you guys enjoy it.
There you go, Kelly. That is the driver of the number 43 or 34, Ashton Burgess, depending on which if you're looking at it or on the scoring there, but you hear these drivers talking about how difficult it's going to end up being to pass here. We saw that in the heat race where in the heat races, consolations and last chance qualifiers, where you have to lay the bumper to someone possibly to get by them. I don't think you necessarily have to do that, but it is definitely going to be difficult to pass out here tonight at the Oxford Plains Speedway.
Yeah, you don't have to lay the bumper to them, but you have to at least hope for a mistake or really force a mistake by applying pressure. And some of these guys towards the front of the field are really just going to be, cool, calm, and collected and keep themselves on their mark. So at that point, you might have to lay the bumper to them and just give them a small shove, hope that you can just get them a little bit higher up the racetrack so that you can get your nose to the inside into a corner.
Yeah, I just wanted to go through tonight's feature event and what everybody is racing for here tonight for the Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250 presented by Maine Ductless Heating and Air. The race winner tonight is going to be $125 cash prize to the race winner, plus a trophy from Stephen Perry. Second place is going to pay out $80. Third will get $50, 25 or 35 for fourth, 25 for fifth, and then 6th through 7th will each receive $15 here tonight. The heat race winners each got $15 for picking up their heat races. So very, very good deal for these racers out there, as they had 42 entries here tonight. So you got to at least finish inside the top 7 to make some money. If not, have won your heat race. You're already on the plus side here tonight. The halfway leader will get is courtesy here for the first 2 courtesy, Kevin Hartley and Bounty, courtesy of Chris Fortier. LCQ winner and second place prizes got prizes from Northeast Racing News and Dan Collins. The halfway leader will get a bonus here tonight, courtesy of Skull Motorsports. $25 to the most laps led, $25 to the hard charger here tonight in the Bruce Coulter Carpentry 250. $50 to beat Max Boundary, must win and not be involved in an incident with Max to collect that. So I like that they did put that on there. So usually when you hear bounties, Kelly, usually it doesn't end up well for the driver that has that bounty on them. But they made it so you have to be clean the race around the 39. You got to beat him fair and square in order to collect on that $50 beat the Max bounty. $10 winner to the last chance qualifier. So Brad Mahar will already get his entry fee back here tonight. Let's see here. $50 and not advancing to the main event with second place in the last chance qualifier unless they get a provisional. So whoever does not get in the show will get that $50 prize. And the leader at the completion of lap 125, the halfway point, will get a $50 bonus. So a lot of exciting bonuses out there for these drivers. They're going to be able to fill their pocket to put on their real race cars. But as timing and scoring gets underway here, they get ready to go. With tonight's main event, we are waiting for that starting lineup to be handed over to us. We're going to step away here on the Turn 3 Racing Network. You are watching the Maine Ductless Heating and Air Maine Sim Racing Series here on the Turn 3 Racing Network. We'll be right back after these messages.
iRacing is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all around the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics, engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 170,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsports organizations like NASCAR to deliver virtual races based on the real-life NASCAR Cup Series, as well as many other series on the NASCAR ladder. iRacing also features team racing, providing a variety of options for members to create and manage their own teams. Race with friends or real-world teammates in full-length endurance events like the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, or the Bathurst 12 Hour. Additional partners include IMSA, World of Outlaws, Supercars, and IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own Indianapolis 500, Bathurst 1000, Chili Bowl, and many more iconic events. This is iRacing, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car. Sign up today at iRacing.com.
Bowling brings people together.
Right down the middle. You got it. Uh-oh. Good job.
See what you can do, man.
Oh. Wait.
That's a strike right there. Connect with family and friends. Go bowling.
With the Butt Kicker Gamer 2, what you see and what you hear is what you feel. Butt Kicker. The future is feeling.
Son Hamilton. I'm Director of Racing Operations and Event Management for NASCAR. I'm also the Series Director for the eNASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series on iRacing and the eNASCAR Ignite Series on iRacing. We're here at Myrtle Beach Speedway for a test session for Zach and Max, the two champions from the eNASCAR Peak Series and the eNASCAR Ignite Series. They're testing late models in partnership with Rev Racing. Opportunity for them to come out and showcase the skills that they built on iRacing in a full-size stock car for the first time.
Got in the car, got the wheel adjusted. Zach's in the car now. Get that set up for him, and we ready to roll here in a little bit.
The tips we got were basically just to try and keep it on the bottom as best as possible, and that's going to be the easiest way to keep the car in one piece and just not make any mistakes.
You're off the throttle for a long time. You're off the throttle longer than you actually think you need to be, but the corners are so long. If you try to pick the throttle up too fast, it's just going to either jerk the car loose or make it tight and then jerk loose. Any other questions?
Nope.
We'll try it, and if you have any trouble, need to talk about something, it's fine to stop. Always come off the racetrack like we did, a while ago.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, that was crazy. I wanted to open it up a little bit more, but it was all about just keeping the car in one piece, being safe.
I have no complaints on that. So just now that you're out, you can relax and think about what you did and then we'll apply to the next round. Okay. Yeah, you did very well. Yeah.
Thank you.
You make me nervous, but you didn't. You didn't make me nervous this time. Yeah. So that was good.
You good with the height now? All right.
What about your gears? You know where they're at? First, second, third, fourth? Okay.
What we're telling you now is what we've told him all along.
And you're doing fine.
Yeah.
You're doing perfect. We're just trying to help those little places to gain more. My name is Mark Green. I work for Rev Racing. I am the driver development coach for the team. They both got up to speed fairly good. The biggest thing, especially here at Myrtle Beach Speedway, it's the line that you run. This place it's old pavement. It's wore out. It doesn't have a lot of grip. So there's a different way of racing this racetrack, line-wise and driving-wise. So we had to work on those aspects of it with them. But they took to it very well, and they learned most of it. They still don't have it obviously down pat. After 6 hours, nobody would. Both young men did very, very well. We were very happy with our test today. No mishaps, and I think everybody had fun, and we had a good day.
So both Max and Zach did a great job. It was very impressive to see how quickly they got up to speed today. They took the coaching very well. We implemented a similar format to what we do with the Driver Diversity Combine, where we bring a large group of drivers in and evaluate them. We gave them a couple sessions in the morning to get up to speed. Both of them took those sessions, learned from the coaching that we had today with Rev Racing's Mark Green, and both of them built. And as we went on throughout the day, every time they went out, they got faster and faster, and we're actually turning some pretty competitive laps by the end of the day. I think it just reaffirms our belief that iRacing in the future can continue to be a grassroots form of racing where we're reaching a new audience, reaching a broader audience of talented drivers that may not have access to a traditional racetrack to begin their racing careers, but they can start them on iRacing and then from there propel themselves to the next levels and higher levels of racing. And just like drivers similar to William Byron, we'll continue to see drivers like that get their start on iRacing, make their way up the NASCAR ranks, and hopefully one day be racing in the Cup Series.
The most realistic online racing sim ever made. This is iRacing. Detailed laser scan tracks, fully dynamic, real-world cars, and over 50 series to choose from. 6 online world championships offering over $400,000 in annual prizes. This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing.
And welcome back here to tonight's main event. This is the Bruce Coulter Carpentry 250, and this is your starting on the inside in 31st position with the Saco River Wildlife, number 33 Chevrolet. It is Thomas Bennett.
Starting on the outside in 30th in the 47 Burgess Motorsports Chevy is Chris Burgess.
Starting on the inside in the 29th position, car number 84, the Black Flagged Podcast Chevrolet, it is Trevor Graffam. Graffam in car number 84.
Rolling off in 28th, the 41 Karma Salon and Day Spa Ford. That is Mario Ercolani.
Starting in the 27th position, in car number 113, we saw him pick up the last chance qualifier win. It's the Tim's Corner.ca Ford Mustang, Brad Mahar. Mahar in car number 113 will go off from 27th.
Next driver of the car number 1 RPM Racing Engines Chevrolet. That is Brandon Varney, going to be rolling off in P26.
P25 is going to go to the car number 42. That is the driver of the Strictly Roofing, car number 42, the Dodge entry of Aaron Wrench. Wrench is going to start 25th.
Rolling off next in 24th position, that is the 44 Hendricks Motorsports Chevrolet of Kyle Treadwell.
Starting on the 23rd position, in car number 77, the Rowan Sons Trucking Ford. This is PJ Merrill. PJ Merrill in car number 77.
Rolling off next will be the 23 Bruce Coulter Carpentry Chevrolet. That is the 23 of Chris Fortier in 22nd.
Starting in your 21st position, the RKM Setup Shop Chevrolet, the number 9, Jason Ricker.
Rolling off next in 20th position, that is going to be the 88 Distance Racing Products Chevrolet of Nick Dyer.
Starting 19th on tonight's field, car number 29, the Smokers Haven Ford, the number 29, this is Trevor Sanborn.
Next up, we have the number 12 Barry Race Cars and Customs Chevrolet. That is Corey Bubar, going to be starting in 18th place.
Starting in spot number 17, the driver of the number 13 Roy's All Steak Hamburger Ford. This is Evan Roy.
Starting in 16th is going to be the 43 Burgess Racing Chevrolet. That is Ashton Burgess.
Starting 15th on tonight's field, car number 94, the Military Talent Source Toyota, the number 94, this is Cody Childs.
Next up, we have the number 31 Stafford Motor Speedway sponsored Toyota of Scott Tapley.
Starting on the inside of row number 7, the 04, the GTR Simulator Chevrolet, the 04 of Tyler Gelbert. Gelbert will start 13th.
Starting in 12th, that'll be the number 37 Beach Ridge Barbershop Chevrolet of Nathan Barth.
Starting 11th on tonight's grid, car number 27, the Mainly Ductless Heating and Air Ford, the number 27, this is Jordan Harnish.
Now getting into your top 10, we have next the 54 Carver's Auto Repair Toyota of Devin Landry, rolling off 10th.
Your 9th starter here tonight in car number 97. He will start in that 9th position in the General Motors Chevrolet. This is Brian Conover. Conover in car number 97 will roll off 9th.
Starting in 8th position, that'll be the 46th Phil's Towing Chevrolet of Chris Downing.
Starting in your 7th position in car number 2, the Strawberry Fields Apothecary Dodge, this is Benji Eaton.
Next up, rolling off in 6th place, that is the number 51 Runtal Radiator Chevrolet of John Peters.
And now your top 5 starters for the Bruce Coulter Carpentry 250. It will be the number 53 Bill's Automotive Chevrolet. This is Chase Rogers. Chase Rogers will roll off 5th.
Starting on the outside of row 2, our 4th place driver, that is going to be the number 39 Epic Media sponsored Ford of Max Cookson.
Starting to his inside in row number 2 will be the number 3 Chevrolet. This is your current points leader, Matthew Burgoyne.
Starting on the outside of the front row, our 2nd place starter tonight, that is the number 16 CBS Lobster sponsored Chevrolet of Tyler Jordan.
And starting on the front row, your pole sitter for the Bruce Coulter Carpentry 250. It will be car number 5 in the Merrill Motorsports Chevrolet. This is Dominic Curran. There is your 31 car field ready to do battle here for you guys here tonight on the Turn 3 Racing Network. And I am looking forward to this feature event. And Kelly, I don't know about you, but just sitting here watching these cars sit on the grid, looking to ready to go green flag racing here tonight. It will be ready to go.
Yeah, less than a minute before we roll off, there is 31 cars out here, way more than we've had at any point here so far tonight. And this racetrack is going to get real busy real fast, and I'm sure all the drivers are both nervous and excited to get this race rolling off.
Yeah, we couldn't make this season possible for the mainly ductless heating and air Maine Sim Racing Series without all of their great partners for the 2020-21 season, and we want to thank them all, like Bruce Coulter Carpentry, TGP Enterprises, Brian's Concrete Coating, Phil's Towing, the official tow truck of the Maine Sim Racing Series. Hopefully they don't get a workout here tonight, Kelly.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people are going to get a workout, both the drivers with dealing with this whole race and us trying to keep up with all the action that is going to happen out there. But we are finally rolling. Dominic Curran going to be in command of this field once we get started, and this pace car just going to have one more lap after this, and it's going to get out of the way and finally get us started on this 250 lap main event.
Yeah, the field already going in the turn number 3 in the back markers here. Well, I won't call them back markers. The last guys in on tonight's field based on provisionals and their attendance in the 2020-21 season. They are tacked onto the back of this one, giving us 31 cars for 250 laps, all green flag laps. We are ready to go racing here tonight.
Took almost 2 hours of racing to sort out this field, and we have some more racing ahead of you. Pace car is down and away, and we are finally green for the Oxford 250. Dominic Curran gonna have a great start, gonna keep himself alongside that 16 of Tyler Jordan. Jordan looking for a way to the bottom, but Matthew Burgoyne gonna hold on. Both of them gonna get sideways though. That's gonna open up a gap for Jordan to maybe get there, but Burgoyne gonna keep the door closed. Caution is gonna fly for the first time, and it appears to possibly involve the 44 of Kyle Treadwell.
Yeah, Kyle Treadwell went through the spin cycle here on the front stretch on the start of this one. So we get one lap in here into this feature event, and it will be slowed here for the first time. Let's take a look back and see if we can keep an eye on what happened to Kyle Treadwell. You see him coming back up through the field here on the screen. Let's take a look back here on watch this on this initial start. He started on the outside of that 42 of Aaron Wrench and PJ Merrill back here in the field. Just got on the gas a little bit too hard there. Kelly spun the tires and around he went and up and over that sand mound. So you know that that does a lot of suspension damage. You see how damaged the left side door and right side door on that number 44 is already. Not something that you want early on in this one, not even a lap into this feature event.
Yeah, he just got a little too excited to get this race started. Just a bit too much pressure on that loud pedal and broke the rear end loose, as you really never get fully straightened out here on this racetrack. So on these, especially on these initial starts when your tires are extremely cold, you have to be very careful applying that power to not break that rear end loose, because you're both steering and starting to accelerate, and it's asking a lot of cold tires.
Yeah, one driver already down on pit road, and we should talk about the pit road real quick underneath this first yellow. Only 25 stalls on the front straightaway, or on the front opening. Then you kind of got to run that road course for the second pit stall, and that's where Thomas Bennett will just roll off of pit road right now after getting some service done to that number 33. But it's interesting, you got to know where your pit stall is, and they were able to load in. There, no hot laps were taken before this feature event. So these drivers out on the racetrack for the first time, and they did scrub those marbles away that we saw it before. And the last chance qualifier, how they really built up. So it'll be interesting to see how much they build up. The lights are out on that Ford Mustang pace car. So right now the outside line a little bit dirty. You can see the dust up on the outside of the racetrack. So maybe Treadwell getting in that dust here, but we're ready for a restart here. With one lap complete, we're going to get the green flag, and we are back underway here for the Bruce Coulter Carpentry 250.
Bit of a wheel spin from the 5 of Currett that time, and that's going to keep him side by side with the 16 of Tyler Jordan. Once again, the 3 of Matthew Burgoyne trying to get himself up inside that 16 car, and it is going to happen this time. And we are going to get a lap clocked in as that 16 gets loose once again, and he is fighting that race car. A big problem for Tyler Jordan is he just cannot get that thing to grip underneath him.
And Jordan working the outside of the racetrack, that number 16. Right now, Kelly, you don't want to really push too hard on the outside. You kind of want to find yourself a hole. He's going to be able to find that hole right there in between the number 2 of Eaton and the number 39 of Cookson. So he'll slide into that 5th spot. And right now, early on in this race, it's about finding your rhythm as we got a bid for your race lead.
Yeah, Matthew Burgoyne going to dive to the inside of Dominic Currett. Currett not going to challenge him that much. It is very early on in this race, so he's just going to let him go. Just behind them, we got another battle between Rogers and Cookson. Rogers trying to cover the inside on the back straight. He's going to lose the inside on the front straight, though, and that's going to allow Cookson to slide through and possibly allow Jordan as well to follow him through. And yes, he will get his nose to the inside, so Chase Rogers is going to have to drop down into 5th. There is a gap between him and the 2 car, and he will find that gap and get himself back down to the preferred lower lane.
And Rogers will slide back to that 5th spot. Not a bad spot to be in right now if we do happen to have in our yellow. A little bit further back here, we saw the Nathan Barth automobile. He's got Chris Downing in at 46 to the outside. Now Cody Childs will work to the inside of him as they head into turn number 1.
Yeah, Downing needs to try to find his way to that bottom lane. Well behind him, that 31 of Scott Tapley. He's also found himself shuffled out into the slower high side. There's a bit of a gap between the 29 and the 13. Can the 46 find his way there? He's going to try to force his way down. The 29 of Trevor Sanborn tried to keep him out there, but just could not get his the gap closed up enough. But that is going to allow him to get into that lane.
Yeah, right now that Chris Downing automobile working there. So we got contact, big pile up off in turn corner. Cars everywhere. Downing gonna go around. Cody Childs facing backwards. The 34 of Ashton Burgess, we talked to him in between the qualifying events and tonight's feature event. Not the way he wanted to start his night. Everybody able to pull back away there. But let's take a look back here and see what happened to bring out our second yellow flag of the evening, as there was a full mess in turn number 2.
Yeah, that started way out ahead of the field between the 2 of Eaton and the 97 of Conover as they got into each other, and then the rest of the field trying to stack up and check up behind them created another bunch up, and the accordion effect just kind of caught a lot of these drivers out, unfortunately.
Yeah, hard to check up there. As we saw on that replay, looks like the 27 automobile that got into the back of Eaton, and then they just was on from there. The 51 having some contact as some drivers headed down pit road right now as they come back live here. So everybody kind of sorting it all out, but Corey Bubar and that number 12 down on pit road. Cody Childs and that Michael Jordan number 23 down on pit road as well, fixing some damage. Right now, you do not go down any laps as we see the 2 of Eaton finally coming down pit road. So you don't lose laps right now with the caution laps not counting. So right now, you take this yellow flag and fix your cars down on pit road. So tough break though for some of these drivers as they are down on pit road getting their stuff fixed. Well, we're underneath this yellow flag. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. You're watching the Mainly Ductless Heating and Air Maine Sim Racing Series, the Bruce Coulter 250. And we are back here. Pace car down and away. Green flag up in the air. We're back on our way to this feature event. Burgoyne and Cookson side by side off of turn number 2. And we're back underway down the backstretch.
And Tyler Jordan able to slot himself into third place between the 5 of Dominic Currett and the 39 of Cookson. Cookson had a fairly decent start there as Burgoyne kind of was a little late getting on the throttle, but he was able to really hold off on that inside line and defend the lead as everyone still fights to try to get themselves back into single file.
Yeah, Sandbar right now working the outside of the racetrack back here in the back of the field with Mario Ercolini. Yellow flag going to come out as it looks like for the third time here. Not sure what the yellow flag was flown for. Looks like Thomas Bennett in car number 33 has gone around.
That looks to have been brought out with a bit of incident between the 41 and the 33 going into turn 1, which sent the 33 all the way out to the wall in the grass.
Yeah, not saying that here on the truck did not get that, so we apologize for not getting that replay to you. But the 33 of Thomas Bennett going to the tail of the field right now as the field works underneath them. You know what they always say, Kelly? Cautions breed cautions.
Especially at a track like this, because it forces everyone to go double file in a track where there really is only one lane here. So that incident really came out of a desperation move, because it seemed like the 41 was trying to just get himself to that bottom lane where Bennett was, and just clipped the rear bumper of Bennett and sent him out into the grass.
So a tough break for the 33 of Bennett. The good news is there are plenty of laps left to go. The bad news is he's going to be relegated to the back of the field as we see a little discussion for position down here between Earl Kalani and the 46 of Downing. So iRacing and our driver, as we see Bennett pull down in the pit road, might as well go down and try to get any damage that is fixed. Corey Bubar was down as well. The Buber in that number 12 automobile. So no damage on the 33. He'll pull out and away. Mario Earl Kalani works the outside of this racetrack as he's still discussing that position with the 46 of Chris Downing. Chris 40 are in front of them as well. So we've been there, haven't we, Kelly?
We sure have. We've both been in these kind of situations where you just kind of find up a little bad luck early on and just have to fight back from it. So hopefully these guys are able to shake it off and keep going.
Right now, all about trying to get into that position and get into a rhythm here as the field will double back up before we go back. Green flag racing. 13 laps have been completed out of the scheduled 250 lap main event, being brought to us here tonight by Bruce Coulter Carpentry. Burgoyne, Cookson up on the front row. We're going to go back. Green flag racing. This time off to turn number 4. Green flag is up. We're back underway.
Again, a good launch from both Burgoyne and Cookson just going to have to be forced to settle in, go behind that 3 car. The 5 of Currett, he started on pole. He's been finding some trouble on these restarts. Again, he's stuck to that high side, and he is dropping back fast.
Yeah, Peters works down to the inside right now through turns 1 and 2. They're going to bring Harnish in that 27 automobile. He'll go to work to the inside. They're still stacked up 2 by 2 back here. Here's the 54 Olangi works the outside. He'll have to check up for the Current number 5 as he tries to find a hole as Shelbert will fill that one in the turn 2.
Yeah, the 5 of Currett really struggling now. He is going to finally find a way to get himself down to the bottom lane, but he has moved all the way back into 8th place, so has been just moving the wrong direction since the start of this race. Has gone from pole to 8th place in only 17 laps.
Good side-by-side battle back here with the 13 of Evan Roy running in your 11th spot as they are still running door-to-door. Scott Tapley with that Stafford Motor Speedway. Number 31 works to the inside as well. Sambroy working the outside of the racetrack, trying to find a home. Can't quite get there. Ricker as well stuck to the outside. PJ Merrill, next car in line behind the 29 of Sambroy.
Yeah, Sanborn struggling to find a gap underneath him, and that doesn't look to be any sort of daylight on that bottom side. Same with the 9 of Jason Ricker, just stuck to that high side. Might have a gap behind the 1, but he goes way too far up the racetrack, and that's going to allow the 42 of Aaron Wrench to also get to the inside. So a lot of these drivers just really struggling on these restarts. And looking back towards the front of our field, though, there has been a tight battle between Cookson and Burgoyne. Both these drivers have just been running nose to tail, and Cookson not really forcing the issue just yet, knowing that this is a very long race.
A very long race, and you heard from both of them that we're going to have to come down pit road at least one time for fuel right now. So you kind of get stuck in line, get out there. But Cookson, one of the fastest drivers, won last Wednesday night at the South Boston Speedway. He picked up the win, his 4th of the season, and he is looking to go win big here tonight. A lot of money on the line for this race here for the Bruce Coulter Carpentry. $250 for the Maine Ductless Heating and Air Maine Sim Racing Series. Burgoyne showing the way. Cookson in your number 2 spot. Tyler Jordan runs in 3rd. How about the 4th place driver? That is Chase Rogers. He's got Peters up the back bumper of that number 53. Now Peters will swing to the outside, trying to find a way around him. Don't do that too much. His harness is ready to pounce.
Yeah, and Rogers just trying to hold off Peters. Peters looked to see if he could go to the inside. Now he's going to try it again. Going to go to the inside down the front straightaway, but not quite able to get his nose in before the first turn there. So really just a good battle between the 53 and the 51 as Rogers just trying to hold off that inside line and keep the door closed. Now there's going to be another opportunity for the 51, and that's going to force Rogers to stay high and give up the position to Peters. And now Rogers has to try to find his way back to the inside line as soon as possible, because now here comes Jordan Harnish to take away the position as well.
Yeah, Harnish is next in line like a conveyor belt right now. Harnish to the inside, and will be the number 04 of Jalbert next in line. There's a little bit of daylight space. Is Roger going to be able to get down in front of Jalbert? He will not. So Jalbert now will fill that spot and take away the 6th position away from Rogers. He'll find a home now as Devin Landry's going to try to fill that. One car going around. That's the 13 of Evan Roy. Roy down on pit road, and we will stay green for the time being. Meanwhile, up front, still a nose-to-tail battle between the 3 of Burgoyne and Max Cookson. Cookson all over the back bumper of that number 3 automobile. The bounty hunter number 3 of Matthew Burgoyne showing the way up on the front of this one. They are closing in on the back of the field. Evan Roy able to get back out onto the racetrack. He'll fall all the way back to that 31 position.
And I don't expect Cookson to really make a move for the race lead unless Burgoyne makes a mistake, because they're still early on in this race. Both these drivers talking about how it is a long race and they're likely just kind of settled in for the long run. And really there's no pressure for Cookson to make the pass either, because these two drivers have really just checked out and have left the rest of the field behind them. Nearly 2 seconds separate Cookson in 2nd place and Jordan in 3rd place.
And since they've been able to get around the 53 of Rogers, Peters and Harnish have kind of opened up a little bit of a gap over the 04 of Jalbert. Jalbert has the 53 of Rogers battling him, or behind him as well, as here comes the 37, the Beach Ridge Barbershop's entry, number 37 of Nathan Barth. He's up from 9th spot. He's moved up 3, but the biggest mover of the race, this is going to come to no surprise, one spot outside the top 10. It's the 113 of Brad Mahar. He started 27th on the grid, now cracks the top 10 here on lap 34.
And Dominic Curett's struggles continue as he gets moved to the outside lane once again, loses multiple positions, and now he is down in 12th place after starting on pole. So really needs to shake this off, find his groove once again, and try to get the pace that he had during the first heat race that got him into the pole position.
And the race leaders are starting to see the back end of the field right now. The first car that they're going to come up to is the 13 of Evan Roy, and they are about 10 car lengths off the back bumper of that number 13, as your top 2 are still nose to tail. Cookson, a little bit of a shot that time. The handling might be starting to go away on that number 3 of Burgoyne.
And these two drivers just seem like they're in a separate class already. I mean, we've only had a few laps on the green, and they're nearly 3 seconds now ahead of the rest of the field. They have just completely taken off from them and really just have to focus on keeping things clean for the time being and trying to get around these lap traffic as they start to catch up to them, as you mentioned, as nobody catching up that 13 machine in just a few laps, and there is a number of cars ahead of him as well.
And right now they're closing in on Evan Roy as we go high above with the blimp cam here. Cookson right to the back bumper, but a little bit deeper in the field. We have some great action as we look back here at the 17th position. That is Nathan Bard. He's got Sandbar right there, or Sanborn in front of him in 29. As they all work there. One car up on the curb. That was the 42 of Aaron Wrench. He got a little bit out of shape. He's up 13 spots since the start of this race, as Brad Mahar will take away 8th spot from Rogers.
And Rogers going to get shuffled up the racetrack as well. Tries to find his way back down to the bottom, but the 5 of Dominic Curate, he's going to fill that gap and prevent the 53 from dropping down. Now there may be a gap behind him between the 42 and the 5, but the 42 going to surge up ahead.
A little bit of bumper rub. As Max Cookson moves Burgoyne for your race lead. Burgoyne now back to second. Cookson gave him the bumper here on lap 43. New race leader. Sorry about that, Kelly. But Cookson moved the 3 up the racetrack and is now your new race leader.
And Burgoyne fired back going through turns 1 and 2. He hits the rear bumper about 3 different times, but Max Cookson held firm. He's going to keep holding on to the race lead, and whatever I said earlier about these guys trying to stay calm and keep a nice even pace throughout the start of this race, that's already out the window, as Cookson has pretty much fired the first shot in this guys' battle, but I think Burgoyne looking to answer back very quickly.
Yeah, those two drivers they work very closely together, so they know each other's driving tendencies here as they work around the racetrack. Cookson, 0.2 of a second lead now as they close in. Lap traffic going to come into play here tonight as they are on the same straightaway as Evan Roy. A little bit deeper here inside of the top 5. It is Tyler Jordan. He's got the 51 of John Peters. He's worked to the back bumper of that 16, trying to find his way into 3rd. And Harnish rounding out your top 5.
Yeah, Peters just looking for any sort of gap. Knows that he doesn't need to rush things as we're still only on lap 47. Oh, nearly gets into the left rear quarter panel of that 16. And the 16 of Jordan is just going to cut his losses, allow the 51 by before they really get into any sort of trouble here. And just going to move himself back 1 position. Now Harnish looking to see if he can maybe sneak his way through and take away another position from Jordan, but Jordan will find the gap and slot himself in 4th place.
Just a moment ago, the race leaders had almost a situation on their hands as the 41 of Eric Olaney had gone up the racetrack in front. He is the first car down 1 circuit to our race leaders. Had a moment off turn number 4, Kelly. He got a little bit loose, and the race leaders had to move into that 2nd groove. Able to get by, Eric Laney able to get back onto the racing surface, but down 1 lap to our race leaders back in the 31st position.
And a bit of a gap starting to opening up between our leaders here. Cookson starting to pull away from Burgoyne just a little bit, about 3 minutes up right now. And he's going to have to hope for the lap traffic to stay out of the way. I mean, lap traffic has been given the order from race control to stay high as soon as the leaders catch them. And as we see, the 13, as soon as they get close, he just moves out of the way.
Yeah, Evan Roy up the racetrack, obeying the orders from race control. Sean Kimball he has put on a great season here all season long as your race leaders work down the backstretch. Now a half-second gap back to the 3 of Burgoyne. So Cookson starting to stretch his legs as he works to the backside of the 84 of Graffham. He'll be the next driver to go down 1 circuit here as we got everybody kind of just riding it out right now, single file around the racetrack, trying to find some real estate to make a move and get this lay down some laps. 250 laps is a long race.
Yeah, we had a lot of action early on as the field was still kind of jumbled up from the heat races, and I mean we didn't have the fastest drivers up front. We had them all kind of mixed up, and all the guys that thought they were quick were just trying to lunge to the lead. And now that everyone's kind of in their respective positions, things are starting to calm down a little bit. People are starting to settle themselves down and get into a groove here. But I'm sure as people continue to try to find ways around their opponents, that tempers are going to flare and frustrations will build once again, and we'll get a little bit more bumping and banging. But for the meantime, I don't think that bumping and bang is going to be coming from the leaders because Cookson is starting to check out from Burgoyne.
Yeah, almost 1 second. But how about this driver? Up 20 spots here tonight is the number 113 as we go on board with Brad Mahar. Up 20 spots, started 27th, up to 7th, Kelly, and now looking to close in on the 04 of Tyler Jalbert.
Yeah, Mahar has been just having a fantastic drive all evening. I mean, he's encountered a few problems during his heat race and his consolation race, but was able to learn from those mistakes and really turn the tables on them, as we saw him earlier on struggling with restarts on the outside and then won the LCQ because of a restart on the outside. And now, after being one of the last drivers to make it into the main event, he's climbed his way through the field. So really can't praise Brad Mahar enough as he still tries to chip away at those drivers in front of him.
Yeah, one driver also working their way up to the field. It can't be remiss if I didn't say up 17 spots is the driver that is in 9th. That's the one of Brandon Varney. Aaron Wrench inside the top 10 as well, up 15 spots. So a lot of drivers moving their way up towards the front. Maybe they don't have the luck they had in the heat races or the consolation races, but they have found their speed here so far. 62 laps into this 250 lap main event.
And Burgoyne is really starting to lose Cookson as he's dealing with lap traffic. He's got 2 lap cars between himself and the leader of Cookson, as Cookson has just found his groove and has just got his car really hooked up and has put it down some very, very fast laps. I mean, just the previous lap, he was already a 10th of a second faster, and now we get the yellow once again, so his lead is going to be completely gone.
And a 44, Kyle Treadwell in trouble once again here, bringing us underneath our 4th yellow flag of the evening. Let's take a look back and see what happened to the 44 of Kyle Treadwell. See them side by side there with the 13 of Evan Roy and Tyler Graffam right behind them. They know the leaders just got by. Oh, slight contact between Graffam and the 44. And around he went. Mario Urcolini getting into the left rear quarter panel as well. Let's take another look back at that one.
Yeah, there was just a little bit of daylight on that bottom side that the 84 of Graffam thought that he could get himself into, but as soon as he tried to get his car down there just wasn't quite enough space, caught the left rear quarter panel of that 44 machine, and pretty much immediately was on the radio to take claim and take responsibility for that caution.
Yeah, it's a tough break there for the 44 of Kyle Treadwell as the field is slowed. We got some takers on pit road. Scott Tapley coming down pit road along with the 97. So a little bit of that strategy play as the right side goes up on that Stafford Motor Speedway number 31 of Scott Tapley down here as they've taken right sides. Moving around. They do get 2 extra sets of Hoosier Racing tires in the pits for this race. And we heard them talk early on. You could not make it on 1 tank of fuel. Could they have burned enough fuel to make it the rest of the way here as they are working lap number 64?
Yeah, the pit strategy may play a part in it because you want to pit under caution. It's pretty much your only opportunity because you can't go a lap down under caution with the caution laps not counting here. And if you try to pit under green flag conditions, I would assume you'd go multiple laps down just because of how short this track is. So it's really just going to be a bit of a strategy call game here with a few of these guys.
Yeah, so right now, out of the 31 starters here tonight, we have 27 cars still on, or 26 cars still on the lead lap. Chris Downing coming off of pit road here in car number 46. He'll wait for the field to pass, so everybody getting a chance to get down on pit road if they wanted to. So we have some fresh tires towards the back of this field. We'll see how big of a change that will be for some of those drivers here tonight. So we'll see. Remember, there is the lap lead bonuses here tonight. There are also the halfway bonus in effect here tonight. So the halfway leader, courtesy of Skull Motorsports, will get $50. Green flag backing away. Those are back under green flag conditions, and Max Cookson going to jump out to the race lead with Burgoyne to the outside. Here comes Peters to the inside.
Oh, a bit of contact. The 16 is going to go around, and that is going to cause a big accident as there is a lot of drivers involved. Looks like the 77 of PJ Merrill also going to be involved. Same with the 37 machine of Nathan Barth.
Everybody getting sorted back out here, trying to vie for that position, all those positions. As yellow flag is going to come out here. Tough break for the driver that was running inside the top 5.
So it's another situation of cautions breeding cautions, as we've mentioned, and a few drivers really trying to just go for it there. I saw PJ Merrill make it 3 wide earlier on before just kind of getting the bad end of things and getting launched out into the grass. So everyone just trying to make the most of these opportunities on these restarts, and unfortunately I think that's going to be where a lot of our cautions come from.
Yeah, let's take a see if we got a look back here. The truck thinks they have caught it. So let's see here. 16 gets hit by harness. It looks like maybe possibly, and around they go. And this is bad news for these drivers. Just being passed by Sean Kimball here tonight in through the booths here, practicing our social distancing. There's a 33 incident limit here tonight. So what that means, you can have contact up to 33 times before you will get parked here. And well, these drivers got to try to keep it clean so they don't get parked underneath these yellow flags here. Is the 16 of Tyler Jordan down on pit road, along with the 41 of Eric Colaney is down there as well. It looks like he's getting 4 tires on that number 41 Carmen Salon and Day Spot Ford entry for Mark Eric Colaney. So he'll pull down and away. You really feel bad for the driver of that 16 car, running well inside the top 5 all race long so far. And around he will go. So tough break for the 16 here. So everybody will start to get doubled back up. Max Cookson still, well now, it looks like the number 3 car. Possibly your race leader, maybe a little bit of strategy as Cookson is on the outside. Did not see if Burgoyne had beat him to the line or not, Kelly.
I missed that as well. It possibly did mean, possibly the 3 did beat him to the line. A caution is going to immediately fly once again. I don't think the field is really bunched up there.
No, it looks like the 44 of Treadwell possibly gone around again here to bring out our 6 yellow flag. So after a good stint of racing, and Trevor Sanborn down on pit road as well. Let's take a look here and see what happened to Treadwell.
Yeah, we hadn't gotten underway yet, and Treadwell was just trying to catch up to the back of the field, and I guess didn't realize how fast he was catching him. Got into the 37, which sent him down and ended up with turning Sanborn onto his lid.
Yeah, it's a tough break for the number 29 of Sanborn. He sits down on pit road. Imagine he had to take the Phil's tow truck ride to the infield. As now the field will pace under its yellow flag, and that's why your scoring is jumping all around here. So our 6th yellow flag of the night has flown here in what has been a good race. Now Max Cookson shown as your race leader there. I believe he did beat Burgoyne to the line that time. So a little bit of swapping of positions up front here on these restarts.
Yeah, I believe what's happening is on these starts, the outside line is just getting a little bit better of a jump and beating the inside line to the start-finish line. And since caution laps do not count here, it just rolls back to the previous lap. And if that outside line is just getting his nose ahead, he's getting the position. So I think that's been the reason why Burgoyne and Cookson have been kind of being swapped back and forth under these cautions.
And getting the Bruce Coulter Carpentry easy pass was the 84 of Trevor Graffam. So Graffam going to be back onto the lead lap here as this field starts to double up here. New 3rd place driver. That is the number 27 of Jordan Harness. He'll restart in that 3rd spot. It looks like John Peters is going to work to the outside in the 4th spot. So lights go out on the pace car here. We'll have our 6th restart of this feature event. Cookson.
I think there was word they may delay it to make sure everyone's stacked up, but the word hasn't come through yet that they've delayed it, so it looks like we will be going green here. So, oh, they tried to call it off at the last second. Pace car's down and away. And no, it seems like it has been called off, so 39 of Cookson's going to have to back it back down and let the pace car back around them.
Yep, yeah, the pace car just coming out of pit road right now, so they will stack the field back up for another lap or so to get these drivers all back into position here. The number 44 of Treadwell down on pit road. He's been on pit road for 3 minutes, so a lot of damage on that number 44. Now the pace car down and away, and now it means we're back green flag racing. As we set them up, one car up and over. Yellow flag coming back over. I believe that was the 5 of Dominic Curett that went up and over here on the front stretch.
Looks to be the 42 got loose on the restart, just kind of broke the back end away, and just a bad situation for the 5 car who got sent flying into the grass on the outside of turn 1.
Let's take a look back here, see if we can watch what happened to the 5 as they come off the corner. Yeah, the 42 gets there, and Rogers gets sent up and over and into the grass. Curett went. Our pole sitter here tonight. The heat race is about the only thing that went in Curett's way so far in this feature event was him starting on the pole.
Yeah, a bit of confusion throughout the field, causing some issues here. So hopefully these guys will be able to get it sorted under this caution. Looks to be Cookson going to be back onto the lead. They're trying to clarify to the drivers that they will be throwing the caution and delaying the start to get everyone bunched up together so that they don't have drivers trying to launch on this initial start again.
Yeah, this track being so short, we talked about it in our pre-race show and before this feature event even started. You know, the caution laps are still, 16, 17 seconds. They're racing at 15 seconds around this racetrack, a little bit longer here under yellow flag. But things happen in a hurry, especially if you have to drop to the tail, if you're the lucky dog, the easy pass here tonight. So it's, I definitely take the drivers getting an extra lap here to get all sorted out, I think is the right call to make here. Is Sean Kimball is up in the control and got that thankless job that we always talk about as the field looks like to be doubling up. We'll see if it gets delayed here, if everybody's in the right position.
I believe they said they're gonna manually do it. They're gonna let the pace car go down and away, but they are gonna stay under pace speed until Kimball throws the green flag himself off of turn 4 the next time by. So hopefully everyone got the message. We will see here as the pace car goes down and away. iRacing throws the green flag, but everyone is gonna stay pace speed for one more lap.
One more lap here, so it'll be a restart this time off of turn number 4. You seeing the marbles starting to build up around the Oxford Plains Speedway on the outside of the racetrack and on the inside. So the outside line maybe will start going away. Not that it's really been there yet. Now the field working in the turn number 3 and 4. Green flag will be up. And we are back underway. Cookson on the gas pedal, a little bit of a stack up there. We're going up the racetrack. Here comes John Peters. Peters will work to the inside. More contact in the back of the field. Looks like Trevor Sandbar off of the racing surface. He'll get it pointed back in the right direction. Everybody's still stacked up. Brad Mahar back to the outside. PJ Merrill gets by him. Varney trying to fill the hole down to the inside. He's got the nose down there. Mahar up the racetrack now. Tries to clear him in the turn 3.
And he's not going to clear him. He tries to get down to the bottom, gets himself spun around into the grass, and caution will fly once again for that 113 machine.
Yeah, the 113 of Mahar trying to force the issue down to the inside there. Varney down low as well. We got a stack up in turn number 1. So let's go back and we'll review this one. down the backstretch. Yeah, just couldn't quite get that, wasn't quite clear there. And Varney will send the 113 timscorner.ca, sponsored 113, out to the gravel field. And with that, we will be right back after a quick word from our sponsors.
Bowling brings people together.
Right down the middle. You got it. Uh-oh. Good job.
See what you can do, man.
Oh! Wait.
That's a strike right there.
Connect with family and friends. Go bowling.
Welcome back here to the Turn 3 Racing Network's coverage of the Mainly Ductless Heating and Air Sim Racing Series here tonight at the Oxford Plains Speedway for the Bruce Coulter Carpentry 250 underneath the yellow flag as we get ready to go back to green flag racing the field, doubling on up as the field will get doubled up. One car coming off pit road. Mahar went down pit road, yellow flag. Couldn't stay out, I believe. Nope, the pace car down in the way, so we'll see if we're going to go green flag this time off turn number 4. We do. Green flag is back up. We're back underway. Cookson going to jump out to the race lead. We're going to take that inside line from the 51 of Peters and move himself back to your second spot as they got him stacked up 2 by 2. Behind them, the number 04 of Jalbert works up there. We got more contact in the back. Trevor Sandbar's gone around. Scott Tapley facing the wrong direction. We are slowed for the 9th time here tonight.
And that 31 machine got completely turned around the other direction as people kind of got a little checked up on that initial start. It seemed like the 97 was trying to change lanes a little too early and kind of got himself down into that 31 machine of Scott Tapley.
Yeah, yellow flag coming out here is the lap number 70. Let's take a look back and see what has happened here. Take a look at the 97 Conover right now as he made contact with the 31 of Tapley. Both of them will go around. Gratham nowhere to go. Then everybody else comes into play. The 41 of Earl Collini comes to a stop after making a little bit of nose contact. So a tough break for the 31 of Tapley. So we are slowed here once again. These are allowing some of these drivers that lost their lap in that long green flag run, Kelly, to get back on the lead lap. As Aaron Wrench will come down pit road. Brian Conover is coming down pit road as well to have service done to that number 97.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much all the drivers that were lapped on our long green flag run have been pretty much waved all around by now, so only a couple drivers that are laps down, and the two of them that are multiple laps down are out of the race, and that is Kyle Treadwell and Chris Downing, who have pretty much called it a night here. So most drivers now back on the lead lap. I think Ercolani is our only one a lap down that's still on the racetrack.
Yeah, Aaron Wrench down on pit road now, getting some service done to that number 42. Brian Conover is down and away. He'll pull out off of pit road as the lights go out on the pace car. And some of these drivers got to keep that incident limit in mind. They're only allowed 33 incidents, which may seem like a lot, but a 4X here and a 4X there, that adds up quite quickly.
And Kimball just said it was only one driver with a 0x so far, but pace car is now down on the way. Let's see if we can get growing green once again. Green flag in the air. Cookson leading the field off into turn 1 once more. And again, Matthew Burgoyne going to try to follow him through underneath John Peters, who's going to be stuck on that high side once again.
Peters works the outside of the racetrack at car number 51, but Burgoyne's going to slide by down into your number 2 spot. Third spot will go to Peter Harnish. Gilbert is your top 5. Outside the top 5, Dominic Curate starting to make some noise back towards the front. He runs in the 8th spot. Not bad for just being upside down a few laps ago.
Yeah, it's short track racing, so a car can get damaged and stay in it, and some cars can get launched off of those dirt mounds around light poles and continue on racing. But Max Cookson still trying to hold off Matthew Burgoyne, who has been able to just get back up to the rear bumper of that 39, but caution is going to fly once more as we've got the 41 at Ercolani turned around on the front straightaway.
Yeah, he has nosed it into the front stretch, backs out in front, and with race traffic coming. The front end a little bit damaged on that number 41. He gets sideways once again. Let's take a look back, see what happened to the 41 of Mario. Racing side by side with the 16 back here. Tyler Jordan. Around he goes. The 97 might have made contact with the number 41 Karma Salon and Day Spa entry of Mario Ercolani. Let's take another quick look at that. Let's go different camera angle. They were 3 wide in the entrance turn number 3 there, Kelly. Yeah, slight contact. The 97 of Conover makes contact with that 41. And around he will go.
Yeah, it looked like Conover just kind of got the power down a little bit too early and lunged forward. So he was trying to just get himself a good exit off the corner, but just didn't realize that there was really nowhere for him to go with that speed. But bit of a shake-up up front. Burgoyne now going to start on the outside lane once again, as these guys have just been kind of trading positions back and forth off of these restarts.
Yeah, working lap number 73 right now is the field. Pace is behind the Ford Mustang pace car. I will say I feel it's a little bit chippy, a little bit early, but we do have that halfway money dangling in front of these drivers, not too far away from that. Lap 125. Gonna pay some money to that driver, and whoever leads the most laps. So you can understand it a little bit, Kelly.
Yeah, we got another just over 50 laps to go before we give out some more money, and there's been quite a bit of money thrown around tonight for multiple different bonuses, winning heat races, winning LCQs, but really the main goal for a lot of these drivers is winning this race. But to get there, they're gonna have to beat Max Cookson, and Cookson has seemed very fast tonight.
Yeah, Cookson picking up the win, winningest driver on the season so far, the mainly ductless heating and air Maine Sim Racing Series. As the field doubles up behind the pace car, we're gonna, it looks like, go green flag this time off of turn number 4. Green flag is up. We're back on right. Cookson spins the tires. That allows Burgoyne to jump back out to the race lead.
Yeah, that was a big mistake from Cookson, just trying to get the power down and just got the back end out on him, and really a good opportunity for Matthew Burgoyne to get ahead and get into that lower position, but Cookson might just shove him out of the way once again. We saw him do that earlier. The rest of the field kind of jockeying for position behind them, but these two guys already starting to open up a gap.
Yeah, top 5 cars go single file. You got to go back here to the Nathan Barth entry, the 37, as he runs side by side with the number 1 of Varney. So that is the battle for the 9th position. Now Varney going to drop back to your 11th spot. Contact. Rogers will get into the back bumper of the 1. Everybody checks up, still catching their break as we got messed in turn number 4. Somehow we keep it pointed in the right direction. They're still swapping paint. Chris Fortier up the racetrack in turn 2.
Yeah, everyone just battling for position. These drivers in the back trying to find their way to the bottom lane before they lose too many positions. Now that 97 of Brian Conover going to find his way to the bottom, and Chris Fortier is still trying to find a spot for him to go as he keeps losing ground. But up towards the front, it's a heavy battle between our leaders as Max Cookson is pretty much pushing Burgoyne through each one of these corners as the caution flies once more.
Yeah, big trouble down here in turn number 1. The 94 of Cody Childs has gone around. The 41 of Earl Colaney has gone around once again here in that number 41 automobile. I think someone got the message that you don't need the bodies after Tuesday, as the new body will come out here for the super late models on the iRacing Sim. So these body styles, well, they will probably get put into the legacy mode. I wonder, but the new super late model will be coming out on the Sim on Tuesday night when the new build drops, so we're excited for that. And to take a look at that, let's take a closer look at the new super late model. There you have it, Kelly. That is what the new super late models will look like with that new 5-star or ARC body on there. So very exciting for these drivers that love the short track racing, is that we're going to have a brand new super late model out on the Sim Tuesday for the build when the Season 2 build comes out. And as a short track driver myself, I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, and I was glad to hear that it is a free upgrade to all owners of that car, because I own the car, but I don't drive it. I purely commentate on this car, so I was very glad to hear that it was just going to be given out free. But I know a few drivers were wanting to be able to mix the two body styles together, but I really like how this new 5-star body looks, and I'm excited to see it in the Sim.
And one driver out on the front of this one is the number 3 of Matthew Burgoyne. Cookson spun the tires on the last restart. Burgoyne going to have to get a good launch here. Green flag is back out. Cookson's going to beat him to the line to enter turn number 1.
And that could be huge if a caution flies before they get back around to the line. Is Burgoyne going to try to get himself in? And there's the 4 getting sent around, and the caution will fly once again.
Big stack up down here in turn number 3 as we got a parking lot here in Oxford.
Once again, it was a car on the outside line trying to make his way to the bottom when the gap just wasn't quite there, and the rest of the field had to check up, and it just created a huge wreck. Multiple cars involved as the wreck happened very close to the front of the field.
Tough break there, I believe. Multiple drivers involved. You said the 4 car was involved up there. That's the 04. Is now everybody coming to a stop off of turn number 4. Let the pace car catch up to the field. Well, we called it. Max Cookson is going to be scored as your new race leader. As now everybody has come to a stop here. And now we'll start to pull away.
Yeah, and these restarts have just been very important for these drivers, because especially on the front row, because you don't know if that caution is going to come out before the next time you come around again. And if you can just get a good enough start that you can get your nose ahead on that line, you can get the position.
Not quite to that halfway point, just about 43 laps shy of that. We'll keep the concession stands busy here at the Oxford Plains Speedway as they keep bringing us bottles of water.
So Max Cookson takes control of the race lead once again over Matthew Burgoyne. And now in third place once again is going to be John Peters after Tyler Jalbert got sent around and sent to the back. I believe Devin Landry is going to go to the back of the field as well, who's actually now down pit road getting a little bit of damage repair after that. So we're not even halfway through this race, and we're about 50 minutes in. So there is still a long ways to go.
A long ways to go here as we're closing in on a halfway point of tonight's main event. The 77 of PJ Merrill coming out on the racetrack as well as the field will start to line up behind is the number 54 Landry back out on the racetrack. Two restarts to go. Cookson spun the tires. Did he learn something on that restart? We're going to find out as the face car down and away. Green flag is back up. And we are back underway as they head to turn number 1.
Cookson able to keep the car under control this time, and now here comes the 51 of Peters. He had a great start. He's all over the rear end of Cookson. Actually took a look to the inside, but couldn't quite get anything on the turn 3 there. And now, speaking of 3, the 3 of Burgoyne going to struggle on that high side is now the 37 of Nathan Barth going to get to his inside, and there is still no daylight underneath Burgoyne for him to move to that preferred line. And here comes John Peters. He has an opportunity to move to the inside, but Cookson slams the door shut.
Yeah, Cookson will slam the door shut. His yellow flag will fly yet once again. It looks like possibly the number 113 of Mahar has gone around. Brad Mahar was one of the hard chargers here. And he is down and away. Let's take a look back here and see what happened to Brad Mahar.
That started all the way back off of turn 2 as the 16 of Tyler Jordan tried to make it 3 wide and just got into the 113 before just getting into him once again and causing a big wreck.
So a tough break for the 113 of Mahar, as I believe he has exited the building, might have hit that incident limit. I do not see him on pit road or circulating around the racetrack. A lot of drivers coming down pit road right now. As they do that, we're going to take another quick break. We'll be right back. You're watching the Mainly Ductless Heating and Air Sim Racing Series on the Turn 3 Racing Network.
The most realistic online racing sim ever made. This is iRacing. Detailed laser scan tracks, fully dynamic real world cars, and over 50 series to choose from. 6 online world championships offering over $400,000 in annual prizes. This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing.
Just like that, pace car down and away. We are back here as we go green flag racing. Single file restart as they head down here in the turn number 1. Max Cookson going to lead them over John Peters. Burgoyne Barth up to 4th in the Beach Ridge Barbershop number 37. Up 8 spots. The Hard Charger Award right now is going to go to that number 1 automobile on your screen. That is Varney. Started at 26 up to your 6th spot right behind Corey Bubar in that number 12.
And Burgoyne now putting the pressure on the 51 of John Peters. Peters trying to hold on to second place, going through turns 1 and 2 right now as Burgoyne is pretty much all over that bumper. There's a bit of a gap behind them to Barth, who's now going to have to hold off Bubar, who was looking to the inside into turn 3.
Yeah, Bubar taking a look down low in that number 12 automobile to Barry's Race Car and Customs. Number 12 trying to find his way inside the top 4, runs in that 5th spot. Varney is in 6th. 7th spot is Dominic Curett. Talk about a driver that's had up and down so far in these first 89 laps. Finds himself back inside the top 10 in that 7th position.
Yeah, he's really bounced back after his earlier struggles, especially getting caught on the high side of some of these restarts and just kind of getting shuffled out of line a few times. But now he's trying to hold off Benjamin Eaton, who is just looking like he's got a bit of speed. He's got the pace, just has to find an opening around that 5. Now he's going to try to take a look to the inside down the back straightaway. Not quite a gap there yet. Oh, he's going to get into the back of the 5. The field checks up, but everyone is able to keep the hold of their cars, stay in position, and the 5 of Curett is actually going to hold on to his position as well.
Great driving there as we got a side-by-side battle. As Chris Fortier will work to the inside of Dyer in that number 88 automobile. That is all happening in front of Ashton Burgess in their 12th position. Dyer way up high on the racetrack. He's going to lose 2 positions. He'll try to slam the door shut on the 47 of Chris Burgess, and he will do so successfully in the turn number 3.
And then we got the Burgess cars running nose tail caution flag out once again. Looking to look for the trouble on the racetrack seems to be Cody Childs, spun out between turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, the Air Jordan number 23 automobile coming back onto the racetrack. Let's see if he had a helping hand or not to bring out our 14th yellow flag of the evening.
Yeah, looked to be a bit of contact between him and the 04 of Tyler Jalabert, who was just trying to lunge towards the inside, but there was just no opening there for him to go through, so ends up sending Childs spinning into the just about into the grass.
Yeah, tough break for Cody Childs as he comes back onto the racetrack as he'll tag along to the back of the field. So far out of the 31 cars is our second place driver down on pit road, Kelly. The 3 of Burgoyne down on pit road. He is taking right side tires here on lap number 92.
And this is a bit of a risky play, but he's got some other drivers down with him. Looks like the 5 of Currett's going to come down as well, but we've seen a lot of trouble throughout this field, especially towards the back, and as long as you're up front, you're ahead of the spinners and you don't have to drive through it. But now Burgoyne going to be back in the pack and going to have to maybe avoid some of these incidents.
Yeah, definitely going to have to, but maybe this will play into his hand pit before everyone else has to be. You got to wonder, well, I was going to say the yellow flag's got to be working in the favor of everybody that hasn't pitted yet, but that's not true as yellow flags are not counting, so it's actually hurting you. Every time this yellow flag comes out, the fuel will burn off a little bit more. And, well, yeah, you can clutch it. You can try to save as much fuel as you want, but that lap counter is not getting any smaller. So you are still going to be forced to come down on pit road.
Yeah, a lot of these drivers are still going to have to come down and pit, like Cookson, Peters, Barth. These are top 3, I don't think have come down at any point. So, as they mentioned before we went into the main here, this race is long enough that they will need to stop for fuel, and they do have a few sets of tires down there as well, as we saw Burgoyne that at least get some right side tires. I believe he probably got the full set on both sides, but they can only change tires twice.
Yeah, they only have 2 full complete sets down on pit road. You can only change right sides and left sides twice. So not like if you take all right sides, that happens as we are on board. Mario Uracolini getting the lucky dog, moving around the outside. Pace car down and away. Looks like we will go. Pat Green flag racing and Cookson on the gas pedal over John Peters in the turn number 1. We're back underway. 30 laps shy of that halfway point where that halfway bonus will play out. We'll see how good Burgoyne will be able to move back up through the field now as Cookson leads this lap. Philip 95 working in turn number 2.
Yeah, opening up a bit of a gap over Peters, who has also opened up a gap over Barth that's who's now pretty much turned his focus into trying to hold off that charging 12 of Corey Bubar, who's just trying to find a way around that 37 machine. Is 37 of Barth looks like he's got a bit of damage, but at this point, most cars on the track do.
And Barth showing a little bit of front end damage to that Beach Ridge Barbershop sponsor number 37 as they work down here in the turn number 1. Great action all the way around the racetrack. Everybody starting to get single filed out now after that single file restart. A little bit of movement in the back of the field. Let's take a look back here. One car up the racetrack, heavy smoke billowing from it. That's the 97 of Conover trying to find his way down to pit road. Heavy smoke billowing from the 97.
Yeah, looks like his engine just popped. It wasn't a result of any contact with any other driver. He was just coming off of turn 4 a couple laps ago, and the engine just let go on him. So that's probably it for the 97 car tonight, as he's going to find his way down pit road now.
Yeah, tough break for the 97 as he pulls down pit road. As Conover is going to pull that Chevrolet onto pit road as we stay green. Cookson showing away here, working lap 100. He opened up to a 0.7 second gap over John Peters here in car number 51.
And Peters himself has opened up 1.2 seconds over Nathan Barth, so a good gap for him as well, as his field is really starting to get spread out, but Corey Bubar has not left the rear bumper of that 37 machine.
Taking a look back through the field, we're going up to your 21st position as he came in the pits running in that number 2 position. He's got fresher tires than Sandbar born in front of him, car number 29. They'll make contact. Around will go to 13 of Evan Roy. We stay green as Burgoyne will make some evasive moves, stay out of trouble. That opens the inside line for the 5 of Dominic Carrot. Carrot will jump the curb, and Burgoyne will hold on to that position.
Yeah, everyone just kind of trying to battle for spots right now. As Burgoyne, we saw him come down and get tires earlier on. He's got the fresher tires, but there's really nowhere to go to take advantage of those tires. So Burgoyne just in a struggle right now, all the way back in 21st.
Field working through turns there. We got a side-by-side battle with the 23 of Chris Fortier. He's moving in the wrong direction as he's got the 27 of Harning underneath him. Now the 54 of Landry gets by, and the 84 of Raffle will move on by as well. So Chris Fortier stuck on the outside of the racetrack with that Bruce Coulter Carpentry Tayers Automotive number 23 as he is working the outside of the racetrack.
And he just needs to have some patience and just wait for an opening below him, which is really unfortunate, but there's no other option. He can't just try to force his way down, as we've seen a few other times, and he's now just still stuck as more and more drivers come by. As now here comes the 3 of Burgoyne, and Fortier is going to end up losing almost 10 positions off of this.
Yeah, he's got a gap behind the number 3 of Burgoyne. He can slide into, clean those tires off, and he will do so. Here comes the 16 of Tyler Jordan. One car down, that's Merrill spinning down to the infield. PJ Merrill going to come back onto the racetrack and will stay green, but Merrill going to lose multiple positions as he'll join right behind the 13 of Evan Roy. Still up front is the 39 of Cooks, and he's opened up almost a 2-second gap over your second place driver of John Peters. Then it's back to the great battle for third as Nathan Barr still holding on to that third spot over Corey Buber as they head into turn 1.
And Cookson dealing with some lap traffic as he's caught up to the 41 machine of Mario Ercolani. And now he's going to get by him cleanly, put Ercolani 1 lap down, as we now get official confirmation that the 97 of Conover has pulled it behind the wall. He is done for the day after his engine let go.
He will become our 5th retiree of the evening. He will join Kyle Treadwell, Chris Downing, Brad Mahar, Scott Tapley, all behind pit road here tonight in the Bruce Coulter Carpentry 250. As Cookson still shows the way, but that battle for your third spot still raging on as they work down here. Devin Landry working underneath the number 188 of Nick Dyer. That was for the 11th spot. So Landry starting to make his way towards the front.
Yeah, Nick Dyer trying to find a way to the bottom, going to drop down right in front of the 37 or the 47 of Chris Burgess, and just barely stopped the bleeding for the time being. As he ended up losing a few spots there and went all the way back down into 13th. Though Max Cookson just has 10 laps to go to collect the halfway leader bonus.
Yeah, he is leading it right now, working lap number 116 down here into turn number 3 and 4. He will work the bottom of the racetrack. He has not really had that one mishap on the restart where he spun the tires. Other than that, he has been picture perfect so far as they work down the back stretch, and it'll be him as well. As we got a little bit of a jam up here as we got cars 3 wide in turn number 2. That doesn't usually get set here at the Oxford Plains Speedway. Somehow they still managed to make it as they're still 2x2. One car getting turned sideways. That's the number 2 automobile. Benjamin Eaton able to hold on to that, as now Dyer will fill that inside gap.
And Eaton's going to lose a number of positions from this after being shoved into that outside lane. He's going to have to hope for a gap at some point. The 47 gets clipped by the 29 of Sanborn, but he's able to hold on to it. He's going to try to come back and get back around that 29 machine, but Trevor Sanborn trying to work his way up to the front by any means necessary.
And things are getting hot and heavy inside the top 5. Nathan Barth getting knocked around as he's been pushed back to the 6th spot to the outside. As Varney has now moved into your 3rd spot. Give that 23 spots since the green flag has dropped. So Varney up to 3rd, trying to make his way to the front. Aaron Wrench close in tow is now the number 37 of Barth, falling back to 9th as Graffam will fill the inside hole as they come off turn number 2. Now Barth should be able to get to the inside in front of Aston Burgess.
And Barth losing a lot of ground from that. He's barely going to get back into position. Speaking of drivers that have lost ground, that was the 3 of Matthew Burgoyne. He pitted, as we mentioned, under the last caution. He's been able to fight his way back up into 13th, so things are looking good for him, as a lot of the rest of the field has to pit at some point for fuel and maybe tires as well.
Yeah, Burgess right in front of the 3 as we ride on board with Matthew Burgoyne, who currently is in that 12th position. Restarted back outside of the top 20, has quickly moved his way up inside the top 12 as he runs in that 12th position, as they all run behind the 37 of Nathan Barth.
And it's been a little while, but we are finally there. We have reached the halfway point, and Max Cookson crosses the line on lap 125. He will take the money bonus for leading at the halfway point.
And a halfway bonus being brought to you by Skull Motorsports for the halfway leader. So I want to thank Skull Motorsports here as they pick up the halfway point for the $50 payday for Max Cookson. So Max there doing a good job out there on the...
Oh, and we get a caution once again as a driver gets spun right in front of our leader. That's the 94 of Cody Childs. Just getting tapped in the rear end on turns 3 and 4, and just a little bit ahead of our leader Cookson, who had to check up and go high to go around this spinning car.
Yeah, Cody Childs, let's take a look back here and see what happened. See him working on there. Oh, PJ Merrill just got in the left rear quarter panel of that 93 or 94 and scoring 23 Jordan automobile. He gets it pointed back.
Here comes our leader down pit road.
Max Cookson coming down pit road now as he'll head down in the pit stall, number 3. Crew working around the right side of that Splash and Go Epic Media sponsored number 39. He's going to take all 4 tires down here on pit road, Kelly. Up to you.
Yeah, we've also got Peters along with him. Looks like Eaton, Barth, Ercolani, Burgess. There's a lot of drivers down here getting fuel and tires this time by, and it's going to shuffle our field around a little bit. And I believe taking over the race lead is going to be the 42 of Aaron Wrench. So he's going to end up going from 25th all the way up to 1st.
Yeah, Aaron Wrench able to play the strategy here just past the halfway point. So these drivers deciding well, we'll cut it in half in this field as now we watch the 51 of Peters roll off of pit road. Nathan Barth also rolling off pit road. So Field all jumbled up now. You got fresh tires that had just come off pit road, and a majority of the field coming down pit road that time, as we have just crossed the halfway point. If you're just tuning in to the Bruce Coulter Carpentry 250, the season finale for the Mainly Ductless Heating and Air Sim Racing Series. So the field will get all straightened back out here. Burgoyne going to move up as well. I believe he should restart in that 5th position, Kelly. And, you know, he has fresh tires and he can go the rest of the way.
Yeah, I believe he can make it the whole distance. So it's a good starting spot for him, and possibly a good strategy call is the drivers that have pit later will have fresher tires towards the end of the race, but it's really hard to do anything with those fresh tires here at this track. There's no space for you to really make a move. So fresh tires aren't really going to help you all that much when you're battling nose to tail like this.
No, once we get everybody settled back out here, we'll go through our halfway run through of the field. We can tell you that down on pit road, it is the number 29 of Trevor Sanborn. Looks like he might have taken the 29 behind the pit wall, along with Brian Conover. He had engine trouble, so he is out, and he'll be finishing in the 27th position. Scott Tapley as well, Brad Mahar and Chris Downing all out of the field. Green flag is back out. We're back underway as Aaron Wrench will lead the field into turn 1.
And caution almost immediately out because the 23 of Cody Childs, as he was coming back out off of pit road, he just stopped on the back straightaway. So almost immediately brings the caution right back out.
Yellow flag coming back out for the 94 of Cody Childs. While they do that, we're going to pay the halfway sponsorship here. We'll be right back. You're watching the Mainly Ductless Heating and Air Maine Sim Racing Series.
With the Butt Kicker Gamer 2, what you see and what you hear is what you feel. Butt Kicker. The future is feeling.
Bowling brings people together.
Right down the middle. You got it. Uh-oh. Good job.
Do what you can do, man.
Wait.
That's a strike right there.
Connect with family and friends. Go bowling.
Welcome back to the Bruce Coulter Carpentry 250 here at the Turn 3 Racing Network. And you are watching the Mainly Ductless Heating and Air Maine Sim Racing Series. And tonight's race is being brought to you by Bruce Coulter Carpentry. For all your carpentry need, help, and repairs, look them up. Bruce Coulter Carpentry, a proud sponsor of the Mainly Ductless Heating and Air Maine Sim Racing Series. TGP Enterprises, municipal plowing, street and parking lot sweeping, 848-2284. And Ryan's Concrete Coating. Make your garage floor that masterpiece that you're proud of, or your work race shop with Ryan's Concrete. Well, Kelly, we are back here. We're ready to go back green flag racing as the field will come back here off of turn number 4, and we are back to green flag racing with Aaron Rich going to jump on the loud pedals. We are back underway here. Looks like one car down below the curbing. That's the 3 of Burgoyne. Is they're going to come off of turn 2, 3 wide.
Yeah, it looks like the 3 of Matthew Burgoyne got shoved down low, ended up having to go under the apron, and was just able to get things hooked up down there and kind of save himself from losing too many spots. I think he just lost 2 spots, but he'll get back underway. Aaron Wrench, though, still holding on to this lead for the time being. Devin Landry trying to catch up to him, and along with Jordan Harnish, who have kind of formed a 3-car breakaway at the front.
Okay, Trevor Graffam runs in your 4th spot. 5th spot is Jalbert. Matthew Burgoyne relegated back to that third spot after an off-road excursion on that restart. 7th spot goes to Tyler Jordan, and Max Cookson, the halfway leader, is all the way back to your 8th spot. Dominic Curett is in your 9th spot, and rounding out your top 10, Thomas Bennett in car number 33.
Chase Rogers currently holding on to our 11th spot. Right behind him is Jason Ricker in 12th. 13th is Nathan Barth and Corey Bubar in 14th. 15th, we see the 47 of Chris Burgess with Nick Dyer right behind him in 16th. Benjamin Eaton in 17th with Brandon Varney in 18th. Chris Fortier holds on to 13th for the time being, and John Peters, after his pit stop, rounds out our top 20.
21st is Ashton Burgess. Evan Roy runs 22nd. Cody Childs is 23rd. P.J. Merrill and Mario Earl-Falani round out the cars left out on the racetrack as Aaron Wrench still leads this one. 3-car breakaway. Max Cookson all over the back bumper of Matthew Burgoyne. We thought Burgoyne was going to be in a good spot here, but those 4 fresh tires, one track car up the racetrack, that was Graffam. He got up over the into the loose stuff, and he is losing ground. He'll fall back to your 10th spot as they work down the backstretch.
And Matthew Burgoyne thought he was going to have a good position after pitting a little early, but now he's got Matt Cookson right behind him after after the 3 got into a little trouble on the initial restart, and caution is going to come out once again.
Yellow flag coming out onto the racetrack. Not quite sure what it was for. Maybe the 23 of Chris Fortier, who has gone around in turn number 2. He was racing behind the 1 of Varney. Oh, Fortier gets into the 1 of Varney and gets sent down to the inside of the racetrack. And the yellow flag has come out for the number 23 of Chris Fortier. He'll get pointed back in the right direction and tag onto the back of the field. But a tough break for the driver of that 23.
Yes, that's going to get everyone slowed back down once again, and restarts are apparently changing back into double file. We're going to see if we can get those going once again. So Devin Landry going to have the honor of trying to start on that high side once again, and that high side's probably going to be very dirty because, I mean, with all these single file starts, nobody's been really running up there.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see here on this double file restart what can happen. Landry going to start to the outside of that number 42. Strictly Roofing car number 42 of Aaron Wrench. Interesting here, if you're on the outside, Kelly, we saw how it was not a good place to be early on in this one, just past the halfway point. Drivers trying to settle into a rhythm here to click off some laps. Still plenty of racing left to go in this feature event.
Yeah, but one thing we saw with these double file starts is the car on the outside can get a good launch, get their nose ahead of the inside car right before the start-finish line, and if a caution comes out on that first lap, they will be given that position.
Right now, your Hard Charger award is going to go to your race leader of Aaron Wrench. He's up 24 positions after starting in that 25th position. As the lights go out on the pace car, we're going to go back double file restart. Look at the marbles around this racetrack, Kelly. You know how difficult that is up on the outside, and these guys that are going to start on the outside are going to have to watch her. They don't blow it too hard in the turn number 1. Or they'll be up in that loose stuff, and it's going to take a little bit to clean that off with these hot Hoosier Racing tires. Pace car down and away. We're ready to go back. Green flag racing off of turn number 4, and we're back at it.
And as we were just talking about, the 54 Devin Landry gets a little loose on that restart, and that's going to cost him, as now that 27 of Harnish is going to move to the inside. That's going to also open up an opportunity for the 3 of Matthew Burgoyne as the 04 gets turned around, as we got another caution.
Yellow flag coming out here on the racetrack for the 18th time here tonight. The 04 of Jalbert has gone around. Let's take a look back and see what caused all of that here in turn number 3. dropping behind here. Jalbert in that 04 automobile, getting around a lot of mix up. Let's take a peek back here once again. Trying to fill that hole in the 16 car, just gets in there, and around they will go. Bubar going to hit the outside wall hard. Evan Roy noses it into the outside wall into the evasive action. And we're back under yellow flag for the 18th time here tonight in the Bruce Coulter Carpentry 250.
And so everyone slows down once again. Looks like we may still be going for this double file as another driver drops out. That looks to be Mario Ercolani. I'm hearing over the radio that a lot of these guys are getting close to that incident limit, so they have to be very careful for the rest of this race or they're going to be parked.
Yeah, 33 incident limit here on the race here tonight, and what that means is every time that these drivers make contact, if you're new to the iRacing service, every time you make contact with another car hard enough that it registers, you can get a 2x, a 4x at a time, and those will accumulate over the race. And once you hit that 33 limit that the race officials have set, it parks you for the remainder of the night, removes you from the racing surface. So these drivers got to be careful with that. I don't think they've really paid too much attention to that because they've been not afraid to lay the old girl home to each other.
Yeah, these guys, a lot of these guys just have to settle it down and be careful for the rest of this race, as they do have that incident limit, and they really should be keeping that in mind. They can't be out there just bumping and banging the whole time, but we'll see what they can do on this next restart. Pace car down and away, and the 42 is going to lead them to the green flag once again. Who's going to get the better restart? That time, Devin Landry doesn't get the car out of shape, but still does not get a good enough start for him. He's going to get bumped up a little bit up the racetrack by the 27 of Harnish.
Harnish moves into your number 2 spot as now Max Cookson will take the 3rd spot away from Landry. Landry trying to find a home. He will do so in front of Bennett as we've got him almost 3 wide in the turn number 2. That is Matthew Burgoyne stuck to the outside behind the number 16 of Jordan. Now Burgoyne will get to the inside in front of the 88 of Dyers. They work through turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, Burgoyne just trying to get himself back down to that bottom side, get around the 16 who had just shoved him out to the outside to take away that position. So immediately just gets it back by kind of driving clean on that bottom side. But Aaron Wrench just still trying to hold on to the race lead as Harnish has gotten to his rear bumper. And look at Max Cookson. He's been able to fight his way back up to the front after pitting earlier on. And some of these guys up front still need to pit one more time.
Yeah, Jordan Harnish came in on lap number 80, and your race leader, Aaron Wrench, came in on lap 70. So Max Cookson, the highest driver up into the running right now after pitting on lap 127, took 4 tires and filled it up with some of that Sunoco race fuel as they work through turns 3 and 4. So Cookson back inside the top 3, applying pressure to the 27 of Harnish as we go on board with Max Cookson.
And Harnish is all over the rear end of that 42 of Wrench, but Cookson just trying to find his way through. As look at the 27 going to get loose off of turn number 4, and that's going to give an opportunity for Cookson to get to the inside and get underneath him. Some real good heads-up driving from Cookson to not only avoid the car that was getting loose, but to capitalize on the mistake as well and get a position. And now that 27 of Harnish is going to be moving backwards. He's stuck on the high side, but he's going to find a gap behind the 54 of Landry.
Yeah, Harnish able to slide it in line behind the 33 of Bennett as he runs in your 4th spot. So he'll only lose 2 positions on that exchange. Now Cookson trying to find a way around Aaron Wrench as Wrench holds a nice wheel that's strictly roofing number 42 as they work down the backstretch.
Yeah, but it looks like Cookson is just a little bit faster on those fresher tires as he's putting a lot of pressure on that 42 and just looks like he's getting better exits off the corner. He had a great amount of speed on the front straightaway there, but just couldn't quite find the opening to go beneath the 42. He's taking a peek down there. He's looking for that opportunity, but it's just not quite there for him yet.
One driver coming back out onto the racetrack is the 31 of Scott Tapley. He sits at the end of the pit road waiting for the field to pass by. So Tapley getting the repairs necessarily done on that number 31 Stafford Motor Speedway car. So he'll rejoin the fray as we watch this battle for your race lead as they work off turn number 4. Cookson going to take a peek to the outside. Now tries to cut it down low off turn number 2. Couldn't quite make it stick as we watch the number 39. Now takes a peek down to the inside. He'll back out of it as they roll through turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, he's just trying to force the 42 of Wrench, and there he is. He's going to dive into turn 1 and actually make it stick too. So really taking full advantage of those fresher tires as Wrench just left a little opening in the 39 of Cookson was able to dive right in there and take over his race lead that he's been leading so much of.
Yeah, Cookson back to the race lead here as we are now within 100 laps to go in the Bruce Coulter Carpentry 250. The 27 of Harnish runs in your number 4 spot. 5th spot is Bennett. 6th spot is Jason Ricker. We haven't mentioned his name all race long, but Ricker up 15 positions right now in that 6th spot, but the driver in front of him is currently the hard charger of the race, up 26 spots. That is Thomas Bennett.
Yeah, Bennett was our last starter on the field. He got in through a provisional and started 31st of 31. He's now up into 5th, so he's been having a fairly decent main event because he was involved in a lot of incidents during the qualifiers, which kind of prevented him from qualifying, but now has been able to, for the most part, keep his nose clean and only has a little bit of damage at the front end of that 33 car.
Yeah, Bennett now still runs in your 5th spot. Ricker is in 6th. Bennett kind of quietly been there, as you were just talking about, had a rough start of the night in the heat races. Finding his way now back inside the top 5 is now
and Cookson has opened up quite a bit of a lead already over Wrench. He's already 0.7 seconds up as Wrench is now having to focus on holding off. Devin Landry is just behind them. Jordan Harnish gets kind of shuffled out of lane there, and he's going to lose a ton of ground as the freight train starts to pass him on the inside. A little bit of contact between him and Jason Ricker, but he's able to hold on to the race car, but still no gap for him to find on the bottom side.
Yeah, Harnish on the outside of the racetrack now, stuck to the outside of the Oxford conveyor belt. Maybe have a little bit of opening in that right here behind number 3 of Burgoyne. He will take and hit that off the bottom, off turn number 2, and he will fall into that 8th spot. The 54 of Landry working underneath Aaron Wrench. So Wrench, maybe those older tires starting to show a little bit as he's falling back to that 3rd spot is Landry. Now moves into 2nd.
And now Thomas Bennett looking for an opportunity to make a pass on that 42 car. Tried to see if he could sneak underneath of him while he was on the high side, but just left too much of a gap for the 42 to be able to move into. And now he's going to get a good run on the back straightaway. That has to back out going into turn 3. Just couldn't quite get his nose there.
Couldn't quite get the nose down low on the 42 of Wrench, but Bennett still holding on to that 4th spot. Ricker up to 5th. Buber is in 6th. Burgoyne runs 7th. Harnish, Jordan, and Dyer your top 10 here as they work under 90 laps to go in the Bruce Coulter Carpentry 250. One car down low, that is Chris Fortier. Looks like he is slow on the apron of the racetrack. He'll come back out as we stay green.
Now Cookson's lead is up over a second over the 54 of Devin Landry, so Cookson really showing some dominant pace throughout this whole race here. And taking a look at his car, he's probably one of the very few cars out there that looks like he's got pretty much no dents or damage on that thing.
Yeah, Cookson started in that 3rd or 4th position. Him and the 3 of Burgoyne battled hard in the early stages of this race, and then Cookson jumped out to that race lead. Came down on lap 127, took 4 fresh tires to put some fuel in that automobile, and now has got back to the race lead here, working lap 165.
Yeah, I think Cookson has made a good call by splitting the race in half, especially with all the cautions that we had early on. I mean, the tires weren't getting all that hot, then they weren't getting too worn. He was able to just kind of save his stuff, and if he needs to now, he does have a set of tires in his back pocket if he wants to come down pit road and put some fresh tires on. But at this point, I think track position's more important for him, and I'd expect that 39 machine to stay out on the racetrack for the rest of this race, and at this point, it's going to be tough to beat him.
I definitely agree with you on that point there, Kelly, as they work down off turn number 2. The 88 of Dyer up to your 8th spot as Harnish still continues to slide backwards in the wrong direction as he is slid back to the 9th spot. has found the inside line now between himself and the 37 of Barth, who rounds out your top 10. Tyler Jordan runs in your 11th spot. Is Ashton Burgess runs in 12th here as they've got them stacked up. Everybody's single file as Max Cookson is going to be closing in. Down on the backstretch as they work into turn 3, about a corner until he reaches lap traffic.
And the first little bit of lap traffic is going to be Chase Rogers, who was running up towards the front earlier on, but now has a fairly heavily damaged race car. I mean, that rear end is just bashed in on that machine, and the front end doesn't look much better. So Chase Rogers has found himself in a little bit of trouble throughout the night, and now is slowly getting run down by the 39 of Max Cookson, who continues to lead by a good amount.
Yeah, Cookson up now 1.6 seconds here as they work through turns 3 and 4. Watching the battle for your 3rd and 4th spot as now Bennett holds on to that. Corey Buber in that number 12 has reeled in the backside of the 9 of Ricker. He's got the 3 of Burgoyne running there in the 7th position. So Matthew Burgoyne never came down here on lap number 93. He has kind of been stuck here back in traffic, nowhere to go. And he will be the 2020-21 Maine Sim Racing Series champion. So congratulations to him and his race team. That's the number 3 of Matthew Burgoyne.
Yeah, but he has been really struggling on this latter half of this race after pitting and losing all his track position. But caution will fly once again. That's going to end our little green flag run. We'll have to see where this caution comes from. It looks to be off of turn number 2.
Yeah, it looks like there was the number 16 of Tyler Jordan that has gone around here. So let's take a look back and see what happened to Tyler Jordan. Racing with Ashton Burgess here off of turn number 4. They go to the corner. And Burgess down low. The Jordan slid up a little bit and slight contact. And they'll take a different angle there, but possibly he tried to shut the door on Burgess, who had the nose down low.
Yeah, he left a lane there and left the door open and tried to close it way too late on that 43 machine of Burgess. And just unfortunate for the 16 as he gets sent around, as we got a number of cars coming down pit road this time by.
Yeah, a lot of drivers coming down pit road here for their second pit stops as we watch the 16 of Jordan down to pit road. Landry's down and away. Buber is coming up off of the racetrack as well. So a lot of drivers coming off of pit road. So a lot of drivers coming down for that second set of tires, Kelly. Is it going to make a difference here in the later stages of this race?
It might for some of those guys that pitted very early on, but I don't know if it's really going to be that much, because it's you can be faster than another driver here, but it's very hard to pass them with how little space there is to pass other drivers. This is a one-lane racetrack, so you can't just bolt on fresh tires and hit the high lane and try to get around them. So it's going to be a struggle for some of these guys, including our number 3 and future champion Matthew Burgoyne, who came down pit road and is now even further back in the field.
Now taking a look from the bird in the sky, the blimp cam being brought to us by Bruce Coulter Carpentry here tonight, and looking at the marbles that are built up all the way around this racetrack, just shows you how much tire wear is actually happening out there, as the field will get doubled up here for our restart. But the groove, about a lane and a half before you start getting into that loose stuff. And it looks like Cookson going to take the outside on this restart.
Yeah, Cookson going to be on the high lane, and that's fairly interesting here, as he's going to be on the outside of the 9 car of Jason Ricker. Green flag is going to come out, and the 39 is actually going to get a way better start, and he's going to drop himself back into the race lead as the rest of the field kind of jockeys for position. Nathan Barth trying to find his way to the bottom side, but can't get down there, gets shuffled out. Now that 51 of John Peters going to get around him as well before he finally finds a way to get back down.
Still side by side back here, the 29 of Sandbar is working the outside of the racetrack as he's got Cody Childs that's working underneath him. Devin Landry, who is just down on pit road, is going to crack inside the top 8 now as we watch this battle back here as Landry. One car sideways, more contact. PJ Merrill gonna go around. A couple cars jumping the bank down there. One car going around on the backstretch. That's the 94, I believe, or was that? That was the 16 of Jordan.
Yeah, that was just the 16 of Jordan, a self spin there and getting loose off of turn 2 and sending himself way down into the infield.
And with that, that is our 20th yellow flag of the night, and we'll take a quick break here. You're watching the Mainly Ductless Heating and Air Sim Racing Series here on the Turn 3 Racing Network. Welcome back here to the Mainly Ductless Heating and Air Sim Racing Series. We're here tonight at the Oxford Plains Speedway for the Bruce Coulter Carpentry 250. We want to thank a few more of the sponsors of the 2021 season, and that would be Phil's Towing, the official tow service of the Mainly Ductless Heating and Air Sim Racing Series. Dave's Sand and Gravel, and Thayer's Automotive Race Engines. Well, Kelly, we're past the halfway point. We were just talking during the commercial break that we are going to be headed into these later stages of the race. We're at a little bit of the give and take. Well, are done, but you got that incident cap. The field's starting to get a little bit shorter. 21 cars, or 22 cars left out onto the racetrack at the current moment, as a few other drivers have fallen behind the wall here as we get ready to go back. Green flag racing. Closing in on that 50 laps to go mark.
Green flag comes out and a good start from Cookson, who elected to start on the outside once again. And that gives him a good line into turn number 1 there. As Jason Ricker trying to fight off that 51 of John Peters on the outside. Peters just can't quite find a lane below him as that 88 of Nick Dyer is going to take away the position.
Dyer down to the inside as that'll move the Peters automobile to the outside of the racetrack. Devin Landry, he has fresh tires on that 54. He'll work underneath Peters as well. Does he have anything for Max Cookson? One driver that was in trouble a few laps ago, that was the 94 of Childs. He works underneath the 12 of Buber off of turn number 2, and he'll take that 6th spot away. So the 94 of Childs making his way towards the front of the field.
Now Devin Landry trying to find a way around Nick Dyer. Just keeps taking a look at the inside, but just can't quite find the spot. Now he's going to shove his nose down in there. Still can't quite make it there as Dyer just squeezes him out on that bottom lane. Landry going to maybe try once again with the backstreet. No, he's going to back off. He's got the pace. He's got better speed and getting good runs off the corner, but just can't quite make it happen. Just kind of mistiming it. Now he's going to get enough space. No, he's going to get squeezed out once again.
Somebody checked the forehead of the 54 of Landry. The door was slammed shut on it as they head into turn number 2. Landry with a much better mechanical grip on the inside. Now gets the nose down low. Dyer has to give the inside line up. Landry's going to easily move into that 3rd spot. He tries to bring Peters with him.
Yeah, now Dyer is going to get freight trained as the rest of the field had kind of bunched up behind Landry, and now it's going to take a while before Dyer might find a way to get down there. Ricker now is going to drop into the clutches of Landry, who seems to be very quick at this point. And now Ricker going to slide at the racetrack, and that's going to give an opening for Landry to get through and move himself into 2nd. And Peters going to Peters going to back out. He had an opportunity to go for 3rd. He's going to back out, but the opportunity is still going to be there for him as Ricker stays to that high side.
Down in the turn number 1 they go, and Peters now takes the third spot. Here comes Childs to the inside, and Boobart in line as well. So right now Ricker in a world of hurt on the outside of the racetrack, because they've got them stacked up underneath them because they weren't down here in the turn number 1. The 9 of Ricker still on the outside. PJ Merrill in the 77 works to the inside. The 3 of Burgoyne starting to move his way back up as he'll fit right in the 8th, now make it 7th as they cross the line.
Maybe had an opportunity there, but the gap quickly closed, and I don't think there's going to be another one for a while. Out now, he's going to find no opportunity, and Merrill, though, going to get shuffled out of line, so Merrill's going to start moving back as well. He's still trying to fight his way back down to the bottom, but Bennett is going to keep himself down there and shut the door on that driver, and now we see a bit of problems for the 88. He's going to go around in the apron, going to roll back onto the racetrack, and as well, another driver going around is going to be the 13 of Evan Roy, who I believe is now beached up on one of those mounds around the light poles.
Evan Roy going to have to take the Phil's towing service down into the pit area. Here is the 88 of Dyer has gone around. Let's take a look back and see what happened to the driver of the number 88 Distance Racing Products sponsored Chevrolet. Still working outside of Jalbert, tries to close the door in there. Oh, it looks like the 47 of Burgess makes slight contact. Evan Roy nowhere to go. He gets sideways, as you were saying, and then up onto that flag, the light pole where the dirt mound sits. Well, and the Richard and Moody Sons number 13 will have to call Phil's Towing to get a tow back to the pit road. So he should be able to get back into tonight's racing action. As some more takers down on pit road. Ricker, Chris Fortier, and Dyer all on the second pit road right now. The 53 of Rogers is down on pit road as well. Looks like we had a few more retirees here, Kelly. Looks like the number 16 of Tyler Jordan has called it a night here as the field paces around behind the field. Jordan Harnish in car number 27 as well has pulled it behind the wall. Brandon Varney, Benji Eaton, Trevor Graffam, and the 41 of Mario Urcolini. The 31 of Scott Tapley back out on the racetrack for all your Scott Tapley fans as he just gets the easy pass presented by Bruce Coulter Carpentry here tonight at the Oxford Plains Speedway. So he'll get one lap back here. Then Trevor Sanborn looks like he's called it a night. Brian Conover, Brad Mahar, Chris Downing, and Kyle Treadwell all out of tonight's race. So the field, well, the track's starting to eat some of these race cars here as lights go out on the pace car.
Yeah, field shuffled around a little bit because of the pit stops, but Max Cookson still continues to lead over Devin Landry and John Peters. So this time Cookson electing to take the inside line, probably because he realizes he doesn't have better tires in the car on that bottom side this time. Pace car down and away. See if Cookson can get the tires hooked up this time. And as well, that 54 of Devin Landry getting a good start, going to stay even with him, but still going to lose out going into turn number 1. And now the 23 going to get turned by the 3 of Matthew Burgoyne, and that's going to bring out another caution.
Yellow flag coming out here for the 22nd time here tonight as the number 23 of Cody Childs has gone around. Let's take a look back and see if we can catch what happened to Childs. Oh, slight contact there. Well, not slight contact. The 3 of Burgoyne got in the left rear quarter panel, and he was turned sideways in front of the field, and the officials had no choice but to call the yellow flag as the driver's side was facing oncoming traffic. So with that, we will be right back here to the Turn 3 Racing Network. Welcome back here to Pace Car. Get ready to pull off of the racing surface. We're back to green flag racing. Scott Tapley up on the outside of the racetrack. Green flag is out. We're back underway with Max Cookson getting a great start. John Peters is going to work into that number 2 spot here. So they work down the backstretch. Matthew Burgoyne back into the 3rd position now as they work off a turn number 4. Burgoyne cracking the top 3, and he's got fresher tires than the 2 cars in front of him.
Yeah, Burgoyne going to try to make those tires work for him, but it's going to be very difficult. But at least now he's in the top 3 and has some clear track to maybe work with. There's a little less crowding around him, but he still has the 54 of Devin Landry right behind him, who has shown some speed here in the latter half of this race.
Riding on board, looking back at the rest of the field off the backside of Max Cookson as he's got John Peters close in tow. You see Burgoyne's black number 3 there as well. There's a little bit of contact up behind them as well. Gelbert up the racetrack. Burgess working there as well. As this is all back here. Gelbert may have some electrical issues. Looks like he might have electrical issues and pulled behind the pit wall.
Bit of a breakaway towards the front of the field as Cookson starts to open up a gap over the rest of these drivers, but Peter's still trying to keep close to him. But right behind him, he's got Burgoyne, Landry, Merrill, and Bennett, and then we've got a bit of a gap back to the rest of these drivers, and got a bit of a side-by-side battle with Bubar and Ricker as Bubar is stuck on that high side, going to try to slot in front of that 88 of Dyer, and he's just going to get there.
Dyer going to fall back to that 11th spot now as the Bubar number 12 car works behind the 9 of Ricker. That's the battle for your 9th spot. Right behind him, Cody Childs. We just saw him go through the spin cycle during that 22nd yellow flag here tonight. Is the 53 of Rogers. Runs there right behind him, Chris Fortier as well. 18 cars left out onto the racetrack out of the 31 cars that have started here tonight as we work into the later stages of this afternoon at the Oxford Plains Speedway. So not only is the sun being poked in and out of clouds, it's also getting lower in the sky, changing how this racetrack is feeling. And Peters able to keep up with Cookson right now, only about a quarter of a second behind your race leader.
Yeah, Peters has shown some good pace here throughout this race, and now starting to keep up with Cookson, who hasn't pitted in a while. I've seen him, most of these other guys have pitted and fitted their second set of tires. Cookson pit at the halfway point with the intention of just going straight to the end, and now he may have a bit of a battle ahead of him as he was faster than everyone else earlier, but now has got more worn tires than everyone else. But it's one thing to be faster than another driver here. It's another thing to be able to pass them, as it's very difficult.
We go on board with the 54 of John Peters. You see him closing in on the backside of that number 39 of Max Cookson. Cookson with a little bit better of a launch that time off of turn number 4. Now you see, Peters gets the inside curve. That's going to open up a little bit of a gap there as your top 3 start to put some gap between themselves and the 54 of Landry. 46 laps to go.
Yeah, the lap count is finally starting to tick down a little bit as Cookson still leads over Peters and Burgoyne. And these drivers are still starting to space out just a little bit. Cookson still has a ways to go before he starts catching lap traffic, as our field has thinned out quite a bit from both damage and from a lot of these drivers hitting this 33-point incident limit, which was not expecting to really be a factor in this race.
Dominic Kuritz, they started on the front row of this field, runs in your 9th spot. He's got Corey Buber all over the back bumper of him, the 94 of Cody Childs as well, close in tow. Chris Fortier, Nick Dyer as well, all right here underneath the blanket here as the cloud cover starting to come in, cooling off track temperature right now, and that'll change how these race cars will feel. The only adjustments that they really can make during this race is the brake bias, Kelly, and that's going to help these cars either rotate or tighten up a little bit depending on how that feels to those drivers.
Yeah, they could try shifting the brake bias back a little bit and try to free up that front end to let it really turn into the corner. But at the same time, it presents a bit of a risk, because if you put too much of that bias back, you can lock up those rear tires. And as soon as you lock up the rear tires, your car is going around and there is no saving it. So you kind of have to find a bit of a balance with that brake balance.
One of those fine lines, but a tool that the drivers can use during this 250 lap Maine event, which is the hourglass is starting to run down on this one here as Max Cookson trying to cash in on the $125 payday. John Peters runs in second, Matthew Burgoyne third, Devin Landry fourth, and now PJ Merrill has cracked the top five. Your hard charger of the race runs in that sixth position. That's the 33 of Thomas Bennett. Bennett up 25 spots after he started 31st on the grid here tonight as he's looking to take down the hard charger bonus if the checkered flag were to fly right now.
And Bennett, as mentioned, just had a lot of trouble in the qualifiers and is now running very well in the main event, but now kind of coming under fire as he's got Jason Ricker right behind him after making a slight mistake and losing a bit of ground, and now that 9 machine is really surging.
Yeah, Ricker came down on pit road, that last yellow flag, and took 4 fresh Mr. Feelgoods, and he is starting to put the pressure to Bennett. Bennett go up the racetrack a little bit, will slam the door shut on the 9 of Ricker. Meanwhile, the battle for your race lead still nose to tail as Peters has not allowed the number 39 of Cookson to really pull it that far out in front of them. We watch the battle back here for the 6th position as the 9 of Ricker's trying to find a way around the 33 of Bennett.
Speaking of drivers trying to find their way around each other, Matthew Burgoyne has been all over the rear end of the 51. He takes a peak on the front straightaway that time, but kind of spun the tires a little bit, so had to get off the throttle and fall back into line. But I'm expecting to see Burgoyne really try to make a move for the for second place, because I'm sure he wants to try to chase down Cookson, because he's really been the only driver that's been able to challenge Cookson. And now that Cookson is on older tires, and Burgoyne's really got a good shot at this.
Yeah, Burgoyne trying to put the pressure to the backside of the number 51 Runtal Radiators, number 51 of John Peters. Now probably starting to push the issue, knowing that the laps are starting to wear down as they work down the backstretch. Burgoyne trying to find a way around that 51.
He's just trying to find any sort of opportunity for that pass against that 51 machine, and but just can't quite find the gap. And he's really got to make that move soon, because not only does he have to get around Peters, but that battle that's going to happen between them is going to allow Cookson a bit of a gap, and then he's going to have to close that gap to get around Cookson. So with just about with 31 laps left here, he's going to have to make that move sooner rather than later, and it really looks like Burgoyne is trying to set up for that move.
Yeah, and as these two are battling it out, Cookson has opened up to a half-second lead, which is about 4 car lengths here at the Oxford Plains Speedway. So Burgoyne, knowing he's got to get around the 51, he's got the fresher tires. He takes a peek to the outside, tries to cart it down low to get a run on the 51. Can't quite get in there yet, as now there is now going to, we're closing on the 25 lap to go mark of this feature event.
And we still can't really look away from this battle for second, but Peters is starting to lose ground on Cookson, and I think that's giving Burgoyne a bit of motivation to try to pass him sooner, because the more time he spends behind Peters, the more ground they lose on Cookson. And Cookson has shown that he's been a fast and consistent driver tonight, so Burgoyne really going to have to try to make a move, and he's trying to force that 51 of Peters off of the racing line and trying to bump it and bang on that rear end, but just can't quite get him out of the way.
No, Peters doing a good job holding on to that number 2 position right now as Burgoyne moves to the outside, trying to look to the inside. Meanwhile, this is all happening a half-second behind Max Cookson, and they got lap traffic coming up in front of them. That time a little bit more bumper contact for that second position as they work here through turns 3 and 4. They are closing in on the back of the field. The first car they will run into is the 31 of Scott Tapley. It is about half a corner in front of Max Cookson.
Yeah, and Cookson's still extending his lead just a little bit every single lap, and it's only about, half a tenth every lap, but it's starting to add up. They're now over half a second ahead, now 7/10 ahead, as Matthew Burgoyne still trying to find a way around Peters, and Devin Landry now starting to close up to them as well.
Yeah, Landry starting to close in on this battle. The 51 having some electrical issues here later stages of this. That's got to be a little bit aggravating for the 3 of Burgoyne as well. You see him blinking in and out on the broadcast there. That's just connectivity issues between himself and the iRacing server. So it's hard to race around people like that, especially with how close they are. Now 1 second behind Max Cookson. So Burgoyne really has got to get going. Lays the bumper to the 51 a little bit more. Now more into turn number 3. He got the nose down to the inside.
Burgoyne finally going to make the pass happen. He's going to make the pass stick, but that's going to cost him even more time now. 1.1 seconds to Cookson. Just over 20 laps to go. Can Burgoyne chase down that 39 of Cookson and try to take the lead here in this big race? But he's already got the championship locked up. I'm sure he'd love to finish it off with a big race win as well.
Yeah, 20 laps to go here in the Bruce Coulter Carpentry 250. Max Cookson showing away. Burgoyne is in second. John Peters now back to third. He's got Devin Landry coming to his backside. Seeing that Scott Tapley will move up the racetrack, allows the race leader to get on by. Second place is going to get on by, and Burgoyne has taken a 10th off of that race lead. So Matthew Burgoyne with those fresher tires starting to close in on your race leader.
That time looks like they actually stayed pretty even though, so it is going to be a bit of an uphill battle for Burgoyne. He's going to have to hope that he can pretty much nail every single one of his laps to be able to catch up to Cookson, because Cookson, even with his worn tires, is still carrying a good amount of speed. It's Burgoyne's really just kind of chipping slowly away at that race lead at this point.
Lap traffic dead ahead for your race leaders. The first one they will come up to is the number 13, Roy's All-Steak Hamburger. 13 of Evan Roy. Roy will move up the racetrack. One car slow on the backstretch. That's the 34 of Aston Burgess. Very slow in the turn number 3. That will maybe draw a yellow. He cuts across the track. His yellow flag will come out. As it looks like maybe the motor expiring on the 43 of Aston Burgess. And my, oh my, that changes everything.
I think the 34 ran out of gas. He was running fine. I don't see any explosion from that car. He just kind of pulls out of line and then just starts slowing down. So I think his car is out of gas.
Aston Burgess's car silent here on the replay as he tries to make it into the pit road, trying to cut across the track to get down there, and that's what drew the yellow flag out. And well, he needed the push from the Phillips Towing service center trucks here. Is now he will be on pit road. We'll see if he'll be able to come back out, but a tough break for the driver of that 43. We talked to him during the intermission break there. So if he's close on fuel, how close are other people on fuel?
Yeah, it's going to be a question that a lot of these drivers are going to have to be asking is, can they make it to the end, especially with the caution laps not counting? But we are very close to the end. When we get back going green, it'll be just 15 laps to go, so they just have to stretch these fuel tanks out just a little more. But one thing that this caution does do is it brings Matthew Burgoyne back into the fold here, brings him right up to Max Cookson. But at the same time, Devin Landry is going to be right behind them, and he's going to be on that inside lane.
Be interesting to see what happens here. Landry's going to start in the inside, if it is a double file restart or not. Scott Tapley going to get the Bruce Coulter Carpentry rebuilding the lap award. They gain one more lap here on the racetrack. What do you think, Kelly?
I'm thinking we're setting up for a very exciting finish, at least. I mean, with Max Cookson, he's been strong and he's had the pace, but he's on older tires from Burgoyne. But Burgoyne really had to push hard to get himself back into this, and I don't think we can really count out Landry as well, because he's shown some pace towards the end of this race. But lights are out on the pace car, and we're going to see the end of this race hopefully very soon. Here we go now. Pace car pulls down and away. Cookson in control of the race as Burgoyne stays right next to him. Green flag going to come out, and they're going to stay side by side down into turn number 1. Burgoyne just looking for an opportunity to stick with him. Devin Landry trying to take away that bottom lane from Matthew Burgoyne and try to force him. PJ Merrill gets shoved up to the racetrack, and there's a spinner back in the field. That's Fortier in the 23 car.
Yeah, Fortier off of the racetrack so far. We stay green so far. as Cookson now will move into that number 2 spot. Third spot, it will go to Matthew Burgoyne. So now Landry's going to try to give his hand to Max Cookson. Off of turn number 4 they come. It'll be 13 laps to go here in the Bruce Coulter Carpentry 250.
And Landry is not as fast as Cookson, it seems. Cookson's starting to open up a bit of a gap, and Landry is now pretty much focused on holding off Burgoyne instead of trying to chase down Cookson. Actually, that time he was kind of going up onto the straightaway, so he isn't completely closing off that bottom side, but he just needs to find some speed if he's going to be able to
contact with your 4th spot. Bennett's going to go around as he'll go around. Thomas Bennett hard around in turn number 3 after contact. Not see who he had contact with, but he has gone around, and he was in the hard charger position. But that number 33 has gone around to bring out our 24th yellow of the night. Let's see if we can find out what happened to Thomas Bennett. Racing with Jason Ricker off of turn number 4 they come. Ricker would have looked onto the inside and just contacted the turn number 3 Kelly, and around went the 33. Couple cars making some evasive moves. The 94 of Cody Childs up over the racetrack and the 47 of Chris Burgess, but Bennett getting lucky that no one piled into him here on that restart, or in that spin in turn number 3.
Yeah, he was just, and it was just another case of a driver trying to make the most of any opportunity. Thought he saw an opening on the bottom and just dove in there, but just wasn't quite there, and ended up sending Thomas Bennett spinning around. And really unfortunate for that 33 machine, as he has really pushed his way up from the back and had some struggles during the qualifiers, but had really bounced back so far, and hopefully he's still going to be able to recover a decent finishing position at this point.
Definitely will. The 39 of Max Cookson going to be on the point of this one. Then it'll be Devin Landry and Matthew Burgoyne going to start on the inside of row number 2. So he'll be on the inside line. We saw he had pace to stay with Cookson. With the start on the inside line, can he do anything with the Epic Media Splash and Go sponsored number 39 of Max Cookson here on this restart? We are going to find out as the pay window starting to get greased up. These drivers know that their positions 1 through 7 will get paid out here tonight, and I think they all know that here as they work behind the pace car. Looks like it is going to be a single file. No, now they'll double them up. Double file restart coming here with 13 laps to go.
And this might be a good opportunity for Burgoyne to be able to start on the bottom side on the second row, maybe going to be able to take his position back from Landry, who took it from him on that last restart. We will see what these guys can do. Pace car down and away for possibly the final time. Green flag is out, and a good start towards the front of the field. 54 stays door to door with the 39, but that 3 machine of Matthew Burgoyne going to take the spot away, and the 54 going to drop way back. He's going to find a place to slot down onto the bottom side in 3rd place.
John Peters going to work to the outside of him as Matthew Burgoyne now is in your number 2 spot. He'll look to chase down Max Cookson. 50 laps difference on tires between your top 2 drivers as they work down the backwards. Great battle for your 3rd spot as John Peters works the outside of the racetrack, trying to hold on to off the 54 of Landry. And so far the outside rolling pretty good for the 51 of Peters, but Landry too strong on the bottom. He'll take that spot away. If Peters tries to get down low in front of the 77 of Merrill. Merrill checks up and he'll slot into that 4th position is Peters.
And now Peters going to be able to get his nose to the inside of Landry, and it's just showing that he had the better grip, and it was surprising how long he was able to hold on that outside lane. We've never seen anyone hold on that far for in this race, so just showed that Peters had a lot more mechanical grip underneath that car, and as soon as he got the opportunity, he was able to get underneath that 54 and open up a huge gap, and now he's caught up to the 3 of Burgoyne, so he's now making this a 3-car fight for the lead.
Last time by John Peters at the fastest lap of the race, and now we'll get by Burgoyne. Peters on a charge now as he moves into 2nd. 5 laps to go, this time off turn number 4.
And I think Burgoyne realized that he just couldn't catch up to Cookson and saw that Peters was charging, so he just let him go to see if he can maybe go after him, and we'll see if Peters can catch up to Cookson. If Peters has had some crazy speed with these fresher tires, but is it enough? He does not have much time. 4 to go now.
4 laps to go, and that last time by was a tenth quicker than your race leaders. We were on board with the second place driver. He is there. He is on the back bumper of Max Cookson. Remember, Cookson has a bounty on him, $50 to anybody that can beat him. And John Peters came down on lap 235. Much fresher tires than Max Cookson. Can he get by him clean? 2 laps to go, this time off turn number 4.
Give him a little shot off of turn 4. Peters has an opportunity here. He is faster, but can Cookson block the track and try to hold him off? Cookson going very low through the corners and through the straightaways to try to keep that 51 off of him. White flag in the air. Cookson just needs to hold on for one more lap.
Final trip around the speedway. Will we see the bump and run from John Peters? He'll work to the back bumper down the backstretch for the final time. In the turn number 3, contact to the back bumper of Max Cookson. Cookson off of turn number 4. He will pick up the win. Peters will come home second. Third will go to Burgoyne, Landry, Merrill, Childs, Buber, Current, Rogers, and Burgess. Your top 10 here in tonight's feature event. And what an exciting finish that was. But Max Cookson gonna pick up the win here tonight in the Bruce Coulter Carpentry 250. And what an exciting race. All of race officials on your left-hand side are unofficial as Max Cookson burns it down. How about that finish, Kelly?
Yeah, some great driving from Cookson. He has been very strong throughout the whole race and really made those worn tires last and was just able to hold off a hard-charging John Peters. I mean, Peters had the speed. He had more pace than Cookson. There was just nowhere for him to go as Cookson held that bottom lane. And even when Peters tried to lay the bumper to him, he was able to hold on, regather that car as it got sideways, and just power off of turn 4 to win the race.
What a great move that was. And, I mean, won it by 3/4 of a car as Peters did give him the bumper. Not enough to move him up the racetrack, so he tried to go to the outside off turn number 4. Had a bit of a run and was unable to make that happen. But what a great finish to what was a marathon of a race, I would say, as Cookson will take home the win. He'll grab the big check, leading the most laps, I do believe, here tonight. But as we get ready to go with the Bruce Coulter Carpentry post-race show, we'll be right back.
iRacing is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all around the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics, engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 170,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsports organizations like NASCAR to deliver virtual races based on the real-life NASCAR Cup Series, as well as many other series on the NASCAR ladder. iRacing also features team racing, providing a variety of options for members to create and manage their own teams. Race with friends or real-world teammates in full-length endurance events like the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, or the Bathurst 12 Hour. Additional partners include IMSA, World of Outlaws, Supercars, and IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own Indianapolis 500, Bathurst 1000, Chili Bowl, and many more iconic events. This is iRacing, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car. Sign up today at iRacing.com.
And welcome back to the Bruce Coulter Carpentry post-race show for the Bruce Coulter Carpentry 250 here at the Oxford Plains Speedway. And picking up the win was the number 39 of Max Cookson. And Max, talk about that race. 250 laps around the Oxford Plains Speedway. It is a tall task, but is the winner here coming out tonight. Talk us through those last couple of restarts. He had fresh tires hounding the backside of that number 39.
Yeah, I made a strategy call there. There was a yellow with 75 to go, and basically everyone came in, and I stayed out, and then we had another yellow with like 50 to go, and I think John came in, or maybe a little bit later, and didn't even use my last set of tires, and just knew that if I got to the lead, I'd rather hold them off than get wrecked trying to come back through. So made that decision. I don't know if it was the right one or the wrong one, but it's the one that worked out today.
Well, you're going to leave Oxford a little bit richer. I believe you led the halfway point, so that's a little bit of cash, and you pick up the big check here tonight for picking up the win. What does it mean to come out here to Oxford Plains? I know this is your home track in the real side of things. As we get ready to go racing in the 2021 racing season, it's got to feel good to come home with a win at your home track.
Yeah, it was definitely cool being here. This place on iRacing, it's kind of similar to real life. It's just really, really tough to pass. And you saw that all night. But track position was definitely key. I said that when I talked to you guys earlier. And I think we ended up leading the most laps, got the heat, got the halfway and won. So sweeped it the best we could. And it's definitely cool to come out here and get it done.
Now, this would possibly be the last race in this super late model, as iRacing has announced that the new body style is going to be coming out as we get ready to go Tuesday night. When we get the new build will be released here. How are you going to miss this old super late model, or are you looking forward to the new one?
Yeah, I've only ever driven this one since I got on iRacing, and definitely won a lot of races in it. And it'll be cool to see the new body though, and whatever changes come with the car.
Well, before we let you go here, Max, congratulations once again on the win. Who makes it all possible for you to be here in Victory Lane?
I just got to thank Splash and Kill Graphics, Epic Media, Sean for putting this whole deal on, Kevin Durgan, Greg Emerson, Stephen Perry, Chris Fortier, Dan Collins. What else am I missing? Just everyone that put up some money for this and made it all happen. It's definitely appreciate it. It's fun to come on here in the winter and do a little virtual racing.
Definitely a good way to kick off the 2021 season for you. Good luck here in the real world this season, Max, and we'll see you on the sim, I'm sure. Congratulations on picking up the Bruce Coulter Carpentry 250 win here at Oxford.
Thank you.
There it is, your tonight's feature event winner, Kelly, and I believe you've caught up now with the second place driver who gave it his all, but came up just one spot shy by about 3/4 of a car. I believe you're standing by on pit road with him.
Yeah, caught up now with John Peters. And John, you had quite the late race surge. I mean, what was it like there after you got the fresher tires and started to work your way through the field?
Yeah, hey guys, good to chat with you here on a podium. After Matt got by me there and I was running third, I knew I had nothing for the win, and came here to try to win tonight. So I thought I might as well come in and try something, just get off strategy with Max. And I came in and got tires and restarted farther up than I thought I would. And after I picked a couple cars off quickly, I knew I was in a real good spot. Then we had that last caution and I had to restart on the outside, which I think hurt a little bit, but certainly had the tire and car to do it at the end. I just probably got there 2 to 3 laps too late. I tried to do everything I could to get around Max, but he did a good job to hold it on the bottom, and we had to settle for second. So it's disappointing for sure, but still a solid run, and congrats to Max on his win.
And we saw it throughout the whole race. I mean, it seemed so difficult to pass here, but you found yourself kind of moving back and forth through the field. I mean, what was it really like trying to pick your way through the rest of this traffic?
Yeah, it was really difficult. You really have to get a big run on a guy to the bottom coming out of the corner and try to get up far enough to his left rear wheel. And that is really challenging at this track. And the tires were seeming to even out for a lot of guys. Even, I got a penalty on pit road mid-race, restarted 20th, and I really didn't get that far. I think I got to 13th and had all I could do to get to 12th. It just really challenging to pass a tough race. That's where the track position and strategy came into play. which really made the difference. Max just had the track position there at the end, and that's all it took.
And it was a very long race. Also, we had a bunch of laps in the qualifiers earlier on. So how was your right shoulder feeling? Because I know this track doesn't really have very many straightaways for you to really rest your arms.
Yeah, my right shoulder took a beating, and I was trying to remind myself to blink my eyes every 30 seconds or so. You can dry out awful quick, and then you try to go to bed tonight and your eyes are on fire. So I tried to manage that throughout the race, but I think we did all right there towards the end. I might be a little sore tomorrow, but no worries. And I did, while I got you guys, I did want to give a shout out. Maine Racing lost Bobby Turner today. He was a great guy I used to interact with at the real racetrack, and so I wanted to give him a shout out and let Bobby know that we're thinking of him and we'll miss him.
Well, it was good to hear from you, John. Before we let you go, though, is there anyone else you would like to thank for your run here tonight and your great second place finish?
Yeah, big thanks to Sean Kimball and Maine Sim Racing, Bruce Coulter, Carpentry for putting this on. Thanks to you guys for doing the broadcast and sticking with us there for what was just 4.5 hours. I really appreciate it. Thanks to my parents for watching and staying up late, and everybody else out there who tuned in. Thanks to all our partners on that 51 you saw: Rental North America, Libby Septic, Turn 4 Automotive, Digby's Variety, and Four Seasons Synthetic. Had a lot of fun. Hope to do it again at some point here.
All right, well, congratulations once again, John. Thank you so much for coming out and talking to us, and hopefully we'll hear from you again once more once we get you back here on Turn 3 Race Network.
Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
That was John Peters, driver of the number 51, and our second place finisher here tonight. And I believe, Al, you're probably caught up with our last driver of the night.
I have him down here on pit road, and well, he picked up the third position here tonight, and he thought he was starting to run down the number 39 on Max Cookson. And Matt, you're going to come home third after a grueling 250 lap race. Talk us through your night, and I believe you're going to end up as the 2020 and 21 mainly ductless heating and air champion.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, grueling's a pretty good word for it. I don't know how long the race lasted, but it felt like forever. Although I will say it felt like the last 100 laps clicked off really quick. But yeah, track position, tires, it all played a factor in tonight's race, and yeah.
Well, you came home in the third spot. You restarted on the inside of that row number 2 on that final restart. The 51 of John Peters had the fresher tires. When he got to you, we just saw him just get out of the way, or you get just to move up out of the go. Did you hoping that maybe something was going to happen between him and the race leader, and you could sneak one out here tonight?
No, at that point, I kind of burnt up my tires trying to get around him. Honestly, I wish the race went green after I moved into second, because I was actually chasing down Max, but the cautions kind of even tires back out, and John made the great call of coming in to get tires, and I just didn't want to mess up his race. He was going to get by me, and I was going to end up getting third anyways, so I didn't want to mess up his race and have him, and you know, like you said, something might have happened between the leaders, and I might have been sitting in the happy spot.
Well, you had a great season all season long. We've seen it every time that the mainly ductless heating and air sim racing series was on the Turn 3 Racing Network. You're going to come home unofficially, or I believe officially now, the 2020 and 21 champion. How does that make you feel, rounding out this the fall series, and you kind of got bragging rights headed into the real side of racing this season?
Yeah, it's definitely pretty cool. It was a long season. It's actually really cool I appreciate Sean for running this series, because you get to race with a lot of different racers that race in Maine. They race in different disciplines. So you race with somebody who races late model, legends, and kind of bring them all on one server, and to come out on top is pretty cool.
We had a great season and all that, so it's been a pleasure talking to you as much as we have, and we look forward to next season, where these guys, you'll get back out on the racetrack with everybody from the Maine. It's kind of cool to see this many guys that are from the state of Maine all come in, and Sean does a great job putting everything on here, so we really got to thank him and everything like that. But who makes it all possible for you? I know this car's been blank for most of the season, but who makes it all happen behind the scenes?
I gotta thank my wife for putting up with my racing habits. I gotta thank Bruce Coulter for Carpentry. I know he sponsored a ton of our races, and we really appreciate the support. Gotta thank mainly Ductless Heating for sponsoring the series. to, make this, have some fun in the winter possible. And thanks, Sean. Thankless. You guys a thankless job there, and thank you guys for broadcasting.
No problem there. We appreciate all those kind words. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast when you go back and watch this here. I know it'll be a little bit of a long one, but it'll be a good way to recoup tomorrow morning, or maybe even possibly here tonight as you go in there, lay in bed, and all that. But congratulations on the championship, and we'll see you the next time we see you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
That is your champion and third place finisher, Matthew Burgoyne, as he'll come home in third. Kelly, and that will do it for us here tonight as we come back live here on the Turn 3 Racing Network. We are locked up here on this because the session has ended. But anyway, we want to thank everybody for watching on the Turn 3 Racing Network as we have the results here on the screen that will pop up hopefully as we come back live. So this is your results of the Bruce Coulter Carpentry 250 as we saw Max Cookston pick up the win. John Peters finishing second and Matthew Burgoyne finishing third here tonight on the Turn 3 Racing Network. But Kelly, I know it's been a long night here. You're ready to get back on that jet plane and head back west to Canada. We want to thank you for your time here tonight.
Yeah, it was a long race, but it was still a lot of fun. There was a lot of excitement, especially in those earlier heat races. I mean, that was a lot of fun, and it ended up being a great finish as well, with John Peters surging through the field to chase down Max Cookson, and them two kind of bumping and banging and ending up just a tenth of a second separating them at the finish line. So a good, exciting finish to this race, and it was a bit of an endurance race and a bit of a war for these guys, but I still ended up having fun, and hopefully it still put on an exciting show.
It definitely was a great show as the results are shown there. You can really see where your favorite driver has finished. And it's been a great season. It's hard to believe that is a wrap on the season. But until we get to do it all again, on behalf of Kelly Dahl, Sean Kimball, the man behind the scenes here in the Mainly Ductless Heating and Air Sim Racing Series, we need to thank all of their sponsors here tonight, and couldn't be done without the Mainly Ductless Heating and Air coming on board as the title sponsor of the Maine Sim Racing Series. Bruce Coulter Carpentry, TGP Enterprises, Ryan's Concrete Coating, Phil's Towing, Dave's World Sand and Gravel, and Thayer's Automotive Racing Engines. We couldn't do it without them each week here on the Turn 3 Racing Network. But on behalf of Kelly Dahl, Sean Kimball, everybody here, we wish you a great night, and we'll see you at the races.